Hello everyone. This year, LevelUp IAS has decided to put all our prelims economy videos of PMP program on YouTube to be available for everyone. The PDF notes for the same is also available in the Telegram channel given in the description. These videos takes care of all the basics requirement plus PYQ discussions. If the response for these videos are good, we also plan to come up with current affairs, economic survey of India and budget session in a very concise manner for preliminary examination in the coming days on YouTube only. I hope you enjoy this video and level up your chances of getting selected in this year's preliminary examination. Thank you very much. You don't have any doubts? Let's start with today's class. आज हम money supply ये पढ़ने जा रहे हैं. Okay, but देखो, before money was there, money is medium of exchange. You are taking services from me, or you are taking services from LevelUp IAS. In return, you are not giving some service, you are giving money. With the help of money, you are able to get this service. LevelUp IAS is paying teachers money to get their services. So, in a way, what has happened? LevelUp IAS has taken services of teachers and it has given those services to you. But for this purpose, what it has used is money. Okay. Now, for getting payment from you for the services and for giving payment to teachers, it has used money. But जब money नहीं था, तब we used barter system. Barter system में you would come here with a 1 kg of rice, and you will give me 1 kg of rice, and then I'll give you services. आप किसी भी चीज के लिए, किसी भी गुड्स या सर्विस के लिए दूसरा गुड्स या सर्विस लेके आ रहे थे. That was barter system. है ना? This is how barter. So if you have a cook at home, money नहीं है, तो how will you pay the cook? You will give him कि भाई 1 किलो गेहूं ले जा. कुक उस दिन खाना बना देगी, आप उसे गेहूं दे दोगे. This was barter system. Now barter system had a major requirement or major drawback, that is it needed double coincidence of want. What is double coincidence of want? Suppose हम barter system पे काम कर रहे होते, and what would have happened? You would have come here with 1 kg of rice. When you come here with 1 kg of rice, मेरे को राइस की जरूरत ही नहीं है. I would not want rice. So how will you take my service? In barter system, what is needed? Double coincidence of want. दोनों को want होनी चाहिए. आप whatever you have, I should be needing it. Whatever I have, you should be needing it. Otherwise, exchange may not be possible. Otherwise, exchange may not be possible. This was one of the limitation of what? Barter system. And this also hampered, इसी point से आगे आएगा, this also hampered specialization. It required double coincidence of want and this hampered specialization. Why would it hamper specialization? देखो, wheat and rice would be needed by everyone. है ना? तो everyone else who wants to get my services will produce wheat and rice only. Why? Because wheat and rice को मैं मना नहीं करूंगा. But let's say you are a painter and you want my services. Barter system में पास money नहीं है. You are a painter, you come to me, I'll paint your wall. मैंने कहा मुझे करवाना ही नहीं है. Are we getting it? तो painter would be like, यार painter बनने का कोई फायदा नहीं है. Let's grow wheat, rice, vegetable, etc. because that is something that everyone would want. And in this way, it hampered specialization. You are an electrician. Suppose money नहीं है. You are an electrician. You could give me electrician wala service. But if I don't need electrician wala service, you will not be able to get goods from me or services from me because there's not a double coincidence of want. So what would you try? You will try, I'm not going to become electrician. I'm going to produce something, produce that goods or that service which is needed by everyone so that I'll be easily able to exchange things. बात समझ में आ रही है? तो in barter system, one problem was it led to it required double coincidence of want. It also led to discouragement of specialization. Okay, then there were other issues also. There was lack of common unit of value. Common unit of value मैं आपसे एक दिन काम करा रहा हूँ. And that is worth how much? That is worth 100 rupees. That is worth 200 rupees. That is not providable unless we have money. Rupee is what? Rupee is money. The common unit of value is not there. Today, you suppose एक laborer है, वो एक घर में काम कर रहा है, he gets 1 kg of wheat. Next घर में काम कर रहा है, he gets 1 kg of rice. Now, what is the value of this person's work? Is it 1 kg of wheat or 1 kg of rice? Because 1 kg of wheat and 1 kg of rice are different things. उनका value different होगा. Whereas when money is there, I go and work and say, for every day I'll charge 300 rupees. So even if you want to give me wheat worth 300 rupees. Even if you want to give me rice worth 300 rupees. So, but 300 rupees, a common value wala mechanism, is only possible when money is there. So, lack of common unit of value in the barter system, difficulty of future payment and contractual payment. I have to make some payment 6 months later. Now, 6 months, when I say I'll give you 10,000 rupees 6 months later. So, you know, what are you going to get? 10,000 rupees. But if I tell you, I'll give you 10 kg of tomato 6 months later. Ab 10 kg of tomato ka kya value hoga 6 months later? So it makes what? Future payment difficult. Similarly, it also makes it difficult to store value. Abhi jab money hota hai, money mein gold coin ho gaya ya fir rupee ho gaya, can I store it? But storing wheat or rice or storing services may not be feasible, may not be possible. So these are some problems which is there in the barter system, and these problems can be solved by money. Money resolves all these problems, but before we go to money, it had certain advantages also. Advantages in the sense barter system में fake currency जैसी चीज नहीं हो सकती. Do we get it? है ना? कि अभी we get fake currency and this creates problem. Barter system में you'll give me wheat, I'll give you rice. Now you may say कि सर प्लास्टिक वाली राइस दे दिए तो fake goods हो सकते हैं, but what will not be there? Fake currency वाली problem will not be there. Then exchange rate fluctuation don't impact the economy. Exchange rate fluctuation thing work when our money that is used in India and money that is used in US, उनके बीच में exchange rate fluctuate हो रहा है. While you are producing apple, I am producing apple. If we were exchanging apple for apple or apple for oranges, then exchange rate fluctuation is happening in currencies. Those kind of problems would not have been there if we were going for what? If we were going for barter system. Okay, but anyways, barter system has many problems, and to solve these problems, money was introduced. What is money? Money, the most basic definition of money is it is a commonly accepted medium of exchange. Through this, the problem of double coincidence of want gets removed. How will I exchange something? If I want, you want services from LevelUp IAS. You are giving LevelUp IAS money. You are giving LevelUp. So how are you able to get services? How are you able to get services? Through money. This money may have been earned by your parents by working in some office, by having some property and getting rent from it. It may be generational wealth. But how was that earning, that rent, that generational wealth used for getting this service? You got rent in the form of money. Rent wala services, you exchanged it with, you gave it to someone and you got money, and when you got education wala services from here, you gave money on that. So primary purpose of money is what? It acts as medium of exchange. While acting as medium of exchange, it can also play a role as measure of value. Measure of value, like one day's teaching. LevelUp IAS will pay me money. I'm providing services to LevelUp IAS. It's worth how much? It's not worth 10 kg of gehu or 100 kg of rice. It is worth 10,000 rupees. A laborer comes, his work is worth 200 rupees. So how are we measuring value? Value is also measured with the help of money, with the unit of money. So money was medium of exchange. Money is measured. Earlier it was not possible. A laborer goes to one house, that house gives him 1 kg of rice. A laborer goes to another house, that house gives him 1 kg of wheat. So there was no common measure of value, but money also acts as measure of value. ये बात समझ में आई? Measure of value वाले point. Then money can also be used to, money can be stored, gold coins can be stored, rupee can be stored. So it can also be something that can act as store of value, which was not possible in what? Barter system. Then transfer of value, like when I have to transfer you some value. What can I use? I can use money. So standard of deferred payment, payments made sometimes in future. So we say you will pay me 1 lakh rupees 6 months later. You will pay 2 lakh. You will pay me 2 lakh rupees 1 year later. So that is what? That is 1 lakh rupee, 2 lakh rupee. Transfer of value is possible by transfer of rupee. So when we comprehensively have to define what is money, so money is a instrument that serves as medium of exchange. That is one aspect. That is the most important aspect. Money is what? Money is medium of exchange. But then money measures value, stores value, it plays a role in transfer of value, and it can also be standard of deferred payment. These were all the problems which were there where in the barter system those problems can be resolved by money. Are we understanding this? Now, there can be some other functions of money. They say it plays a role in mobilizing factors of production. How does it play a role in mobilizing factors of production? A producer wants land. A producer want labor. A producer want capital. A producer want entrepreneurship. For all these things, what is producer giving? Money. So it is with the help of money the producer is able to mobilize land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneur will get profit. Capital will get interest. Land will get rent. Laborer will get wages. How are they getting it? They are getting it through money. Right? Then it is also the basis of credit system or financial market, banking sector, everything, loans. Now, in the past, loans could have been given in the form of, I'm giving you 100 kg of wheat. You return it to me next month. But now loans are not given in that form. How are loans given? Through money. It also helps in redistribution of income. How is it helping in redistribution of income? We are charging more money from whom? From rich people. We are giving more money to poor people. In that way, it is helping us in redistribution of income. Okay, there are certain other features of money. They say money is divisible. Rupees 100 can be divided into 10 rupees unit or 1 rupee unit. Similarly, money is fungible. Fungible का मतलब क्या होता है? जैसे NFT पढ़ते हो आप तो नॉन फंजिबल टोकन्स. Sorry. What is meant by something being fungible? हम बोल रहे हैं मनी इज फंजिबल और बिटकॉइन इज फंजिबल. बिटकॉइन इज फंजिबल, बट जो एनएफटी होता है, एनएफटी इज नॉन फंजिबल. फुल फॉर्म ऑफ एनएफटी इज नॉन फंजिबल टोकन. तो व्हाट इज मेंट बाय समथिंग बीइंग फंजिबल? देखो, इसका सिंपल मीनिंग है 1 10 rupee note is equal to another 10 rupee note. 1 bitcoin is equal to another bitcoin. So when I have some particular 10 rupee note, next day I have some other 10 rupee note, but they are of same value, same thing. In that sense, it is fungible. Whereas NFT में जाते हो, what is NFT? You take a photo, digital photo, and put it on blockchain, and you get a right over it. That's my photo, only I'll use it. Okay. He also takes a photo and puts it on blockchain. He says this is my design and only I'll use it. So both of them are NFTs, but they are not fungible. Why? Because my photo may have different value, his photos may have different value. So while both of them are NFTs, they cannot have same value. You may say, yes, sir, I can buy both of them in one Bitcoin. Fine, you can buy both of them in one Bitcoin, but they are different entities. They may have, in future, they may have different value. different efforts may have been put in creating them. But when it comes to 10 rupee note, I have a 10 rupee note, you have a 10 rupee note, our 10 rupee notes are same. If we exchange them, our values are not going to get affected. Did you understand what is meant by something being fungible? Fungible का मतलब क्या? उसे exchange करके there is no change occurring. Transfer, exchangeable. Two units are same. Two 10 rupee notes are same. Two NFTs are not same. That's why NFT are non-fungible tokens. Okay? Are we getting it? No. Renuka is saying, sir, please stick to English. Okay, yes, beta. I'll ensure that I'm sticking to English. So we have understood some basic things. What is money? We have understood what is money. What are the different purposes of money? The medium of exchange, store of value, exchange of value, future payments. All these things are done by money. Money can also be used for mobilizing factors of production. Money can be the basis of credit system. Money has some other features also. Money is divisible. Money is fungible. Okay. Now, UPSC has still not asked questions on this part. They have asked questions on this part. Fiat money, what is fiat money, what is legal tender? Those kind of questions UPSC has asked. But because they have asked it, in future if they ask something like this, and these things, the first paragraph, first thing that we're studying, I've taken it mostly from NCERT. So NCERT we should be prepared with. If UPSC asks it, we'll not be able to say that, oh, you do not ask these things, why should I study it? So we should be fully prepared in that sense. Okay. Now let's come to fiat money and fiduciary money. देखो fiat क्या होता है? Fiat is government's order. Fiat is government's order or authority's order. So the money which is issued by government's order or by authorities is fiat money. Generally, money which is issued by government's order is fiat money, is also legal tender, because government जो money issue करेगी, it will also give it legal backing. It will also give it legal backing. I'm allowing that in India, rupee can be used legally. Rupee is issued by government or government agency or on the orders of government, fiat, and it is the legal medium of exchange in the country. A law may provide for it. So it is also what? Legal. Fiat and legal. Generally, the same currency, the same money will be fiat money as well as legal. Did we understand this? No? Do we all have clarity? Fiat is government's order. So, fiat money is money which is issued by order authority of the government. It includes all notes and coins which the people in the country are legally bound to accept. Now, you may say, sir, legally bound to accept is legal money. So, yes, that is legal money, but generally, fiat money becomes what? Legal money too. If a money is issued by government's order, government will also make it legal. Fiat money may not have an intrinsic value equal to its face value. What we are trying to say here is the 2000 rupees note. Its face value is 2000 rupees. But if you look at the intrinsic value of that paper and the work that has been done on it, it may not be worth 2000 rupees. So fiat money may not have intrinsic value equal to its face value. May bol rahe. Sometimes it may have intrinsic value equal to its face value. For example, in British era, the rupee coin that was produced, they were made up of silver. At that time, 1 rupee ka coin was also equal to value of silver, or it also had value of 1 rupee in the form of silver. So at that time, face value may have been equal to intrinsic value, but generally today when we talk about face value of a fiat money, currency notes which are issued, its face value is higher than its intrinsic value. Do we get this? Do we understand this first line? fiat money may not have an intrinsic value equal to its face value. We have not said will not, will never be, may not. It may not. Okay. What value it has depends on the public confidence in the currency's issuer. If government is issuing it, 2,000 rupees worth hai, people have a trust in government, it will be considering it of the value of 2,000 rupees only. But people have lost trust in government. Then that currency may not have a lot of value. Even 2,000 rupees is not something that will be its value. Now, legal currency is any currency declared legal by government. It's legally accepted mode of payment. So, generally, if government is issuing fiat currency, will they also make it legal? Will they make it legal also? So, generally what happens, fiat money, the money which is issued on the orders of government is also legal money. Now, so we are saying that legal currency is a fiat currency which can't be refused within the country where it is legal tender. You cannot refuse to accept rupee in India. You can refuse dollars, bitcoins, etc., which are not legal currencies in India. But what is legal currency? Rupee is legal currency. You cannot refuse. Okay, now generally government issues fiat currency and then make it legal tender by setting it as a standard of repayment of debt. So fiat and legal में relation समझ में आया? But sometimes you have currency which is not fiat. For example, Bitcoin. Now Bitcoin India की बात नहीं करते हैं, एल सल्वाडोर में जाते हैं. तो is Bitcoin issued by any government? So it's not fiat currency. But can Bitcoin be a medium of exchange? It can be money. And if some government says that Bitcoin is an acceptable medium of exchange, Bitcoin is an acceptable form of money. If some government legally backs Bitcoin, so Bitcoin is not issued by any government, so it is not fiat but is legal in that country. It's a legal medium of exchange in that country. थोड़ा सा समझ लो और आ जाएगा. So Bitcoin can be considered money as it is a medium of exchange and can measure value, but it is not fiat money because Bitcoin was not issued by any government. Bitcoin has come from mining on the Bitcoin blockchain. It is also not legal tender in India because India has not recognized Bitcoin as the mode of payment. Okay, तो इंडिया में वो फियाट करेंसी भी नहीं है. इट्स इंडिया में neither in India it is neither fiat currency nor legal tender. But if you go to El Salvador, Bitcoin is accepted as legal tender. But please note that it is not fiat money. So legal tender need not always be fiat money. Only that money which is issued on the orders of government, that is fiat money. But sometimes we may have an exceptional situation, we may have legal tender which is not fiat money. This is an exception to our definition of legal tender. Generally, so far what did we say? Legal tender would be fiat money. Government will issue fiat money and then will make it legal tender. But here, government has not issued this money. So it is not fiat money. But this is legal tender. Okay, now tell me what your doubt was. What is? No, wrong. Exception हो गया ना. Every. Generally, legal tenders are fiat currency. Yes. Huh? Every fiat currency is a legal tender. Huh? Generally, yes. Yes. I don't see an exception. Now, it may happen that I may have issued the currency but would not have backed it by law temporarily. But eventually, if government has issued a currency, government will also legally back it. Right? तुमने हाथ उठाया? नहीं उठाया ना? बस बोलना शुरू कर दिया. ऐसे कैसे चलेगा? भाई ने हाथ उठाया, मैंने मना किया, फिर भाई को दोबारा समय मिला, तो मन में आता है अब नहीं सुनिए. तो did we understand? Fiat currency and legal tender में relation. There can be certain exception. This exception can tell you that something which is not fiat can also be legal. अब let's understand these things. Checks, credit card are neither money nor legal tender. Right? Or we can say कि it's neither fiat currency not legal tender. है ना, fiat भी नहीं है, government order पे भी issued नहीं है, and legally. So if someone comes with check, I can say नहीं, I'll not take check. You transfer money in my account, but I'll not take check. The check is not a legal tender. I can accept your check by trusting you. That is fiduciary money, but it's not a legal tender. Okay, but let's first understand. We'll come to fiduciary money in greater details. Let's understand limited legal tender. देखो, what is limited legal tender? So what is legal tender? Legal tender is fiat currency backed by law. This is legal tender. This is legal tender. Okay. Suppose you came to, or you went to the Chroma store here to buy a TV. उस टीवी का कॉस्ट है 50,000 rupees. उस टीवी का कॉस्ट है 50,000 rupees. And you took 1,50,000 paisa coin. You took 1,50,000 paisa coin to Chroma store. ऐसे भर के. 2-3 friends will need to pick it up, 1,00,000 coins, and then you go to Chroma and you say, this is legal tender. Give me the TV. Can Chroma say no to it? Yes. Chroma can say no to it because it is a limited legal tender. As per the law, for a payment of up to 10 rupees, 50 paise coin could be used. But for payment beyond 10 rupees, it can be denied. So while 50 paisa coin is a legal tender, 50 paisa coin, is it a legal tender? Fiat currency hai, backed by law bhi hai, it's a legal tender, but it cannot be made for any payment. It cannot be used for any payment. So what kind of legal tender it is? Limited legal tender. So while buying a display screen of 3 lakh rupees, if you go to shopkeeper with 6 lakh rupees coins of 50 paise each, the shopkeeper may reject it. As per the current norms, 50 paise coin can be used for making a payment of up to rupees 10 only. So it's a legal tender, but limited legal tender. Did you understand the meaning of limited legal tender? ऐसे ही ₹1 note or ₹1 and higher coins, note of ₹1 and all the coins, they can be used for making payment of up to 1,000 rupees, but not beyond 1,000. So they're also limited legal tender. So if you have to pay someone 2,000 rupees and you go with all 1 rupee coin, that person may say, I cannot accept it. And that person will not be, okay, I'm not accepting a legal tender. It would not be non-acceptance of legal tender because ₹1 note or ₹1 coin or ₹2 coin or ₹5 coin or all the coins, they can be used for making payment of up to 1,000 rupees. 50 paise coin could be used for making payment up to 10 rupees. ₹1 note and all the coins, they can be used for making payments of up to 1,000 rupees. Beyond that, it may be rejected. Someone may accept it. You go with 210 rupee coin. It becomes 2,000 rupees. You have 210 rupee coin and you make payment to someone. They may accept it also. Fine. But they are not legally bound to accept it. Because these are limited legal tenders. Did you understand what limited legal tenders are? We understand fiat money, we understood legal currencies or legal tenders, and then we have also come to limited legal tenders. Did we get it? Okay. Please note, there can be some restrictions on, we said ki ₹2 ka note and all other notes, they can be used for making any big payment. So suppose you have to make 5 lakh rupees ka payment and you take all 2 rupee notes, can that be denied? No, it cannot be denied because it's a rupee one ka note and all the coins, they can be used for making payment of up to 1000 rupees. But rupee 2 ka note or any other bigger currency, bigger note can be used for what? Can be used for any payment. So those are unlimited legal tender. But government may further make some rules. For example, in budget 2017, government made a restriction on cash payment. Cash payment can only be made for payments up to 2 lakh rupees. For payment beyond 2 lakh rupees, you'll have to make online transactions. For payment beyond 2 lakh rupees, so someone goes with 2000 rupees ke 100 notes also, or 110 notes. What will it become? It will become 2,20,000. तो if you go to let's say इंद्रिया, नीचे इंद्रिया है, शोरूम है जहां पे ज्वेलरी खरीदी बेची जाती है, you go there with 5 lakh rupees of cash. They'll say for any payment beyond 2 lakh rupees, what is needed? Online transaction is needed. Cash payment is not allowed. And for any payment above 50,000 rupees, they will also take your PAN card. They would want details about who is making any payment beyond 50,000 rupees. Did we get it? So there can be restrictions put on unlimited legal tender also. Okay. अब कई बार ना you would be like, what is the meaning of promise given on currency notes? मैं धारक को इतने पैसे अदा करने का वचन देता हूं और I promise to pay the bearer 10 rupees, this amount. This promise is there. In the past, in British era, what that meant was you could go to the central bank or you could go to the government and say, give me gold or silver worth this much money. But that's not the case today. Today you take your 2000 rupees and go to RBI and say, RBI, give me gold worth 2000 rupees. No. It just means that RBI will give you 2000 rupees. RBI will give you 2000 rupees in different currency. If you go with 2000 rupees, give me 2000 rupees, RBI may give you, le tu 100 वाले रख ले. But it doesn't mean that you will have rights over that much gold or that much silver. It doesn't mean that. Okay, so today it means that bearer of currency will be able to get it converted to other notes and coins of equal face value. This conversion will not be inflation adjusted. What does that mean? Suppose I got 2000 rupees today. Now 2000 rupees today may be worth, let's say rice that I want to buy is 50 rupees per kg. So it is worth how much? 2000 rupees is worth 40 kg of rice. 1 year later, that rice has become expensive and I'm able only 2000 rupees is only able to buy me 20 kg of rice. So I cannot do this. I have 2000 rupees and I go to RBI and say, give me 4000 rupees, because when I took 2000 rupees from you, it was worth 40 kg of rice. So today 40 kg of rice is 4000 rupees. So RBI will say, my responsibility is not to make it inflation adjusted. My responsibility is to not make it inflation adjusted. When I tell you, I'll give you 2000 rupees, I will give you 2000 rupees only, even if the value of 2000 rupees may have decreased. So, so one, it is not inflation adjusted. Two, you will not get any interest on it. When RBI says, मैं धारक को 2000 रुपए देने का वचन देता हूं, you have 2000 rupees. In a way, that's a promissory note. That's a promise which RBI governor has made to you. The RBI governor will give you 2000 rupees. But on that, will RBI pay any interest to you? No. So there is no interest. It's a bond or promissory note, and it's also an anonymous bearer bond. What is anonymous bearer bond? No matter who has that 2000 rupees. On 2000 rupees, bearer ke name is not there. RBI governor has issued that rupee. That is there. RBI has issued that rupee. That is there. But if that 2000 rupees is with me, or if that 2000 rupees is with her, or that 2000 rupees is with him, it doesn't matter. So we are saying what? It's a bond or it's a promissory note that we agree, because वहां पे what is written? It is written कि मैं, whoever is owning it, I'll give him 2000 rupees, or I'll give him 100 rupees, I'll give him 500 rupees. That is there in the note. So it is a bond or promissory note in that sense. But वहां पे it's a anonymous bearer bond. Whoever is bearing this bond, or whoever is having this note has right over this note. Okay, do you understand this? Is kuch basic terms I briefly wanted to cover before going ahead. So now let's come to fiduciary money. Fiduciary money is a medium of exchange that is used because of the trust between the payer and the payee. For example, check. Check is not a fiat currency. Check is not something that is issued by government. Check is not a legal tender. But check is what? It's fiduciary money, as they are accepted as means of payment on the basis of trust, not on the basis of any order of the government. Check is not legal tender. What is it? It is fiduciary money. Okay, then full bodied money and credit money. Yeah, briefly we have understood. Full bodied money is that money where the intrinsic value will be equal to face value. And credit money, intrinsic value is less than face value. So 2000 rupee note has face value of 2000. 2000 rupee has face value of 2000. तो कुछ है ही नहीं, एक भी नोट नहीं है. अरे नहीं, मत दो यार, सीरियसली. मैं ब्रेकफास्ट कैसे करूंगा? क्रेडिट कार्ड से ब्रेकफास्ट करेंगे? एक तो आई हैव नेवर यूज क्रेडिट कार्ड्स इन माय लाइफ. एक सिंपल प्रिंसिपल मैंने फॉलो किया है, क्रेडिट कार्ड इस उधार ही ले लेना. क्या? बाय नाउ पे लेटर कर दीजिए. ये नहीं सर, मैं खिलाता हूँ आज आपको, है ना, इस पे नहीं है. सर बिलीव्स इन डिजिटल इंडिया. नहीं यार, जब तक कि डिजिटल फ्रॉड्स को आप रोकने के लिए एफर्ट्स नहीं लोगे ना, आई डोंट बिलीव इन. देखो, वी हैव इंक्रीज्ड द पेनिट्रेशन ऑफ डिजिटल पेमेंट लाइक एनीथिंग, बट द लेवल्स एट व्हिच फ्रॉड्स आर occurring. तो माय फादर ओन्स अ ग्रोसरी स्टोर. द ग्रोसरी स्टोर, यू अंडरस्टैंड, राशन की दुकान. तो ही इज 60 years of age and he doesn't understand technology a lot, but he had to set up UPI and Google Pay and all those things in his shop. अब उनके साथ फ्रॉड हो गया. उनके अकाउंट से जो एक महीने में उनकी सेल लगभग 1 लाख रुपए. इट्स अ वेरी स्मॉल स्टोर, इट्स अ वेरी स्मॉल शॉप. हम बचपन से उसी पे हम लोग वी हैव बीन वर्किंग ऑन देयर. तो एक महीने में लगभग उनका 1 लाख रुपीस का सेल होता है. तो उनका ना 15-20 डेज का सेल का अमाउंट उसमें पड़ा था अराउंड 50,000 रुपीस. इट गॉट समवन टुक इट अवे. Now, a customer came, he took my father's phone. He said कि payment हो गया. My father said payment नहीं हुआ. He took his phone and then he ported the number. Those kind of things he did. But there was no mechanism of getting the money back. There was nothing. Like, even if the online transaction happened, like he may have transferred money in some account, and then later what was happening was something. मेरे पापा जितना भी सेल कर रहे थे सब वो विड्रॉ कर ले रहा था. It kept on happening for 3-4 days. He did not understand what's going on, and when he went to police is like, कुछ नहीं होगा. तो हमने डिजिटल पेमेंट का पेनिट्रेशन तो बढ़ा दिया है, but we have not improved our law enforcement agencies to ensure that digital frauds are not happening, and a lot of people are suffering because of it. Last year a student came to me just before preliminary examination. कि कोई टेलीग्राम के थ्रू किसी ने उससे 1 लाख रुपए ले लिए यूपीआई वाले मैकेनिज्म से, किसी मैकेनिज्म से, and now she's in trouble. She had borrowed all that money. What should she do? I told her, because I had already experienced cyber police and everything, I told her, beta, you're not going to get the money back. First thing is this. You're not going to get the money back because the cyber police itself will say in 0.01% cases we are able to get anything back. You have preliminary examination in next 20-25 days. Focus on that. What I can do for you, I can give you 1 lakh rupees अभी, तू मुझे मेंस के बाद काम करना तो दे देना. She was working in some institution as content maker also. Other, she was studying with us और कहीं पे content making का काम कर रही थी. तो मैंने कहा मेंस के बाद अभी डोंट वरी अबाउट इट, इस 1 लाख रुपए के चक्कर में अपना एग्जाम खराब मत कर. No, she didn't take that money. She arranged it from somewhere. But the point was, when she came to me, I was like, beta, कुछ नहीं होगा, because our authorities are not equipped enough. human resource wise or technology wise to handle these kind of things. तो डिजिटल पेमेंट्स का पेनिट्रेशन बढ़ गया है, बट क्या बढ़ गया है? लोगों का एक्सप्लॉइटेशन भी बढ़ गया है, लोगों के साथ फ्रॉड भी बढ़ गया है. दैट्स अ मेजर इशू, दैट्स अ मेजर कंसर्न. मेरे भाई के बैंक मैनेजर के मेरे भाई के अकाउंट से 5 लाख उड़ गए. डिजिटल पेमेंट इतना सिंपल हो गया ना, कोई भी आपका अकाउंट लेके झट से ट्रांसफर कर दे रहा है. तो सो फार फॉर माय बैंकिंग आई हैव केप्ट ऑन यूजिंग दिस फोन, आई हैव नॉट येट मूव्ड ऑन यूपीआई. I haven't moved on UPI yet. जब भी मुझे ऑनलाइन, I make all my payments online only, but I do it through internet banking with multiple levels of security and everything. I have still not moved on to UPI. One reason I didn't move on UPI because मेरे पास जब UPI आया था तो मेरे पास यही फोन था, और उसमें UPI करने के लिए बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स मैकेनिज्म यूज करना पड़ता है. Recently, over the last 3-4 years, I have a smartphone, but that smartphone was also, I बैंक के नंबर इसी में आते हैं, सब इसमें आता है, तो उसमें यूपीआई आई एम नॉट एबल टू इनिशिएट. बट नाउ इंटेंशनली आई एम नॉट मूविंग इन देयर बिकॉज़ मुझे पता नहीं कहां पे क्या गड़बड़ हो जाएगी. है ना? तो आई मेक ऑल माय पेमेंट्स आई मेक ऑनलाइन ओनली, बट आई गो टू इंटरनेट बैंकिंग एंड डू इट वैसे. आई डोंट, मैंने कहा तो मुझे अकाउंट डिटेल्स दे दो, मैं ट्रांसफर कर दूंगा. आई डोंट गो बाय द यूपीआई मैकेनिज्म, और किसी को मैं वो सारी चीजें मैं नहीं कर रहा हूं. लेट्स कम बैक. तो फुल बॉडीड मनी एंड क्रेडिट मनी, डू वी अंडरस्टैंड? तो मैं आपको 2000 रुपीज का नोट निकालना चाह रहा था, बट निकला नहीं. 2000 का तो होता भी नहीं है. 500 रुपीज का नोट निकालना चाह रहा था, बट निकला नहीं. कोई भी नोट नहीं निकला. है ना? क्या गरीबी छा रखी है. नहीं, इट्स नॉट गरीबी. आई हैव नॉट गॉट टाइम टू गो टू एटीएम एंड विथड्रॉ सम कैश. आप लोगों ने इतना खून पी रखा है. तो वेयर वर वी? फुल बॉडीड मनी एंड क्रेडिट मनी. आर वी अंडरस्टैंडिंग दिस? 2000 रुपी नोट, जस्ट इमेजिन दिस, आई एम होल्डिंग अ 500 रुपी नोट. मैं भी इससे खुश हूं, आप भी इससे खुश हो. I'm holding a 500 rupee note. If I look at intrinsic value of that paper and that ink and every material in it, it will not be worth 500 rupees. But its face value is 500 rupees. So what is that? That is credit money. That is credit money. But if I take a silver coin, British era में जाता silver coin लेता 1 rupees का. Its intrinsic value is also 1 rupees and its face value is also 1 rupees. So that would have been full bodied money. Are we able to understand full bodied money or credit and credit money? So in short, we can say in full bodied money, commodity value or intrinsic value is greater than or equal to face value. In credit money, face value is greater than commodity value or intrinsic value. Do we understand this? Okay. Now, a few years back, देखो अब we had, you would notice, we had bigger 1 rupee coin in the past. Now our 2 rupee coins are also smaller. If you go to, like, if you can get 1 rupee coin from 1980s, if you like, your grandparents may have somewhere एक 1 rupee coin पड़ा हुआ पुराना सा. It may have blackened and everything, but you will see it was much bigger. But if government keeps on issuing, today if government keeps on issuing 1 rupee coin which is as big, what people will do is people will melt this 1 rupee coin and will sell the steel. That will be worth more than 1 rupee. And that is why our face value is higher than our intrinsic value. If intrinsic value is higher, people will be like, why should I only consider this as 1 rupee thing if I can get 1.2 rupees out of it? They'll melt it and they'll sell it in 1.2 rupees. Do we get this? Okay. Now we are coming to, so this when we do PYQs, you will see questions on legal tender, questions on fiduciary money, etc. have been asked in the examination. We should be ready to answer those questions. But now we'll come to one of the most important parts. We have to understand what money supply is. What is narrow money? What is broad money? UPSC has asked questions on it. Plus, once you're able to understand this, you will be able to understand a lot of technical questions too. एक तो कुछ basic question होंगे. If you withdraw 100 rupees from your bank account, what would happen to money supply? Those kind of questions have been asked by UPSC. We'll be able to solve those questions also. But sometimes questions related to these kind of questions are asked if bank penetration improves, if your saving improves, what happens to money supply? Money supply increases, money supply decreases. We'll also be able to answer those kind of questions. Ab now, dekho, there is one technical way of studying it, and there is a simple way of studying it. I will explain you the simple way. I'll explain you the simple way through which all the questions are solvable and the method which is being used by RBI. Reserve Bank of India जब money supply aggregate को वो कर रहा है, क्या कर रहा है? Announce कर रहा है, it is using a simple method. Whereas reality में the method is complex. Reality में the method is very elaborate. So in your notes that elaborate method is also there, and we'll go through that elaborate method also. But all the questions which have been asked in UPSC, plus all the details which are given in Economic Survey of India, that can be done, that can be understood by simple method of money supply. So first of all, first thing that we want to study is what is money stock or money supply. Money stock, तो money is what? यहाँ पे जब हम money supply बोल रहे हैं, it's a stock quantity. It's not a flow quantity, it's a stock quantity. So money stock or money supply refers to total amount of money available in the economy at a particular point of time. Economy में कितना money है at a particular point of time, that is money supply. When money is more, it may lead to inflation. RBI tries to reduce money supply. When money is less, it may lead to recession. RBI will try to increase money supply. But total amount of money in the economy is what? Money supply. Now, what is this total amount of money in the economy? What is this total amount of money in the economy? देखो, first thing, when we are measuring total amount of money in the economy, उसमें जो पहला component है, that is M naught or reserve money or base money or high powered money or high powered currency. When we are measuring what is the total amount of money in the economy, सबसे पहले we measure what is the base money which is there, and it is roughly equal to the amount of currency that RBI has supplied in the economy. So what is base money? Base money or M naught is भाई RBI ने कितना money supply किया है economy. If RBI prints less cash, less money will be there in the economy. If RBI increases cash flow in the economy, there will be more money in the economy. So when we are measuring money supply, देखो हमें measure करना है economy में कितना money supply है. So first thing that we measure is what is the base money, what is the currency that RBI has printed. अभी मैं पढ़ा ही रहा हूँ, which is मैंने भी यही बोला printed by RBI, तुमने भी वही बोला, थोड़ा सा क्या मैं 3-4 बार बोला, तो प्रिंटेड इज तुमने क्या सुना? क्या सुना? अच्छा तुम्हारी गंदी सी स्माइल, नॉट गंदी सी नॉटी वाली स्माइल, तुमने क्या सुन लिया प्रिंटेड की जगह? अरे तो जितना प्रिंट कर रहा है वही सप्लाई करेगा ना. ओके, तो बेस मनी और एम नॉट और हाई पावर्ड करेंसी और हाई पावर्ड मनी इज व्हाट? मनी व्हिच हैज बीन प्रिंटेड बाय आरबीआई. इट्स रफली इक्वल टू मैं जितना मनी प्रिंट करके दे रहा हूं बेस मनी इन द इकोनॉमी उतना ही है. दैट इज द अमाउंट ऑफ बेस मनी इन द इकोनॉमी, राइट? तो इट इज रफली इक्वल टू करेंसी इन सर्कुलेशन. सर्कुलेशन में करेंसी कितना है? लाइक हमारे हाथों में कितना करेंसी है? आरबीआई ने प्रिंट किया था तभी हमारे हाथों में, प्लस करेंसी विथ बैंक. तो करेंसी विथ बैंक, करेंसी बैंक में also have some currency with them in their deposit. bank may have some currency, there may be some currency with public. तो currency in circulation is this, how much currency is circulating in the economy. तो currency which is there in the bank and currency which is in the hands of public. Like I do not have any currency, but You people have some currency with you right now? कुछ तो हो, मैं मान नहीं रहा यार, नो क्यों बोल रहे हो? ऐसे ऐसे बिहेव कर रहा है जैसे ना आई एम गोइंग टू भाई 100 रुपए उधार दे दे। बोला नहीं नहीं, आई डोंट हैव एनी। You may be having some currency with you. Currency, I'm talking about currency. Rupee, coin, note or coin जो आपके पास है, note and coin which is there in the bank. These two things are currency in circulation. Then bank may have some deposit with RBI also. That is currency in deposit of, sorry, bankers deposit to RBI. Did we understand this? High powered money क्या है, या base money क्या है, या reserve money क्या है? It is roughly equal to what? The money that RBI has printed, which is equal to, अब देखो, RBI has printed this currency. So when it supplies this currency, some of this currency may be with public, some of this currency may be in the banks, some of this currency may be with public, in our hands it may be there. Some of this currency may be in bank. If you go and open bank's vaults, there may be some rupee coin, there may be some 500 rupee note and all, जो आरबीआई ने प्रिंट किया यहां होगा. और banks may have deposit by SLR or CRR, or through so for SLR or CRR they may have deposited some money, or through reverse repo or SDF they may have more deposit with RBI. So if the money is not with bank, money is with RBI, but this is what? This is bankers deposit with RBI. This is bankers deposit with RBI. This is roughly equal to what? Currency that has been printed. This is base money. On this money, our economy will run. So when we are measuring money supply, first thing that we measure is how much base money has been created by RBI. How much currency is there in the economy? That is currency in circulation plus currency in circulation मतलब economy में जो circulate हो रहा है, मतलब in the hand of people in the bank deposits. In the bank deposit मतलब bank के locker में. Do we understand this? And then bankers deposit with RBI. That is not in circulation, that is in RBI's vaults. But that is already something that has been printed by RBI, and bank may withdraw it. RBI acts as banker for banks. The bank may withdraw it. So these are the three components. This is currency in circulation, CIC, and this is bankers deposit with RBI. This is our base money. This is our high powered money. This is our M0. ये बात सब अच्छे से समझो clearly. Now, what is money supply? Or money supply में भी we study two components, narrow money and broad money. I'll take you through this complex thing. जो complex details यहाँ पे दी हुई ना, I'll take you through that, but I quickly want to first take you to Economic Survey of India कैसे report करता है, because most of our questions can be solvable by this. The Economic Survey of India is talking about reserve money, narrow money, broad. इन तीन चीजों को हम समझ लेते हैं जैसे इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया रिपोर्ट करता है. रिजर्व मनी इज हाई पावर्ड मनी. रिजर्व मनी इज हाई पावर्ड मनी. व्हाट इज इट? Currency in circulation and bankers deposit with RBI. Do we all understand this easily? Because most of the questions are solvable by this. Most of the things that we need to understand are doable by this. वो complex चीजें जो अभी हम पीछे छोड़ आए हैं, I am doing it just for your satisfaction. You should not feel like संतोष सर थोड़ा सा कम करा के चले गए. I'll do that. But सबसे पहले क्या करना है? सबसे पहले हमें इसको एकदम अच्छे से घोल के पी जाना है. The things that we are going to study now, we have to absorb each and every of these concepts. Because when we'll solve PYQ, this will be good enough. Any PYQ will do, these concepts will be good enough. So, reserve money, do we all understand? दिमाग में सोच भी पा रहे हो? Just imagine, RBI printed 100 rupees, only 100 rupees. Of that 100 rupees, we may have 10 rupees with us, 50 rupees maybe with the banks, and banks may have deposited in the form of CRR, SLR, etc. 40 rupees in RBI. This 100 rupee is cash, currency that has been printed. Is what? Is base money. Okay. Even if I wake you up at 3 AM in the morning, ut bhai, bata base money kya hai? You should be able to. There are some things that you should know it, like even at 3 AM in the morning. One thing is this: currency in circulation, that is currency with public plus currency in banks, and then bankers deposit with RBI. Galat nahi karna hai. Got it? Now, let's come to understanding narrow money. What is narrow money? Narrow money refers to currency with public, not the entire currency in circulation, जो लोगों के हाथ में है. Currency with public plus demand deposit with banks. Currency with public plus demand deposit with bank. This is what? This is narrow money. अब let me explain this to you. पहले ये समझो, पहले ये लिख लिया. Currency with public, not the entire currency in circulation. Currency which is there in the bank, that's not a concern for us. Currency with public, हमारे हाथों में जो पैसा है, plus our demand deposit with banks. Demand deposit with banks means what? Current account and saving accounts, not fixed deposit. Fixed deposits are time deposits. Fixed deposits are time deposit. Fixed deposit or term deposit जो होते हैं कि you have created a FD of 1 year. Those are time deposits. Those are not demand deposits. You cannot go to an ATM and withdraw it. You cannot write a check and withdraw it. But you can write a check and withdraw money from your saving account, your current account. Are we understanding this? If you have money in your current account, you can use an ATM and you can withdraw the money. That is easily available money, easily withdrawable money, easily withdrawable deposits. This is what? This is M1 money. Now you will say, sir, how is this different from currency with bank? No, not fixed deposit. It's something else. Dekho, here we are not saying currency with bank. Here we are saying deposits. Now let's understand. Kaise deposits can be much higher than currency with bank. Bank ke paas currency can only be 40 rupees, but in reality, the deposits that they have may be of 200 rupees. First में जब हम narrow money की बात कर रहे थे, we were talking about currency. We were talking about currency with public and currency with bank. This was currency in circulation plus currency deposited with RBI. This is what we were saying. This is what we were saying. What was narrow money? Here we are not talking about currency. Here first component is currency. Currency with public. Second component is demand deposit. अब समझते हैं. Suppose RBI issued 100 rupees. M naught कितना है अपना? 100 rupees. है ना? RBI gave me 100 rupees. RBI, Santosh, ये रख. This is the base money on which economy is going to run. This is the base money on which economy is going to run. I took that 100 rupees and I started using that 100 rupees for doing my business. But I do not need to keep a lot of cash with me. Na? मेरा बैंक ये wallet खाली है. So what I may do is, I'm the first person. Let's say I'm person 1. RBI gave me 100 rupees. RBI gave me 100 rupees. I'll keep 10 rupees in cash with me and I'll put 90 rupees in deposit. बैंक में मैंने कितना डाल दिया? मैंने 90 rupees डाला. Let's say बैंक्स आर मैंडेटेड कि अंडर CRR SLR जो आपको 10% ऑफ योर मनी यू हैव टू डिपॉजिट विथ, जितना भी डिपॉजिट आपके पास आया उसका 10% यू शुड गिव टू RBI. तो हाउ मच मनी विल गो टू RBI ऑफ 90 rupees? 9 rupees. 9 rupees went to RBI. Fine. What is bank left with? 81 rupees. This we are able to understand. Now bank has this 81 rupees. ये भाई जाते हैं. What's your name? Vashu. Vashu goes to bank. Bank, give me 81 rupees. Give me 81 rupees in loan. Will bank give it? Bank will कहेगा कि हाँ दे देते हैं. It will not give it to one person. It will give to multiple person. But let's take it. Let's make it one person only. Vasu goes and Vasu takes 81 rupees in loan. Person 2 took what? 81 rupees. Person 1 को 100 मिले थे. He only kept 10. He got 81 rupees in loan. He got 81 rupees in loan for running his business. But again, he may not need all that 81 rupees at one go. I need this 81 rupees over the next 1 month. So I may keep some cash with me. Let's say I keep a cash of 11 rupees with me for simplification purpose. फिर 70 बच जाएंगे ना life simple करने के लिए. And I deposit 70 rupees in bank. मेरा कोई दूसरा बैंक अकाउंट होगा where I may deposit this. So in my current account, how many rupees are there? How much deposit is there? Person 2, 70. और मेरे में person 1, 90. In my account, there are 90 rupees of deposit. In his account, how much deposit is there? Currency in circulation is only 100, but demand deposit is higher. Can you understand this? Currency, RBI ने कितना currency issue किया था? Only 100 rupees. But can you see demand deposit increase हो रहा है? He came with 70, he deposited 70 rupees in bank. His bank is also asked 10% of your deposit you should give to RBI. So 7 rupees will go where? RBI. Remaining how much? 63. Next person, what's your name? Nikhil. Nikhil goes to bank. मुझे भी business करना है. मुझे, how do I say this in English? In English, I'll not be able to say it मजे से. Nikhil is like, I also want to do business. I also want to do business. Nikhil goes and takes loan. How much loan Nikhil takes? 63. Let's say he keeps 13 rupees with himself and deposits 50 in bank. Bank will say, RBI will say, of your deposit, 10% should come to me. 5 rupees goes to RBI. 45 is available for further loans. है ना? अंकित का नाम याद है मुझे. Ankit is our 4th person. He gets how much loan? 45 rupees of loan. And he keeps 5 rupees with himself and deposits 40 in bank. RBI will say, give me how much? 10%, 4 rupees. And 4 rupees goes to RBI and his bank is left with 35 rupees. Oh, 36, I'm sorry. 36. मुझे भी CSET की क्लास कर. Bank is left with 36 rupees. Now, let's go to that. What was our narrow money? Currency with public plus demand deposits. And let's say all these deposits are demand deposits only. अभी हमने time deposit नहीं बनाया, demand deposit. So currency with public is how much? 10 plus 11 plus 13 plus 5? No, 10 plus 11, 21, 21, 13, 34, 34 or 5, 39. So currency with public is 39. Demand deposit 90, 70, 50, 40. Demand deposit how much? I had deposited 90 rupees. Can I go to bank and say, give my 90 rupees? Yes. It's in my demand deposit. Other person deposited 70 rupees. Other person deposited 50 rupees. Other person deposited 40 rupees. Demand deposit ज़्यादा है? Demand deposit ज़्यादा है? This is 9 plus 7, 9 7 16 5 21 plus 250. तो what is narrow money अभी for now? 250 plus 39. 289. Currency base money which RBI had supplied was how much? 100. But that has led to how much money creation in the economy? Narrow money. 289. Now this 36 rupees can further go ahead, can be given loan, and the more banking activity leads to what? More money supply. Can you understand this? How more banking activity will lead to more money supply? Please note, यहाँ पे हम deposits की बात कर रहे हैं, not currency की. In base money, what were we looking for? कितना currency print हुआ है? तो we are looking for currency. तो currency in circulation will be currency with public and currency with bank. No, this bank doesn't have any currency. This bank doesn't have any currency. This bank doesn't have any currency. This bank doesn't have. This bank has 36 rupees. Because इन सब ने तो अपना currency दे दिया ना पैसे. This bank has 36 rupees. So when if we are measuring base money is this currency in with public, फिर currency with bank 36 rupees, and then bankers deposit with RBI. You will see ये 100 rupees ही होंगे. How much? कैसे? 10. This was 39. This is 36. So 39 plus 36 plus 9754. 9 7 16 5 21 4 25. This is 100 rupees. This is what? This is base money. What was base money? फिर से सोचो. Base money is currency in the hands of people, currency with banks. अब इसने तो पूरे 81 rupees दे दिए. इसने what is? This is the only thing left. Currency with bank 36. In reality, they may not give all the money. They may have some currency. है ना? But in this situation, in our situation, they have only 36 rupees. So currency. So we are talking about base money, high powered money. Currency with public, currency with bank, not deposit. What? Currency with bank, and bankers deposit with RBI. Is it equal to 100 rupees? The money that was printed by RBI? Yes. Now narrow money is what? Currency with public plus demand deposits. Plus demand deposit. Are demand deposits add करने पे situations getting better? Numbers are getting higher? Narrow money is higher than base money? Or more banking activity is leading to more money getting created? More loaning activity is getting to more money getting created? Is leading to more money getting created? बात समझ में आ रही है? पक्का? गलती नहीं करोगे? पहले ना फील लेनी होती है. अब इसे इंग्लिश में कैसे बताओ? First you have to take feel. I'm sorry. First you have to imbibe these ideas, and then solving all those questions would be like, arey, these are simple questions. These are easy questions. Do you know, people, like there are some people in our team who have given interviews and they sometimes make MCQs. So I remember 2023 May, one of those people joined us and he argued with me for money because he did not understand the concept of money supply. तो गलत सलत क्वेश्चन बना के आ गया, and here each and every question MCQs जब आपके पास जा रहे हैं, I review it. मैं सैटरडे को I took my live class from 5 to 8 p.m. Then I took 2 hours to review all your paper before that went to you. So it's my responsibility to ensure that MCQs that you will get in your PMP classes will be reviewed. History के केस में निखिल सर, विशाल सर रिव्यू कर देते हैं, but for rest of the subjects I will review it. So when I was reviewing it, I said कि सब गलत सलत है. This person had given interview, but this person still did not understand the concepts properly. He started giving me these arguments. इस टीचर ने बताया, इस टीचर ने बताया. मैंने कहा ये सारे आर्गुमेंट मैं सुनने वाला ही नहीं. मुझे पहले कॉन्सेप्चुअली समझा. Do you know what is money supply? Do you know what is narrow money? Narrow money is currency with public, demand deposit. Demand deposit में current and saving deposit, not time deposit, and bankers deposit with RBI. Now, sorry, bankers deposit with RBI नहीं, वो currency in circulation. And broad money क्या होता है? Currency with public, demand deposit plus time deposit. तो narrow money plus time deposit. Narrow money plus time deposit. In our case, because we were not creating any time deposit, तो अपना M3 भी इतना ही है. All the deposit that we were creating was what? Demand deposit. So our broad money is also that much. In reality, what could have happened? We could have done this. Let me make a complex situation, a more complex situation. RBI मेरे पास आई, ले बेटा 100 rupees, है ना? 100 rupees RBI. I keep, person 1 keeps 10 rupees with himself and deposits 90 rupees in bank. Of this 90 rupees, he deposits 50 rupees in demand deposit and 40 rupees in time deposit. The net demand liability and time liability of bank, this bank is how much? 90 rupees. Demand liability, how much money on demand you have to supply. Time liability, how much money have you taken in the form of term deposit. ये liability है bank के लिए. Of this, let's say 10% have to be deposited with RBI. So 9 rupees have to be deposited with RBI. RBI pay, how much money went to RBI? 9 rupees. Situation is same, but here we have divided the money into demand deposit and time deposit. Here we have divided money into demand deposit and time deposit. Now, I have 90 rupees in my account. Can I give loans? I'm only left with 81 rupees now. 9 rupees I have given to whom? I have given to RBI. I have 81 rupees. Person 2 takes 81 rupees of. He takes 81 rupees of. वहां से पैसे यहाँ आ गए. They were left with 81 only because 9 has gone here. So 81 rupees came here. Right. Now, this person too keeps 11 rupees and deposits how much? 70 rupees. But of this 70 rupees, he is depositing 35 as demand deposit and 35 as time deposit. 35 as demand deposit and 35 as time deposit. Fine. Of the 70 rupees, 7 rupees has to be deposited with RBI. What is left here? 63 is left here. 63, they can give loan again. Person 3 takes 63 rupees as loan, keeps 13 rupees with herself, deposits 50 rupees. 5 rupees goes to RBI. Left is, 50 rupees में, let me deposit 40 rupees as current account or demand deposit and 10 rupees as time deposit. Right. So 5 rupees goes to RBI. What is left here? 45. Person 4 gets 45 rupees. Let's say he keeps 5 rupees, deposits 30 in current account and 10 in saving नहीं, fixed deposit or time deposit. Right. How much money goes to RBI? 4, 10. Let's say reserve ratio is 10%. How much is left here? 36. P5. How much money does P5 get? 36. Let's say 6 रुपए रख लेता है. 30 rupees comes here. 25 rupees in current account and 5 rupees in saving account. How much money will go to RBI? 3. How much is left? 27. Now this 27 will also go in the form of loan and all. This will also go in more banking activity, more money supply would keep on happening. But now, can all of you first tell me what is currency in circulation? What was the formula for currency in circulation? Currency with public, currency with bank, and bankers deposited with RBI. How much is currency with public? 10, 11, 13, 21 or 13, 33, 34, 34 or 11, 45. Currency with public is 45. Currency with bank, only 27. Remaining bankers deposit with RBI, this ये 100 rupees ही है. The rupee printed by RBI. This is roughly equal to that only. Currency in circulation, वो high powered money समझ में आया? Base money समझ में आया? Can we see the base money is 100 rupees? Everyone is able to understand this? आदित्य बैठे सबसे आखिरी में. आदित्य समझ में आ रहा है? Everyone is comfortable here? Okay. Now, narrow money. What was narrow money? Currency with public plus demand deposit. Currency with public is how much? This is how much? This is 45. Demand deposit, इसका कितना है? Demand deposit only 50. This is the component of demand deposit. इस बार हमने deposit को demand और time में divide कर दिया ना? Narrow money will only have demand deposit. So 50 plus 35 plus 40 plus 30 plus 25. How much is this? 85, 125, 155, 180. 180, 170 आ रहा है? 180 आ रहा है? 45 plus 180. This is my narrow money. Are we able to understand narrow money? Are we able to understand what narrow money is? Now, if I have to come to broad money M3, what will I also add? Time deposit. Both demand deposit and time deposit. So this component also gets added. So 40, 35, 10, 10, 5. इसे और ऐड कर दो. तो 40, 35 is 75, 85, 95, 100. Plus 100 और कर दोगे, you will go where? Broad money. So money supply in the economy was only 100 rupees. Money supply in the economy is 100 rupees. Narrow money is 200, 225 and broad money में 335. So 100 rupees that RBI included in the economy has become 335 rupees of broad money, has become 225 rupees of narrow money. 225 ना बेटा, 180 plus narrow money, 180 plus 40. अच्छा, broad money is 325. Sorry. सबको समझ में आया है? ब्रॉड मनी, नैरो मनी, ये सारे कॉन्सेप्ट. अच्छा, अब एक और चीज समझते हैं. तो देखो, आई एम यूजिंग a simpler formula which is being used by Economic Survey of India here for our understanding. Is it good enough? Most of the questions will be solvable by this. All the questions which have been asked so far will be solvable by this. अब एक चीज समझ लेते हैं. देखो, थोड़ा सा ना टाइप्स ऑफ डिपॉजिट्स तो अब हम अभी बैंकिंग सेक्टर में आ रहे हैं, तो विल टॉक अबाउट फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट, करंट अकाउंट वाला डिपॉजिट, सेविंग अकाउंट वाला डिपॉजिट. बट ब्रीफली लेट मी एक्सप्लेन यू व्हाट इज करंट अकाउंट डिपॉजिट, व्हाट इज सेविंग अकाउंट डिपॉजिट एंड सो ऑन. देखो, when a business opens a bank account, they get current account. On current account, generally you are not paid any interest. जैसे let's say LevelUp IAS has a account with SBI. हमारा current account है. तो आपका जो फीस आता है ना, it goes where? In the current account. Current account is for business purpose and on that any interest will not be paid. So my tendency of keeping money in current account, or I'll only keep that money in current account which is very usable, like I'll use it regularly. है ना? तो current account, can I withdraw that money with debit card? Yes. Can I write a check and withdraw it? Yes. So it is, देखो, सबसे ज्यादा liquid is cash. When you have cash in your hand, you can spend it whenever you want. Most liquid thing is cash. Then is the money in your current account. नहीं, डिमांड डिपॉजिट में दोनों होते हैं. देखो, डिमांड डिपॉजिट में वी हैव करंट अकाउंट एंड वी हैव सेविंग अकाउंट. ये दोनों डिमांड डिपॉजिट. बट करंट अकाउंट में यू जनरली गेट लोअर इंटरेस्ट और नो इंटरेस्ट. if you have a saving account, most of you must be having a saving account. वहां पे if you are not creating a FD, then you must still be getting 3.5 to 4% of interest. सेविंग अकाउंट पे इतना इंटरेस्ट मिल रहा होगा, एफडी पे इट में बिकम 7%. बट ऑन करंट अकाउंट जनरली देयर इज नो इंटरेस्ट. These are what? These are demand liabilities of the bank. Demand liabilities of the bank means whenever the depositors will demand it, bank will have to pay it. तो इस पे आप चेक से you can withdraw it by debit card. These are demand liabilities. And these are, तो सबसे ज्यादा liquid cash है, उसके बाद क्या है? Current, because current account में ना I'm not getting any interest, so chances that I'll withdraw it is very high because anyways I'm not getting any interest there, so I'll use it. So current account is more liquid than saving account. Saving account में I'm getting 3-4% interest ना, so if I have a scope of not withdrawing the money and keeping it with myself, I'll do that. Do we get this? Do we understand what I'm trying to say? Then there is saving account, और उससे भी कम liquid क्या होगा? Fixed deposit or term deposit. So in what? In narrow money, we are considering cash in hand plus demand deposit. In broad money, ये पैसा तो है ही, but we are also including time deposit. Because for me, for doing my business, for buying something, even that money is available. That money, withdrawing that money will take some time, but even that is available. So when I measure broad money, what happens? I also include, and when I measure M3, I also include time deposit. अब simple है सबके दिमाग में, high powered money, narrow money, broad money का concept crystal clear है. High powered money, currency that has been printed. So currency in circulation, currency with bank, bankers deposit with RBI. Currency, not deposits. Demand deposit, time deposit. When we come to narrow money, what is narrow money? Currency with public plus demand deposit with bank. When we come to broad money, currency with public, demand deposit with bank, time deposit with bank. Simple hai, easy hai. Okay. Now let's understand the impact of reserve ratio on money supply. Impact of reserve ratio on money supply. इसको भी समझते हैं. देखो. Suppose RBI gave me 100 rupees. जा संतोष business कर. I kept person, I'm the person one. I kept 10 rupees with myself and deposited 90 rupees with bank. You'll be like, sir, हर बार वही example दे रहे हो. उसी example से समझेंगे. I kept 10 rupees with myself, deposited 90 rupees in bank. Suppose cash reserve ratio or reserve ratio is 100%. आपके पास जितना deposit आ रहा है, give it to RBI. Reserve ratio is very high. Reserve ratio is 100%. तो इस deposit का कितना percent will go to RBI? RBI will get all 90 rupees. What is M1? Narrow money क्या है? Currency with public plus deposit with demand deposit with bank कितना है? How much is the narrow money here? Currency with public कितना है? 10. Demand deposit कितना है? 90, 100 only. Money multiply हो ही नहीं पाया because all the money who's taking RBI. So if the reserve ratio is very high, money supply is low. If the reserve ratio is very high, money supply is low. समझ में आया क्यों CRR बढ़ाने से, SLR बढ़ाने से money supply will reduce? Or let's say it was 80%. If it was 80%, how much money would come to RBI? 72 rupees. No, not 72. 72, हाँ, 72 rupees. I know tables in Hindi only. 72 rupees came to RBI. What is left here? 8 rupees. P2 takes 8 rupees. अब क्या ही deposit करेगा? 8 rupees is needed for business. Now, in this scenario, what is narrow money? करेंसी विद पब्लिक और मेरा डिमांड डिपॉजिट 108 if the CRR was 80%, मनी सप्लाई थोड़ा ज्यादा है, तो as CRR is reducing or reserve ratio is reducing, money supply is increasing, let me make it 50%. Let me make it 50%. 50% of the money will... रिवर्स नहीं होगा ये, आरबीआई बैंक से बैंक I deposited 90 rupees, 50% हो गया अगर रिजर्व रेशियो, how much will come to RBI? 45. How much is left here? 45. This 45 can go to loan in the second round to person 2. Person 2 got how much loan? 45. Let's say he keep 5 with himself and deposit 40 with. Iska 50%, 20 rupees will go to RBI. It is RBI still has 20 rupees left. It gives 20 rupees as loan to, let's say, P3. P3 keeps 10 with himself and deposits 10 with bank. Bank will give half of the money to RBI, 5 rupees to RBI. How much is left with this bank? अब करेंसी इन सर्कुलर वो अपना 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 हाई पावर्ड मनी तो 100 रुपीज है, वी अंडरस्टैंड, है ना. व्हाट इज आवर नैरो मनी? ये लेट्स से ऑल दीस डिपॉजिट्स आर डिमांड डिपॉजिट ओनली. नैरो मनी इज हाउ मच? करेंसी विद पब्लिक प्लस डिमांड डिपॉजिट. करेंसी विद पब्लिक इज 25, डिमांड डिपॉजिट इज 90 40 10. 140 और 25 165. रिजर्व रेशियो कम हुआ, मनी सप्लाई इंक्रीज हुआ, रिजर्व रेशियो और कम कर दो, मनी सप्लाई विल बी हायर. Now you understand, अगर RBI CRR SLR, if RBI increases CRR SLR, money supply decreases. If RBI reduces CRR SLR, money supply increases. ये बात समझ में आ गई? Okay. एक लास्ट कॉन्सेप्ट समझ लेते हैं before we start solving some questions. एक लास्ट कॉन्सेप्ट समझ लेते हैं. देखो, what was the base money that we had? M0 was the base money that we had. Broad money that has been created in the economy is M3. So when we measure money multiplier, how much times money has multiplied, we say M3 divided by M0. We supplied M0 in the economy, but amount of money supply is, so M0 let's say is 100 rupees and M3 is 300 rupees. What is money multiplier? 3. Money multiplier in this economy is 3. किस इकोनॉमी में मनी मल्टीप्लायर ज्यादा होगा? जहां बैंकिंग एक्टिविटीज ज्यादा है. in which economy money multiplier will be higher? In an economy where banking activities are higher or lower? Higher. In which economy money multiplier will be higher? Where reserve ratio is higher or lower? Right? Do we get this? Do we understand this? Pakka? Okay. Now, let's come to a question. So we have understood all these concepts. You see one paragraph mein we have understood what is high powered money. High powered money was currency in circulation, currency with bank, bankers deposit with RBI. Second, we studied narrow money, currency in circulation plus demand deposit with RBI. Sorry, demand deposit with banks. Nice. Then we studied broad money, currency with public plus all the demand deposit and time deposit, or M1 plus time deposit. Now fine, suppose I give you a question. If you withdraw 100 rupees from your bank account, rupees 100 from your bank account. If you withdraw rupees 100 from your bank account, what will happen to M0? M0 was the high powered money or base money. जब आप 100 rupees अपने बैंक अकाउंट से withdraw कर रहे हो, what would happen to M0? M0 is not going to change by these silly things. M0 is high powered money. It's kind of money that has been printed in the economy. उठ जाओ, से नींद आ रही है, नींद आ रही है, क्यों नींद आ रही है? क्या कर रहे थे रात में? पढ़ रहे थे? झूठा। नींद, अच्छा चलिए। M naught is not going to change. Now think of M1. M1. आपके बैंक में you had some deposit, let's say in saving account, and you withdraw 100 rupees from the saving account. You withdraw 100 rupees from the saving account. Question is scenario 1. Scenario 1 तो हमने समझ लिया. Scenario 2. You withdraw 100 rupees. Withdraw 100 rupees from your saving account. Immediately की बात कर रहे हैं. लॉन्ग टर्म में इसके दूसरे implication हो सकते हैं. You may deposit that money again and or immediately what will be the impact on M1? M1 will increase or decrease? मैं मारना शुरू करूंगा सबको पकड़ के. पहले सोचो M1 मन में सोचो क्या है. M1 क्या होता है? करेंसी विथ पब्लिक प्लस डिमांड डिपॉजिट. अब सोचो if I withdraw 100 rupees from my demand deposit, what will happen to M1? Immediately what would happen to M1? Demand deposit कम हो जाएगा but currency with public बढ़ जाएगा. It remains same. क्यों बीच में बको करने लग गए थे? सोच के सही आंसर करना है ना. This was asked in prelims 2018 या 19 में. This simple question was asked in preliminary examination. Why am I emphasizing on these concepts so much? बात समझ में आई? But the important thing was immediately क्या होगा? Long term में what would happen when I withdraw money from bank and I keep, let's say I keep that 100 rupees in cash with me. तो बैंक क्या करेगा? बैंक RBI को बोलेगा, RBI ये 100 rupees इसके थे, इसने withdraw कर लिया, I have deposited 10 rupees with you, वो भी मुझे वापस करो, है ना? Then bank may have given loan to someone. When that loan comes back, bank will not be in position to give loan ahead because bank doesn't have the money. तो बैंकिंग एक्टिविटी थोड़ा रिड्यूस हो रहा है, तो मनी सप्लाई में एक्चुअली रिड्यूस. When you withdraw money from bank, what may happen? Withdraw money from your saving account. अगर आप लोन ले रहे हो तो बैंकिंग एक्टिविटी इज इंक्रीजिंग, बट व्हेन यू आर विड्रॉइंग मनी फ्रॉम योर सेविंग अकाउंट, व्हेन यू आर विड्रॉइंग मनी फ्रॉम योर फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट एंड गेटिंग in the form of cash in your hand, bank's ability to give loan ahead etc will reduce. तो लॉन्ग टर्म में मनी सप्लाई में रिड्यूस. इसलिए क्वेश्चन में क्या पूछा था? इमीडिएटली व्हाट विल बी द इंपैक्ट ऑन मनी सप्लाई. क्वेश्चन हैड द टर्म इमीडिएटली इन इट. इमीडिएटली व्हेन यू विथड्रॉ तो करेंसी विद पब्लिक, डिमांड डिपॉजिट कम हो गया, करेंसी विद पब्लिक बढ़ गया. There is no impact on money supply. But if the state question was not immediate wala, then answer could have been different. Got it? सब समझ में आया? पक्का? सोच लो. Now I'm going to go to the complex part. समझ में नहीं आया तो छोड़ देना. एग्जाम में whatever we have taught here will be good enough for answering each and every question. Exam में whatever I have taught you here will be good enough. And now we'll go to the technical complex part. अगर if you're not able to understand it, ignore it. Not an issue. यहां पे सब समझ में आया? एक बार मन में फिर से सोच लो. High powered money is currency in circulation, which is currency with public, currency with bank, and then bankers deposit with RBI. High powered money is clear. M0, M1, currency with public, not pura currency in circulation, currency with public plus demand deposits with banks. M3, broad money. M1 was narrow money, M3 broad money. Currency with public, demand deposit, time deposit, और M1 plus time deposit. Simple, easy. हमेशा लिखो ये अपने सामने, रिवाइज करो. आपको जैसे मैंने बोला 3 बजे सुबह उठाऊं, बोलो बता क्या होता है, बताना. And you will find questions to be very, very easy. Okay, now if reserve ratio is increasing, what will happen to money supply? Decrease. We have by example we have seen that money supply will decrease. If money supply decrease, what is money multiplier? M3 by M naught. If M3 is decreasing, money multiplier will also decrease. Money multiplier will decrease. Right? सारी चीज समझ में आई है? Let's go to complex thing. No. सर M2 and M4 आ रहे हैं ना बिना वजह कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी में जाएंगे जीवन में, डोंट वरी. ओके. ओल्डर मेथड में दिस वाज M2 M2 M1 M2 M3 M4. थोड़ा समझ लेते. देखो ओल्डर टाइम्स में पोस्ट ऑफिस यूज्ड टू प्ले एन इंपॉर्टेंट रोल इन टेकिंग डिपॉजिट. दे हैड डिपॉजिट्स, दे हैड डिमांड डिपॉजिट, दे हैड टाइम डिपॉजिट. तो वी यूज्ड अ डिफरेंट मेथड ऑफ कैलकुलेटिंग मनी सप्लाई. तो नैरो मनी क्या था? करेंसी विद पब्लिक, डिमांड डिपॉजिट विद बैंक. नैरो मनी रफली ऐसा ही था. प्लस क्या था? अदर डिमांड डिपॉजिट विद आरबीआई. नाउ some organizations like NABARD, SIDBI, they may have account with whom? RBI, and they may keep demand deposit there. है ना? तो इन रियलिटी जब हम देखो, जब आरबीआई ने मेजर किया तो आरबीआई ने बस ये क्या बोल दिया? आरबीआई ने बोल दिया करेंसी विद पब्लिक प्लस डिमांड डिपॉजिट प्लस टाइम डिपॉजिट. है ना? तो इन दोनों को आप एक साथ भी लिख सकते हो. तो बट यहाँ पे इन द ओल्डर मेथड व्हेन वी मेजर्ड M1, we measured as currency with public, demand deposit with bank, other deposit with RBI, other demand deposit with RBI, other demand deposit with RBI. Other demand deposit में जैसे NABARD का demand deposit है RBI के पास, तो NABARD can withdraw that money from RBI and use it for its business. That was M1. but उसमें बहुत जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. M2 demand, M1 में add demand deposit of post office. Post offices now post office में accounts वगैरह थोड़े कम हो गए, but in the past post offices had accounts, demand deposit as well as time deposit. So in M1 में you also added post office वाला demand deposit. You got M2. M3 is what? M1 plus time deposit with bank. M3 is M1 plus time deposit with banks. तो M3 में फिर से क्या आ गया? Currency with public, demand deposit with bank, time deposit with bank. और demand deposit में we have also added other deposit. यहाँ पे M1 also has other deposits. M1 also has other deposits. Do we get this? M4 में आप demand deposit of post office भी ऐड कर दो और time deposit of post office भी ऐड कर दो. M4 में what will you add? Demand deposit of post office. M2 had demand deposit of post office only. M4 में पोस्ट ऑफिस का डिमांड डिपॉजिट भी, पोस्ट ऑफिस का टाइम, बैंक्स का डिमांड डिपॉजिट, टाइम डिपॉजिट ऑल इज देयर, बट पोस्ट ऑफिस का भी डिमांड डिपॉजिट और टाइम डिपॉजिट. This was still a simple method that was used in the past. That was to measure money supply. We used this method also in the past. What was this method? M1 currency with public, demand deposit with bank, other demand deposit with RBI. M2 M1 plus demand deposit with post office. M3 M1 plus time deposit with commercial banks. और यहाँ पे नेट टाइम डिपॉजिट बोल रहे हैं. नेट टाइम डिपॉजिट इसलिए बिकॉज समटाइम्स बैंक में हैव डिपॉजिट इन अदर बैंक. वी डोंट कंसिडर दैट डिपॉजिट. विच डिपॉजिट डू वी हैव टू कंसिडर? नॉन फाइनेंशियल एंटिटीज हैविंग और बिजनेसेस हैविंग, इंडिविजुअल्स हैविंग डिपॉजिट विद बैंक. बैंक हैविंग डिपॉजिट इन अदर बैंक, वी डोंट कंसिडर दैट. इसीलिए नेट टाइम डिपॉजिट. इफ मनी सप्लाई इन द कंट्री इज मेजर्ड बाय यूजिंग M3, नहीं, हाँ, यहाँ पे नेट टाइम डिपॉजिट, right? So what is M3? M1 plus टाइम डिपॉजिट. तो यही वाला मेथड हमने अभी देखा इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया में भी यूज हुआ है. यही वाला मेथड इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया में भी यूज है. M4 में यू ऐड डिमांड डिपॉजिट एंड टाइम डिपॉजिट ऑफ पोस्ट ऑफिस आल्सो. इजी, सिंपल. तो ये ओल्डर मेथड था which still gets used in इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया डेटा and is still easy to understand. आप बोलोगे सर आप इजी पे जा रहे हो, कॉम्प्लेक्स पे कब जाओगे? कॉम्प्लेक्स वाला भी कॉम्प्लेक्स नहीं है, बट we do not need to go into it for understanding for solving our questions, and that is why I started with the basics. So I'll again go back to what? I'll again go back to सबसे पहले हमने क्या पढ़ा है? सबसे पहले we understood Economic Survey of India का data. There we said M0 is currency in circulation, which is currency with public, currency with bank plus bankers deposit with RBI. पहला point clear है? Then we studied M1. वो RBI वाले Economic Survey of India में जैसे M1 में M1 was currency with public, demand deposit with bank, है ना? उसे थोड़ा और elaborate करना है तो demand deposit with RBI, जिसे हम other deposit बोल रहे हैं, वो भी डाल दो. Fine, this is clear. M3 was what? इसी में time deposit और add कर दो. इसी में time deposit और add कर दो. क्या? M1 plus time deposit is M3 और currency with public plus demand deposit plus time deposit is M3. M2 क्या होगा? M2 is M1 plus post office में तो M2 is like demand deposit वाले ही component, post office वाला component डाल दिया. M4 is इसमें time deposit वाले भी components आ गए, बैंक में time deposit plus post office में भी time deposit. Demand deposit तो है ही, सारे demand deposit, सारे time deposit. M1 and M3 only dealt with bank deposits. M2 and M4 also dealt with post office deposit. M2 only dealt with demand deposit. M4 dealt with both demand deposit and time deposit. क्या easy to understand है? This was the older method, but अब post offices तो है नहीं. मतलब post offices है, but it doesn't mobilize that kind of demand. तो after 1991, after liberalization, privatization, globalization, एक committee बनी थी. YV Reddy committee. Let's come to the beginning. This committee, Dr. YV Reddy committee बनी थी for it was named Working Group on Money Supply, Analytics and Methodology, and it has given us this method where now we do not have M1, M2, M3, M4. We have what? Base money M0 and M1, M2, M3. Money supply aggregates में this is what they're saying. So till 1997, RBI followed the older method, which included M1, M2, M3, M4. We have seen the older method M1, M2, M3, M4 वाला, जिसमें post offices also play. In M2 and M4, post offices played a role. In M2 and M4, post offices played a role. Now we are going to see what? New method. After 1997, M0 तो देखो, M0 is roughly same. M0 currency in circulation plus bankers deposit to RBI. Easy? M0 तो same रहेगा. M0 is what? M0 is currency printed by RBI. ये किसी भी मेथड में ये क्यों बदलेगा? तो M0 is same. Currency in circulation means currency with bank, currency with public, and उसमें आप banker deposit with RBI add कर दोगे, you will go to M0. Easy, simple. M0 is also known as base money, and it is roughly equal to the total liability of RBI. RBI for every currency RBI prints, RBI says no, मैं धारक को इतने पैसे अदा करने का वचन देता हूं. So it is liability of RBI, है ना? तो M0 is basically equal to liability of RBI. अब narrow money. Narrow money में we are defining narrow money as currency with public, demand deposit, other deposit. तो currency with public तो we understand. अब demand deposit में ना यहाँ पे भी there is net demand deposit. If bank has deposit in another bank, वो भी demand deposit हो सकता है. Interbank deposit we don't consider. Interbank deposit we don't consider. What do we consider? Net deposit. So currency with public, net demand deposit in bank. I hope you understand what is the meaning of net here. Interbank deposits are not considered, and then other deposits with RBI, other demand deposits with RBI. Other demand deposits with RBI. So demand deposits with RBI of public financial institutions like NABARD would be included here. M1 is also easily understood. Let's now go to. Acha, note carefully, M1 does not include deposit of government with RBI, deposit of country's banking system with RBI. M1 is not including deposit of government. Public का deposit है RBI के पास, but government का deposit with RBI is not considered. Or deposit of banks with RBI is not considered in M1. RBI के पास जो बैंक ने deposit किया है, RBI के पास जो गवर्नमेंट ने डिपॉजिट किया है, दोज आर नॉट कंसिडर्ड इन M1. फिर से सोचो, M1 was what? M1 was what? Currency with public, demand deposit with bank, other deposit with RBI. But it does not include government's deposit with RBI, bank's deposit with RBI. गवर्नमेंट का आरबीआई के पास डिपॉजिट, बैंक का आरबीआई के पास डिपॉजिट इज नॉट कंसिडर्ड इन M1. वो वैसे भी अपन फॉर्मूला भी देखते हैं, उसमें क्या था? करेंसी विद पब्लिक, डिमांड डिपॉजिट विद बैंक्स एंड बैंकर्स डिपॉजिट विद आरबीआई. सॉरी, यहाँ M1 में नहीं था ना. करेंसी विद पब्लिक, डिमांड डिपॉजिट प्लस अदर डिपॉजिट विद आरबीआई, है ना. यहाँ पे बैंकर्स डिपॉजिट विद आरबीआई वी हैव नॉट कंसिडर्ड इन M1. Government's deposit with RBI we have not considered in M1. It is not considered. Why is it not considered? Because government and commercial banks are creators of money, suppliers of money, है ना. And money held by creator or supplier of money is never treated as part of money supply. Convention है. Okay. Reserve ratio और money supply का relation तो हमने समझ लिया था. Reserve ratio is high, money supply is low. When cash reserve ratio, SLR, they are high, money supply is low. When cash reserve ratio, SLR, etc. are low, money supply is high. Okay. यहाँ पे वो एग्जांपल है, मैंने यहाँ से इतने पैसे निकाले, पर्सन 1 ने इतने डाले, वो डाले, उसको थोड़ा पैराग्राफ फॉर्म में समझाया. M2 इंटरमीडिएट मनी. अब जो नया मेथड है, वाईवी रेड्डी कमेटी वाला मेथड है, उसमें M2 क्या है? M1 इज क्लियर. M1 सोचा आपने, M1 क्या था? करेंसी विद पब्लिक, डिमांड डिपॉजिट विद बैंक्स, अदर डिमांड डिपॉजिट विद आरबीआई. That is M1 easy. M2 में ना अभी टाइम डिपॉजिट भी ऐड करते रहे. बट कौन से टाइम डिपॉजिट? टाइम डिपॉजिट जिसका मैच्योरिटी इज अप टू 1 ईयर. मतलब मेरा फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट है, बट फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट का टर्म कितना है? 7 मंथ्स बचा है, 8 मंथ्स बचा है, लेस देन 1 ईयर है, दैट गेट्स एडेड हियर इन M2. तो इट इज मोर लिक्विड देन those deposits which are for longer period. It is more liquid than those deposits which are for longer period. Right? So what in the older method, what was M2? M1 plus demand deposit with post offices. In the older method, what was M2? M1 plus demand deposit with post offices. In the new method, YV Reddy committee के बाद जो नया method है, उसमें what is M2? M2 is M1 plus time deposits with bank, जहां पे maturity period is less than 1 year. M1 plus time liability portion of saving deposits with banking system, certificate of deposit issued by banks, term deposits up to 1 year maturity with banking system. तो अब ब्रॉड मनी पे आओगे, यहां पे आप ऐड कर दोगे टर्म डिपॉजिट ओवर 1 ईयर, M2 प्लस टर्म डिपॉजिट ओवर 1 ईयर मेच्योरिटी पीरियड. व्हाट इज M3? M2 प्लस टाइम डिपॉजिट जिसका मेच्योरिटी इज मोर देन 1 ईयर. लेस देन 1 ईयर वाला तो M2 में ऐड हो गया, M3 में मोर देन 1 ईयर. राइट? यू विल से सर ये भी आसान ही है. हाँ, है तो आसान, बट more complex than the simple things. Okay. तो let's एक बार फिर से revise the whole thing. देखो, why am I emphasizing on this topic so much? Because आपने जहां से भी पढ़ाई करी है, रेपो रेट, रिवर्स रेपो रेट, ये सब ना वहां डिटेल में पढ़ाया जाता है. But this one area is not covered properly. And when questions come, बच्चे ना इसमें परेशान होते रहते हैं. I want कि my students should be as comfortable in these topics as they are comfortable in वो रेपो रेट, रिवर्स रेपो रेट, एसडीएफ, वो सारे टॉपिक्स वो भी करने हैं हमें, वो भी हम अच्छे से ही करेंगे. बट दिस टॉपिक स्पेशली नीड्स टू बी टेकन केयर ऑफ बिकॉज वी जनरली व्हेन वी रीड बुक्स वी टेंड टू काइंड ऑफ इग्नोर दिस टॉपिक्स. तो सबसे पहले इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया का डेटा देखा हमने, उसने बोला M नॉट इज बेस मनी. बेस मनी इज करेंसी इन सर्कुलेशन. Currency in circulation include two things: currency with public and currency with banks, and then bankers deposit with RBI. So, what is M naught? Currency in circulation, currency with public, currency with public, currency with bank, and bankers deposit with RBI. यही method है M naught का अभी भी, in older method also, in new method also. This is how it is calculated. Now, if I go to M1, In the older method, in the new method, M1 is roughly same. What is it? Currency with public plus demand deposit, net demand deposit. Note it carefully. Net demand deposit plus other deposit with RBI. Then NABARD ka deposit with RBI, etc. Please note here, government's deposit with RBI, other banks deposit with RBI is not considered in M1. अब older method में, पहले older method में, M2 was what? M2 was M1 plus demand deposit of post offices. M1 was demand, M2 was M1 plus demand deposit with post offices. Newer method में, M2 is M1 plus time liability with banks which have maturity of less than 1 year. Newer method में, time liability with banks which has maturity of less than 1 year. M3, older method में, M1 plus time deposit. Newer method में, M2 plus time liability of maturity more than 1 year. Older method में we also had M4. What was M4? Time liability of post offices add कर दो, है ना? तो basically M4 in the older method, M4 was currency with public, demand deposit with bank, time deposit with the bank, demand deposit with post office, time deposit with post office. New method में M4 है ही नहीं. New method में हमने M4 देखा नहीं. M0, M1, M2, M3. Clear है? पूरा picture clear है? Okay. Now in the new method they've also come up with something known as liquidity. एक तो ये monetary aggregates था जहां पे we have gone into M0, M1, M2, M3. We have M0, M1, M2, M3. अब new method में दोबारा से एक बार M0 समझ लेते हैं. What is M0? Currency with public, currency with bank and bankers deposit with RBI. M0. New method में what is M1? Currency with public, demand deposit with banks and other demand deposit with RBI. Newer method में what is M2? M1 plus time liability जिसका maturity is less than 1 year. What is M3? M2 plus time liability जिसका maturity is more than 1 year, or M1 plus all the time liabilities of bank, all the time deposit with bank. अब टाइम डिपॉजिट को हमने दो पार्ट्स में डिवाइड कर दिया, एक को M2 में डाल दिया, एक को M3 में डाल दिया. बट वी कैन टॉक M3 को, वी कैन से दैट इट इज टुगेदर ऑल द टाइम लायबिलिटी, M1 प्लस ऑल द टाइम लायबिलिटीज. सब क्लियर है ना? बट अभी भी देयर आर पोस्ट ऑफिसेस, उसमें भी देयर आर सम डिपॉजिट्स. दोस थिंग्स आर टेकन इनटू कंसिडरेशन under liquidity aggregates. M3 was what? M3 was currency with public. सोचो, currency with public, demand deposit, other deposits with RBI, plus time deposit with less than 1 year maturity and time deposit with more than 1 year maturity. This was M3. सारी चीजें M3 में डाली हैं. अब M3 plus all deposit with post office saving banks except national saving certificates is L1. L1 plus term deposit with term lending institutions and refinancing institutions, term borrowing by refinancing institutions, certificate of deposit issued by financing institutions. मतलब there are NBFCs also, no? उनके deposits वगैरह और include करो. और L3 is L2 plus public deposit of NBFCs. These are other kinds of money which may come into economy. So these are liquidity aggregates. L1, L2, L3 पे UPSC ने क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछे हैं. They have primarily gone into broad money, narrow money, जिसमें they are referring to M1, M3. Most of the questions are about that. Okay, so this was the topic on money supply. Now let's take a break. अच्छा, before break एक ना मुझे एक दो बच्चे बहुत मैसेजेस किए हैं कि उनका पेट दर्द हो रहा है, सिर दर्द हो रहा है, because they are not able to have breakfast in the morning, और इस वजह से क्लास should be shifted at 9 AM. क्या क्लास 9 बजे शिफ्ट करने की जरूरत है? नहीं, कितने लोग चाहते हैं अब? हाँ, 9 AM. क्यों 9 AM शिफ्ट करना है? सो नहीं पाते यार, वो तो स्लीपिंग साइकिल तो बेटर ये है ना यार. अरे तो एग्जाम देने कैसे जाओगे? उस टाइम हो जाएगा, अभी नहीं हो रहा, तुम्हारी काम चोरी है. दैट्स नॉट अ रीजन. और बताओ रीजन कोई. तो देखो हमने बोला है ना 8:15 से क्लास शुरू होगी, अगर मैं 8 से 8:15 के बीच में आता भी हूँ तब भी क्या लूंगा, डाउट्स लूंगा, है ना। अब 8:15 से 8:30 में क्या फर्क पड़ेगा। अब जो बच्चे एक बच्चे ने मुझे मैसेज किया कि सर इट्स बिकमिंग वेरी अनबियरेबल, मैं ब्रेकफास्ट नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ तो मेरे सिर दर्द हो जाता है। मैंने कहा बेटा ब्रेकफास्ट क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो, घर में मूसली दूध रखो ना, सुबह उठ के एक कटोरी में मूसली डालो, दूध डालो, खा लो, अंडे रख लो, उबाल लो, एक एप्पल रख लो, क्लास में बैठ के चढ़ते रहो। फिर भी फिर भी अगर वो बच्चा इतना कंसर्न है 10:30 पे मेरे साथ ब्रेकफास्ट कर लो, मैं 2-3 बच्चों के ब्रेकफास्ट के लिए आधा घंटा रोज कम पढ़ाऊंगा। और अभी लगभग वी हैव मोर देन 400 स्टूडेंट्स एनरोल्ड इन पीएमपी, 400 स्टूडेंट्स को रोज आधा घंटा कम पढ़ाऊं, मुझे मतलब बहुत ही वो नहीं लग रहा। एंड इफ आई कैन टीच मोर, किसको बेनिफिट होगा, मुझे तो नहीं होगा। मैं तो जब इंस्टीट्यूशन में पैसे भी नहीं होते तो मैं सैलरी भी नहीं ले रहा होता हूँ, मेरा तो सैलरी फ्लक्चुएट हो रहा होता है। आई एम नॉट लाइक ऐसा होता ना कि कहीं और पढ़ा रहा होता तो मुझे हर घंटे के लिए पेमेंट मिल रही होती है, वो सब मेरे केस में वो भी नहीं है। आखिरी में पैसे नहीं होते तो मैं इंस्टीट्यूशन में पैसे लगाता हूँ। लास्ट ईयर अप्रैल मई में व्हेन वी हैड शिफ्टेड हियर, एडमिशंस हमारे जून में होते हैं, तो हमने अपनी जेब से पैसे लगाए थे। तो आई एम डूइंग इट फॉर योर बेनिफिट, मैं भी चाहता हूं कि मैं भी आराम से लेट तक सोया रहूं, बट लॉन्ग टर्म में नुकसान होगा ना हमें। फिर मैं इतने अच्छे से नहीं पढ़ाऊंगा, ऊपर ऊपर से उड़ा के चला जाऊंगा। आप ऊपर ऊपर से उड़ते हुए तो पढ़ते आए हो आज तक, इजंट इट। जब फाइनल एग्जाम वाले दिन आप 8 बजे पहुंच सकते हो मेट्रो पे, आप मेट्रो पे 8 बजे पहुंच जाओगे ना उस दिन, आपका एग्जाम और पहले ही पहुंच जाओगे। जब उस दिन पहुंच सकते हो तो अभी पढ़ते टाइम क्यों नहीं पहुंच सकते। अब देखो कल मैं खुद, आप देखना कल मैं यूट्यूब लाइव क्लास ले रहा था, मैं रात में 9 बजे तक क्लास ले रहा था यहाँ पे। उसके बाद आई वाज इन ऑफिस टिल 10:30 11। मैं जब इतना, मेरा तो एग्जाम भी नहीं है, यू पीपल शुड हैव बीन लाइक आग लगा देंगे, पर आपसे ज्यादा मेहनत मैं कर रहा हूँ, आपसे ज्यादा उसका ज्यादा वो नहीं बन रहा। मैं सक्सेसफुल हो रहा हूँ, आप नहीं हो रहे, अच्छा पॉइंट नहीं है ना। आपका सक्सेस बहुत जरूरी है मेरे सक्सेस की, ठीक है। तो आई डिड नॉट वांट टू, मतलब मैं चैट पे बिना मुझे डिबेट नहीं करना चाहता इतना एक तो आपको चैट दिया गया था किसके लिए, एकेडमिक डाउट के लिए, है ना। अभी बात करो जिसको बात करनी है। हाँ बताइए कि आपके किसी के पास कि तुम उठ नहीं पा रहे तो भैया कुछ वो लाओ, सुबह 5 बजे उठना पड़ेगा एकेडमी जाओगे तो। क्या बोलोगे, नहीं मुझे नहीं जाना एकेडमी क्योंकि 5 बजे उठना है, बोलो मुझे लॉजिक दो। अब रात में नींद तो वहां पे आएगी ना, तो ऐसे यहाँ भी लाओ। वहां सुबह 5 बजे उठा के जब पीटी के लिए बुलाया जाएगा, लबासना में एक हॉस्टल होता है एकदम ऊपर, पीटी के लिए आना होगा नीचे, और फिर पीटी करने के बाद थक चुके हो, हालत खराब है, जाना कहाँ है, ऊपर 1 किलोमीटर तक चलना पड़ेगा, पहाड़ी पे ऊपर चढ़ना पड़ेगा। ये हो रहा है सुबह 5 से 8 के बीच में। आप बोल रहे हो नहीं होगा, अभी क्लास नहीं होगी 8 बजे, है ना। अरे ब्रेकफास्ट नहीं कर पा रहे, ब्रेकफास्ट की वजह से दिक्कत हो रही है तो कर लो ना यार। अरे रास्ते में आते टाइम एप्पल खाते हुए आ जाओ यार, बैठ के यहाँ एप्पल खा लो। और फिर भी दिक्कत है, मैं आपको प्रॉमिस करता हूं, जो वो 1-2 बच्चे हैं, मैं आपको क्लास में हर रोज पोहे मंगा देता हूँ। सबके लिए नहीं यार, इतने पैसे नहीं है मेरे पास, है ना। जो 2-4 मैं हर रोज, आप क्लास में बैठ के खाना और पढ़ना, पर उसके लिए सोचो, हाफ एन आवर फॉर 400 स्टूडेंट्स एवरी डे, इज दैट फेयर। जस्ट बिकॉज आपको आ, वो क्या है, ब्रेकफास्ट नहीं करने की वजह से, नहीं आई एग्री दैट कैन बी जेन्युइन इशू, मैं उनका मजाक नहीं उड़ा रहा, बट मैं बोल रहा हूँ आई विल एश्योर यू, आप रोज 10:30 मेरे साथ बैठ के ब्रेकफास्ट करो। मैं 10:30 यहाँ पे ब्रेकफास्ट करूंगा, आज मैंने अपने लिए पोहे ही मंगाए, आप बोलोगे तो कल से मैं आपके लिए मंगा दूं, कोई इशू नहीं, बट आई वुड रादर वांट टू टेक 200 आवर्स मोर। 200 आवर्स मोर कैसे, हाफ एन आवर फॉर 400 स्टूडेंट्स, और 1 आवर अगर मैं टाइम पे आने लगूं तो फॉर 400 स्टूडेंट्स इज लाइक 400 आवर्स का पढ़ाई जो खराब हो जा रहा है, बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाट, बिकॉज आप एक दिन पहले एप्पल नहीं खरीद ले रहे हो, या अगर अंडा खा सकते हो तो एक दिन पहले, अरे सर्दियां चल रही है, एक दिन रात में उबाल लो, रख लो फ्रिज में, सुबह काट के खा लो, एप्पल खा लो, इससे अच्छा ब्रेकफास्ट क्या होगा? अगर जो लोग, फॉर दोज ऑफ यू हु ईट एग्स, प्रोटीन भी मिल रहा है, विटामिन भी मिल रहा है, शुगर भी मिल रहा है, लाइफ सॉर्टेड है। हंस क्यों रहे हो? और तुम ऐसा क्या करते हो रात भर? तो सुबह 8 बजे उठा नहीं जा रहा तुम्हें, तो क्यों आता है 2 बजे के बाद नींद? ये तो तुमने गड़बड़ कर लिया ना, अच्छा है ना? और अच्छा, पता है, यू ऑल्सो नीड टू स्टडी विथ फुल कॉन्सेंट्रेशन। आप दिन भर ना अगर कॉन्सेंट्रेशन के साथ पढ़ोगे, आपकी बॉडी ऐसे ही टायर्ड होगी, यू विल बी लाइक सोना है मुझे। मैं बोल रहा हूं, आप मुझे मुझे दिन में कभी भी 5 मिनट दे दो, मैं सो सकता हूं। गिव मी एनी 5 मिनट्स इन द डे एंड आई विल स्लीप। आप मुझे अभी 5 मिनट दे दो, मैं चेयर पे सो जाता हूं। और वो इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि ना आई एम जनरली टायर्ड। मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूं, मैं वॉक करके आ रहा हूं, मैं सीढ़ियों से ही आ रहा हूं, जब फिजिकल एक्टिविटी का समय नहीं मिल रहा है, फिर भी अपने अपनी तरफ से मैं पूरी कोशिश कर रहा हूं। आई वेंट टू बेड एट 1 yesterday, आई गॉट अप एट 7। 6 घंटे सोया हूं मैं। 6 बजे, अब 7 बजे मैं उठ गया था, फिर 7:15 तक सोया रह गया, इसलिए क्लास 15 मिनट लेट हो गई। राइट? तो हो सकता है ब्रेकफास्ट वाला इशू, कोई और इशू, आई विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट। जितने लोगों को वो इशू है, प्लीज आइए, रोज मेरे साथ ब्रेकफास्ट करोगे, कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं है ना? कोई ऐसा जातिवाद और ये सब तो नहीं मानते ना? किस कुछ नहीं नहीं, एक्चुअली अभी कुछ कुछ महीनों पहले एक स्टूडेंट था, वो आया, ही केम टू वन ऑफ आवर टीचर्स, वन ऑफ आवर टीचर्स हेल्प्ड हिम अ लॉट। उसका कुछ इशू हो गया था कहीं राजस्थान में कहीं, तो एक टीचर ने हमारे बहुत हेल्प करी उनकी। वो उनके पास आके बोलता है, सर आई वुड हैव टच्ड योर फीट, बट बिकॉज आई एम अ ब्राह्मण एंड यू आर नॉट अ ब्राह्मण। एक स्टूडेंट ये बोल के गया, ये उसने बोला है, इसलिए क्योंकि मैं ब्राह्मण हूं, मैं आपका पाँव नहीं छूंगा। मैंने बोला, तू कुछ भी नहीं है यार। मतलब दिस काइंड ऑफ मेंटालिटी स्टिल एग्जिस्ट, एंड आई रियलाइज कि इतना ओपनली कास्टिज्म को कोई प्रमोट, कोई वो नहीं कर सकता जितना ओपनली वो स्टूडेंट। मैं आपके पांव छूना चाहता हूं, एंड वी डोंट बिलीव इन कास्टिज्म एट ऑल। मतलब आई एम नॉट इन एनी वे ट्राइंग टू से कि सारे ब्राह्मण ऐसे होते, नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। आई हेट दोस पीपल जो ऐसे ना कास्ट बेसिस पे डिस्क्रिमिनेशन करते हैं कि ब्राह्मण्स ऐसे हैं, ये ऐसा है। नहीं, मैं ऐसा नहीं बोलना चाह रहा हूँ। उस वो बच्चा था, वो एक बच्चा था, उसका मेंटालिटी कितना गड़बड़ है ये। तो ऐसा जिन लोग, ऐसा तो नहीं होगा मोस्ट ऑफ द लोगों का। मेरे साथ ब्रेकफास्ट करना, मैं 10:30 रोज ब्रेकफास्ट करूंगा, आप लोगों के लिए भी ब्रेकफास्ट मंगा लूंगा। एंड अदर देन दैट, 8 से 10:30 के बीच में भी आप क्लास में कुछ भी खाओ, मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा। ठीक है? जनरली आई डोंट अलाउ दैट, बट कुछ भी ऐसा मत लाना जैसे स्मेल पूरी क्लास में फैली हो, पता लगा तंदूरी चिकन निकल रहा है और सबको खुशबू आ रही है। डोंट डू दैट, है ना? फ्रूट्स वगैरह लेके आओ, रखो, खाओ, थोड़ा ज्यादा पढ़ो यार। जब लबासना में जाके 5 बजे उठोगे, जब एग्जाम वाले दिन आप जल्दी उठने को रेडी हो, अभी पढ़ने के टाइम ये क्या नाटक है? मतलब जस्ट बिकॉज रजाई से कंफर्ट निकलने का मन नहीं कर रहा है, सबकी पढ़ाई रुकवा दो, सबकी पढ़ाई डिले। ऑलरेडी हम थोड़ा पीछे चल रहे हैं, मैं 1-2 क्लासेस और लूंगा, राइट? तो डोंट डोंट डू दिस। ओके, तो आई सी यू 15 मिनट में मिलते हैं। 15 नहीं, अच्छा कितना ज्यादा टाइम चाहिए? आधा घंटा? ओके, तो इट्स 10:30, आई सी यू एट 11, आई सी यू एट 11। ओके, शुरू करें? Varun is saying, sir, waking up at attending class at 8 a.m. is not really a problem, but this course में 6 बजे कार्डियो करना है। देखो, आई लीव इट टू योर डिस्कशन। अरे तो 6 बजे कर रहा है, उसे 5:30 कर ले यार। मतलब व्हाट काइंड ऑफ थिंग इज दिस? तुम पर्सनल उसमें क्यों जा रहे हो? और डू इट इन द इवनिंग। है व्हाट इज दिस कि मेरे को 6 बजे उठ के कार्डियो करना है, फिजिकल एक्टिविटी करनी है, वो 5 बजे उठ के कर ले, है ना? या देखो, आई कैन शिफ्ट इट टू 9 9 a.m. टू 1 p.m. में कर सकता हूँ, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। बट देन आई विल रिड्यूस द कंटेंट दैट आई एम टीचिंग। वो प्रैक्टिकली सोचो, इफ आई हैव टू टीच लेस, व्हाट विल आई हैव टू डू? आई विल हैव टू टीच लेस, है ना. देन ऑल दोस प्रोमिसेस दैट आई मेड ऑन द इन द वेरी फर्स्ट क्लास कि जो सब्जेक्ट मैं पढ़ा रहा हूँ उसमें कुछ बाहर से नहीं पढ़ना, वो सारे प्रोमिसेस नहीं है मेरी तरफ से. आई विल शिफ्ट इट फ्रॉम 9 AM टुमारो. ओके, मतलब ये क्या चल रहा है. मैं चाहता हूँ कि, अरे मैं भी चाहता हूँ ना कि मेरे लिए कंफर्टेबल लाइफ हो, है ना. लेट्स शिफ्ट इट फ्रॉम एट 9 AM, 9 AM टू 1 PM 1:30 पढ़ेंगे, जो करना है वो कर लो. चलिए, और कुछ बच्चों का 8 से 9 भी वो है, टेस्ट है. क्यों करना है यार अभी. आप जो देखो ऑनलाइन जो बच्चे हो 8 से 9 कोई टेस्ट है, आप रिकॉर्डेड फॉर्म में लेक्चर देख लो. एवरी मंडे आई विल बी टेकिंग अ सेशन, आस्क ऑल योर डाउट्स देयर. अगर वो इशू है तो इफ यू आर इस पीरियड में आपका कुछ दूसरा लेक्चर है, यू वॉच दिस लेक्चर इन रिकॉर्डेड फॉर्म. जो ऑनलाइन बच्चे कमेंट कर रहे हैं, एंड अब वो अब किसी को सुबह जिम करना है या सुबह कार्डियो करना है, या किसी को मतलब थोड़ा आधे घंटे पहले उठ के कर लो यार, है ना. मतलब थोड़ा तेज भाग लो, 15 मिनट, आधे घंटे भागने की बजाय. उतना ही हार्ट रेट बढ़ जाएगा. सपोज क्या है ये. सच में अभी कुछ दिनों पहले एक स्टूडेंट ने निखिल सर को कॉल किया, सर क्लास ना 11 बजे मत रखो, 11 बजे मुझे खाना बनाना होता है. हाँ, ये भी रीजन दिया है किसी बच्चे ने. मतलब आप लोगों के पास, हम लोग एक्सेसिबल है, बातें सुनते हैं, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है खाना यार तू पहले बना ले, बाद में बना ले. एक्सरसाइज पहले कर ले, बाद में कर ले. मतलब इट्स फाइन. मतलब आप ये बोल सकते हो सर आपने 9 o'clock का प्रोग्राम बोला था, मैं कर देता हूँ 9 o'clock. लेट्स डू दैट, एंड देन आई विल आल्सो फिनिश एवरीथिंग इन 9 क्लासेस एकदम फट. जैसे आप पहले पढ़ते हो ना जीएस फाउंडेशन में, यू हैव डन क्लासेस, आपको कितनी अंडरस्टैंडिंग मिली आपको पता है. मैं वैसे करा दूंगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. I'll finish everything. If I'll get 9 classes for science, 36 hours, 36 are more than enough for me to teach science. 36 are more than enough for me to teach environment. But I have done it in the past, no? जब मुझे एक इंस्टीट्यूशन में बोला जाता है कि आपको 20 घंटे में खत्म करना है, मैं उसमें भी खत्म करता हूँ. बट इन माई ओन इंस्टीट्यूशन आई डोंट डू दैट, बिकॉज आई वांट सबसे अच्छे से कैसे पढ़ाना है. लास्ट ईयर मुझे जामिया बुलाया गया था, जामिया में मुझे बोला कि 15-20 घंटे में आपको साइंस खत्म करनी है, मैंने कर दी. क्या दिक्कत है. आप 6 घंटे में बोलो, 6 घंटे में इकोनॉमी खत्म कर दूंगा मैं. हाँ, आई विल फिनिश एंटायर इकोनॉमी इन 6 आवर्स, नो इश्यूज. ओके, बिल्कुल कोई दिक्कत नहीं है भाई. ऐसे हवा में उड़ाऊंगा चीजें. मनी सप्लाई होता है, समझ में आया, नहीं समझ में आया तो दोबारा खुद से समझ लेना. आपने मनी सप्लाई पढ़ा था ना आज से पहले, जो आपको एकदम क्रिस्टल क्लियर पिक्चर मिला आज, वो मिला था कभी. लेट्स कम बैक. तो देखो, आरबीआई, रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया, इज अ सेंट्रल बैंक. ध्यान से पढ़ना. अब ना थोड़े फैक्चुअल चीजें हैं, while there are conceptual things too, factual चीजें भी हैं, ध्यान से करेंगे. we have to finish substantial part of this booklet. अभी ना एक इसमें मेजर सेक्शन है मनी सप्लाई, एंड देन देर आर इन्फ्लेशन टारगेटिंग, उन सबके छोटे छोटे सेक्शंस हैं, वो करके हमें एमसीक्यूज पे आना है. तो एटलीस्ट एमसीक्यूज आज शुरू ना कर पाए, बट बाकी सारी चीजें तो आज हो जानी चाहिए. तो Reserve Bank of India, we're going to study. Reserve Bank of India is a central bank. It was formed through the 1934 Act in 1935. It was formed in 1935, but the act for it was passed in 1934. Initially, it was under private ownership, but after independence, it was nationalized. So today, 100% of RBI is owned by government. तो RBI को जो profit होता है उसका all the share goes to, if the share has to be given, it goes to government only. Okay, now RBI की administration में there is board of directors. Board of directors में there are 21 members, and these are the members. तो RBI governor, 4 deputy governors, finance ministry representative, government nominated directors, 4 directors to represent local boards of RBI. तो RBI के local boards है बॉम्बे, कलकत्ता, मद्रास, न्यू दिल्ली में. उन सबके representatives are also there. These are this is the board of governors is generally, or board of directors is generally the highest decision making body of any institution. तो यहाँ पे it is this 21 member board of directors which takes most of the responsibility. Now functions of RBI. तो देखो RBI is a full service central bank. अब in general central bank is the bank which acts as banker to other banks and which controls the money supply in the economy. Central bank क्या होती है? Central bank controls the money supply in the economy and will act as banker for other banks. But when we say RBI is a full service central bank, then it is doing a lot of other things too. It plays a role in developmental activities. It acts as banker for government. It is responsible for issuing of currency. It is acting as banker for bank. It is contributing in controlling money supply, etc. It's doing all those stuff. So this term, it's a full service central bank. The argument to support it will come from all the functions that RBI. So RBI has monetary functions. RBI has banking function for other banks. RBI has banking function for government. RBI also have some developmental roles. And that's why it is known as full service central bank. So what are the monetary functions of RBI? Let us quickly look at money related functions of RBI, monetary functions of RBI. One such function is issue of currency. RBI is the issuer of currency in India. All currency in India except 1 rupee note and coins. All currency in India except 1 rupee note and coins are issued and circulated by RBI. If you have 1 rupee note with you, you will see there signature of finance secretary is there. On 1 rupee note, what is there? Signature of finance secretary. 1 rupee note पे RBI governor का signature नहीं है. But all other things, all other currency notes are issued by RBI. And they're not only issued, they're also circulated by RBI. Whereas coins and rupee 1 note, they're issued by Government of India, circulated by RBI. वो mint करके क्या करेंगे? The coins go to RBI only. Circulation का काम कौन करेगा? RBI ही करेगा. तो currencies are issued by RBI with the backing of reserve. Now, this is a very important part. Let's understand. Currencies are issued by RBI with the backing of reserves. Now, right now, currencies worth 34 lakh crore rupees is in circulation. Does it mean that RBI has reserve of 34 lakh crore rupees? Gold and other things of 34 lakh crore rupees? So no, it's not the case. While currencies are backed by reserve, but that reserve is only token reserve. So we follow what is known as minimum reserve system. Under minimum reserve system, the rule is this, कि RBI has to keep a minimum reserve of 200 crore rupees, which will comprise of gold and foreign exchange. That is 115 crore should be in gold and 55 crore should be in foreign exchange. Now, if RBI has this 200 crore rupees ka reserve, some of it constitute foreign exchange and some of it constitutes gold. If RBI has this is what it needs for issuing currency. This is the minimum reserve it needs. And it has issued currency worth 34 lakh crore rupees. Can it issue on its backing? Yes, it can issue it on its backing. RBI doesn't have to ensure कि उसके पास 34 lakh crore rupees का gold. No, RBI does not have to ensure that. RBI follows what? Minimum reserve system. Under minimum reserve system, how much should be its reserve? 200 crores. That is the reserve. So RBI is printing currencies, RBI is issuing currency, but under what system? Under minimum reserve system. So it's just a token of confidence. When RBI has issued 34 lakh crore rupees, if something goes wrong, this 200 crore rupees of backing will not be good enough. And thus, that's why we're saying it's a token of confidence and does not have any practical implications as such. Money supply expansion is decided on the basis of economic growth. Higher the economic growth, higher will be the newly issued money by RBI. जैसे economy जितनी बड़ी होगी, the amount of money needed in that economy will be that high, and on that basis, money supply will keep on increasing. और RBI कैसे money supply control करेगा? Currency in circulation कितना बढ़ रहा है? Okay. Now banking note circulation. How much currency in circulation is there? As of 1st November 2024, currency in circulation was around 35 lakh. मैंने 34 बोल रहा था. That was a rough number. How much currency in circulation is there? 35 lakh crores. Value of banknotes in circulation was 34.7 lakh crores or 34 lakh crores in FY24. From there, it has increased to 35 lakh crore. It has consistently increased in the last 20 years, except FY17. Prelims के लिए क्वेश्चन बनाना हो तो currency in circulation या banknote in circulation. The currency in circulation, we understand what it is. Currency in circulation is currency with public and currency with banks. It is around 35 lakh crores. It has consistently increased in the last 20 years, except in FY17 when demonetization occurred. Demonetization के time what happened? Currency in circulation actually went down. Got it? ये वाला point समझ में आया? तो RBI is issuing currency. RBI is issuing currency on the backing of a minimum reserve of 200 crore rupees. उसके backing में 35 lakh crores RBI is issued. Hello friends, I hope you enjoyed the economy video. In this series, between 10th of March and 17th of March, we'll be releasing 2 videos every day and ensure that your entire syllabus of the basics of economy for preliminary examination is getting completed. Please share your feedback in the comment section and do share this video more and more so that more students would be able to reach it and we would also be able to reach more students. In the feedback section, in the comment section, we have seen some requests for science module, environment module as well. Now, it won't be possible for us to put the whole course on YouTube, but what we have done is, we have made the courses or individual modules available in only 1000 rupees till 20th March. So, you can buy science module in 1000 rupees, environment module in 1000 rupees, modern India module, ancient culture module, geography module, polity module, even when international bodies and mapping ka module aayega, that also you'll be able to buy in 1000 rupees if you use the coupon code LevelUp Holi. There is a Holi offer available till 20th of March. You can do that. Okay, so we have made it very, very affordable so that everyone would be able to do it. Everyone would be able to get it. So I hope you enjoy these videos a lot, learn a lot from it, and clear your preliminary examination. In the end, I also have one more announcement. Our GS Foundation course for 2026 have also started. So not for you people, the people who are watching this video are already preparing for 2025 exam, but your junior, your other friend who may be preparing for 2026. If you have good experience at LevelUp IAS, do recommend us. Do tell your friends about us because for us, word of mouth is very important. I promise you here that at LevelUp IAS, we will provide the best GS Foundation program, the most comprehensive GS Foundation program in one of the most affordable cost for everyone. We will make sure that your juniors, your younger brothers and sisters who are studying with us at GS Foundation for the exam 2026 will be the best prepared people for 2026 preliminary and mains examination. So this is another request. Please do share, do subscribe to our channel, and please do recommend our GS Foundation program also to your juniors or your younger brothers and sisters. Thank you very much. 2000 rupees notes have been withdrawn. है ना, उसको भी थोड़ा सा समझ लेते हैं. 2000 rupees notes was introduced in India in November 2016. In November 2016, some of you may have been in college, some of you may have been in schools. I was in Delhi. I'd come to Delhi in 2015. 2016 में somehow April 13, April 14 को मेरा इंटरव्यू था UPSC का, एंड नहीं हुआ था सिलेक्शन. फिर अगस्त में प्री था एंड आई थिंक दिसंबर में मेंस होना था और नवंबर 8 को प्यारे भाई और बहनों करके मोदी जी आए थे, है ना. तो आई वॉज फॉलोइंग द न्यूज वैसे ही, तो समहाउ हुआ था. आई रिमेम्बर एट दैट टाइम टेलिंग माई फ्लैटमेट्स, चलो चल के पैसे विड्रॉ कर लो एटीएम से, 100-200 रुपए वाले, जो 100 रुपए वाले और वो सब जो काम आएंगे. दे वर लाइक अरे कुछ नहीं होना. फिर नेक्स्ट डे से पैसे मिलने मुश्किल हो गए थे. वी हैड टू स्टैंड इन लॉन्ग क्यूज एंड एवरीथिंग. दैट वाज आल्सो द टाइम व्हेन माय लैंडलॉर्ड स्टार्टेड टेकिंग रेंट इन ऑनलाइन मोड एंड आई हैव नेवर शिफ्टेड बैक टू कैश मोड अगेन. पैसे ऑनलाइन ही पे करने चाहिए, है ना. तो टिल दैट टाइम ही यूज्ड टू टेक मनी इन कैश. नाउ वी हैव इंश्योर्ड फ्रॉम दैट टाइम आई हैव नॉट शिफ्टेड बैक ऑन. व्हेनेवर ही सेज कैश, मेरा कैश नहीं है मेरे पास, कैश विड्रॉ करना. अब यार कौन, तो रेंट इज 30-35,000 होता है ना रेंट. मेरे वाले कितना 36,500 का रेंट है. 36,500 कैश में कैसे विड्रॉ करेगा? 10,000 करके विड्रॉ करके वो मोटी सी गड्डी है ना? तो and moreover he should be paying taxes. That's why it's important. तो ये हुआ. At that time 2000 rupee notes were introduced. Fine. 2000 rupee note got introduced to meet the requirement of currency after withdrawal of rupees 500 rupee note, rupees 1000 note. But once enough new 500 rupee notes were available, government had stopped printing what? 2000 rupee notes. So 2018-19 से ही, from the year 2018-19 only, what had stopped? Printing of new 2000 rupee notes were stopped. So in 2023 you may be using a 2000 rupee note, but those were old notes. They were not getting printed. So a majority of 2000 rupee notes were issued prior to March 2017. Kuch were issued in 2017-18, but from 18-19 2000 rupee notes were not printed. It was also noticed that this denomination was not commonly used for transaction. 2000 rupee note was not primarily used for transaction. Further, the stock of banknotes of other denomination continued to be adequate. That is, 2000 rupee note हम print नहीं कर रहे 18-19 से, but money supply was increasing, currency in circulation was increasing. So what were we printing? We were printing 500 rupee note. So 500 rupee note had become sufficient. Then RBI also has this clean note policy. Under clean note policy, RBI ensures that notes are replaced with new notes, good quality notes. Under this policy, RBI ensures availability of good quality bank notes to members of the public. तो पुराने notes destroy होते रहते हैं and नए notes आते रहते हैं. But now 2000 rupee notes had become very old. 2018-19 से they have not been published. By 2023 they had become very old. Anyways, they would have been withdrawn. And because we are not printing new 2000 rupee note, we would not have printed new 2000 rupee note. But what was happening was people were keeping 2000 rupee notes black money के form में अपने घरों में भर भर के. तो government announced that the rupees 2000 banknotes could be deposited exchange till September 30, 2023. It was later extended till 7th October 2023. तो till 7th October 2023 आप अपने बैंक नोट्स जो 2000 वाले हैं बैंक में डिपॉजिट करें. And all of us perhaps did it. In fact, reality was this: I did not have any 2000 rupee note because आप कैश कितना विड्रॉ कर रहे हो? ATM से विड्रॉ कर रहे थे, and money that was coming through ATM was primarily 500 rupee notes only. So when this rule came, when this decision came, I don't remember going back to bank and depositing 2000 rupee notes, and most of us perhaps did not do it. You know, after 7th of October, what has happened? If you have 2000 rupee note today, is it a illegal tender? Is it not a legal tender? It is still a legal tender. That is, you can go to RBI and ask for 2000 rupees in its exchange, but you cannot. Banks are not doing it. Bank 7th of October तक कर रहा था. After this, rupees 2000 banknote could continue to be exchanged by individuals entities in 19 RBI issue offices up to a limit of 20,000 rupees at a time. Individual entities can also tender 2000 banknotes at 19 RBI issue offices for credit to their bank account for any amount. So suppose I have a bag full of 2000 rupee note. Let's say 20 crore of 2000 rupee notes. Can I go to RBI and say, change it? RBI will say, if you want to get it exchanged by cash, I'll do for only 20,000. But I can credit this amount in your bank account. If I go with 20 crore rupees of cash, 2000 rupee note to RBI and say ki ye se badal do, RBI will say, I will deposit this money in your bank account. Now from ATM you keep on withdrawing, you will keep on getting 500 rupee note, but cash I'll give you only of up to 20,000. So yahan pe there is no limit. If money has to be credited in your account, there is no limit. So what happened? The growth in currency circulation decelerated. मतलब growth negative नहीं हुआ था, growth कम हुआ because 2000 rupee notes were withdrawn. So you would see that the growth in currency circulation decelerated to 3.7% for week ending 9th Feb 2024 from 8.2% a year ago. तो ये Economic Survey of India का data था कि a year ago what was the growth? 8.2%. It had come down to 3.7%. Why? Because currency in circulation 2000 rupee notes were taken out. Now also note this: total value of 2000 notes that remain unreturned was around 6,000 crore rupees, around 7,000 crore rupees as of 31st October 2024. Please note something, that These figures reveal that 98% of 2000 rupee notes which were in circulation in May 2023 when government announced for its withdrawal has been withdrawn. Only around 1.5% of this money is not there. Please also note this, 2000 rupees banknotes continue to be a legal tender. It continues to be a legal tender. जब demonetize हुआ था तो 500 rupee notes, 1000 rupee notes were no more. Old 500 rupee notes, 1000 rupee notes were no more legal tender. But it is still a legal tender. You can go back to RBI and say कि यार इसके बदले में मुझे दूसरा करेंसी दे दो और डिपॉजिट दिस मनी इन माय अकाउंट. बट रुको तो यार, हाथ उठा के बोलना होता है ना. बट देयर इज अ लिमिटेशन. यू कैन नॉट गो टू अ शॉप एंड से ये 2000 रुपीस ले लो. They'll say go and deposit it with RBI. You cannot go to bank and say take this 2000 rupees. That was only till 7th of October 2023. Okay, तो इसे अभी तक लॉ में बदल के ये नहीं बोला गया कि it's no more a legal tender. Technically, as per law, it's still a legal tender. That change has not occurred yet. Now you may have this question, sir, legal tender तो cannot be denied. It can be denied because exceptional circumstances है. Here we have clearly provided the mechanism. ओके, तो इशूअर ऑफ करेंसी उसमें ये 2000 रुपी नोट वाला पॉइंट भी आ गया, थोड़ा सा हमें पता होना चाहिए. नाउ हाँ, यू आर सेइंग समथिंग. बता दिया ना, हो गया ना. तो थोड़ा सा शांति रख के सुनो तो यू विल अंडरस्टैंड. आप भी उस टाइम बीच में कुछ बोलने लगे थे, क्या पूछ रहे थे? कुछ एक बार पूछ रहे थे ना कि जो बिटकॉइंस पे गवर्नमेंट टैक्स कैसे ले रहा है. हाँ, फिर लीगल टेंडर में टैक्स, मैं बिस्किट पे टैक्स लेता हूं तो लीगल टेंडर में आ जाएगा बिस्किट. बिटकॉइन के एक्सचेंज पे टैक्स लिया जा रहा है तो उससे बिटकॉइन लीगल टेंडर नहीं बन गया ना. मैं बिस्किट पे टैक्स ले रहा हूं तो बिस्किट लीगल टेंडर थोड़ी हो गया. कोई बिटकॉइन खरीद रहा है, बेच रहा है, उससे उसे फायदा होगा, उस पे गवर्नमेंट टैक्स ले ले रहा है, उससे समथिंग डजंट बिकम लीगल टेंडर, राइट? ओके, लेट्स कम बैक. तो फर्स्ट फंक्शन ऑफ बैंक वाज, मॉनेटरी फंक्शन वाज इशूअर ऑफ करेंसी. उसमें हमने करंट डायनेमिक्स भी देख लिया. हाउ मच करेंसी इज इन सर्कुलेशन. देखो स्केल भी रफली हमें पता रहना चाहिए कि अराउंड 34-35 लाख करोड़ रुपीस इज अंडर सर्कुलेशन. 2000 rupees, is it a legal tender or not? अभी तक तो it has not been removed from the list of legal tender. Which currency is printed by whom? Rupees 1 का note is printed by central government. Rest everything is printed by RBI. All the coins and rupee 1 note are printed by central government. Else everything is printed by RBI. ये सारी चीजें हमें पता होनी चाहिए. Then RBI also acts as डेट मैनेजर और बैंकर एंड डेट मैनेजर टू गवर्नमेंट. बैंकर मतलब गवर्नमेंट का अकाउंट कहां पे होगा. जैसे आई हैव अ अकाउंट इन एसबीआई. आई डोंट हैव एन अकाउंट इन एसबीआई. आई एम जस्ट सेइंग कि इंडिविजुअल्स हैव अकाउंट इन इंडिविजुअल बैंक्स, है ना. कमर्शियल बैंक्स, किसी का एसबीआई में होगा, किसी का एचडीएफसी में होगा, किसी का आईसीआईसीआई बैंक में होगा. इंडिविजुअल बैंक्स, sorry, central government and state government, where do they have their account? RBI. तो RBI is banker to government and RBI is also debt manager to government. Debt manager मतलब government का debt who manages? RBI. When government has to borrow money from market, government issues bonds. How does it issue it? It issues it through RBI. Who's the debt manager for government? RBI. RBI is acting as banker. तो उसमें ways and means advances वाला point भी आ जाता है. वेज एंड मीन्स एडवांसेस वाला पॉइंट भी आ जाता है. वेज एंड मीन्स एडवांसेस में आरबीआई इज लेंडिंग टू गवर्नमेंट बट फॉर 90 days. ओके, नाउ a few things. So RBI maintains bank account for government, receives payment into the and make payment out of it. It also helps government of India to raise money from public via issue of bond and government security. ये सारी चीजें में समझ में आ रही है. Now, in order to remain in sync with, RBI is acting as banker for government. RBI is acting as banker for government in order to remain in sync with government's financial year. तो government का financial year 1st of April से चालू होता है. RBI का financial year used to start from July, 1st of July. But in 2019, it changed it. It brought it back to 1st of April so that RBI's financial year and government's financial year is in sync. This was one change that was done recently. Got it? 2000 आज से 5 साल पहले लगभग ये चेंज हुआ था. Then For all the government, central government and state government, who's the banker? RBI. But for Sikkim, State Bank of Sikkim is their banker. For the state of Sikkim, Sikkim was a separate country earlier, so they had their own bank, State Bank of Sikkim, which acted as debtor and which acted as banker for Sikkim country. But now Sikkim is a state of India. इंडिया में सारे स्टेट्स का बैंकर कौन है? आरबीआई है. बट दे ऑलरेडी हैड दैट स्टेट बैंक ऑफ सिक्किम, तो देयर बैंकर रिमेन्स स्टेट बैंक ऑफ सिक्किम. एंड दिस स्टेट बैंक ऑफ सिक्किम इज नॉट एसोसिएटेड विद स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया. जैसे वी हैड नो स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ बीकानेर एंड जयपुर, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ पटियाला, ऐसे बहुत सारे बैंक थे. They were associated with SBI and they have all been merged with SBI. It is not associated with SBI as such. In fact, it is not even regulated. You will see SBS, State Bank of Sikkim, is not even regulated by RBI, which is acting as banker for Sikkim. समझ में आ रहा है? फैक्चुअल चीजें भी समझ में आ रही है. देखो, it is banker for government. So we understood banker for government would mean what? Government will have accounts there and it will act as debt manager also. Now in 2019, to come in sync with government's financial year, it changed its financial year का period also. एक exception कौन सा है? State Bank of Sikkim का है. Are we able to understand it logically? Before State Bank or before Sikkim was a state of India, it was a separate country, it had a separate bank. When it became a state of India, that bank still continues to function. So that bank remains the debt manager for State Bank or for the state of Sikkim. Okay. Now, we are talking about monetary functions of RBI. Monetary functions of RBI में RBI is also banker to other banks. SBI का banker कौन है? SBI का banker is RBI. So it is the central bank where commercial banks are account holders and can deposit money. It maintains a banking account of all the scheduled banks. RBI has account for all the scheduled banks. Further, it provides financial assistance to banks. So जब banks को पैसे चाहिए होंगे, banks would go to whom? They will go to their bank. Who is bank to bank? RBI. So it provides financial assistance to banks against mortgaged securities. Repo rate पे आप पैसे ले सकते हो. You can borrow money from RBI, but you have to mortgage what? You have to mortgage security. It rediscounts the bill of exchange. Now, अब ये rediscounting वाला thing ना now is not very applicable. Now we use liquidity adjustment facility वाला mechanism, repo rate, reverse repo rate. But earlier it used to do this discounting of bill to provide money to banks also. RBI is thus lender of last resort. प्री में ये क्वेश्चन भी आया हुआ है. RBI is lender of last resort. उसका मतलब क्या है? तो उसका मतलब ये है when banks do not have any option left, banks आखिरी में कहाँ जाएगा? अपने बैंक के पास जाएगा, which is RBI. Bank will eventually go to its own bank, which is RBI. That is lender of last resort. Bank will first try to get money from market, will try to get money from other banks, but eventually in the end it may go to RBI. अच्छा, अब ये रीडिस्काउंटिंग ऑफ बिल ऑफ एक्सचेंज, ये थोड़ा मुझे कोई समझाएगा क्या है? पहले अच्छा, बिफोर दैट समवन वाज रेजिंग, यू आर रेजिंग योर हैंड्स. यस. वो आरबीआई वाले में नहीं है. वो ना एक तरह से समझो कि उसका सेंट्रल बैंक हुआ करता था. वो उसका जैसे क्या आरबीआई को एसएलआर सीआरआर रखने की जरूरत है? नहीं. वो उनका सेंट्रल बैंक हुआ करता था. तो इट्स स्टिल काइंड ऑफ फंक्शनिंग लाइक दैट. ऐसे काम नहीं करती चीजें. जो वहां के बैंक, जैसे अब क्या सिक्किम में स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया होगा? उनको सीआरआर एसएलआर रखना पड़ेगा. तो वो सारी चीजें होंगी. इट्स जस्ट अ बैंक व्हिच इज एक्टिंग एज देयर बैंकर. ओके. तो इट इज नॉट अ ट्रेडिशनल कमर्शियल बैंक लाइक एसबीआई, एचडीएफसी. तो क्या सिक्किम में एचडीएफसी कैन हैव एन अकाउंट? यस. सिक्किम में ऑल अदर बैंक्स कैन हैव एन अकाउंट. विल दे हैव टू कीप सीआरआर एसएलआर विद आरबीआई? Okay. What were we talking about? Your doubts is done. You are also raising. हो गया. I was asking what is this rediscounting of bill of exchange. मैंने बोला अब ये ज्यादा यूज नहीं होता, but in questions this term may be asked, rediscounting of bill of exchange. What is meant by rediscounting of bill of exchange? ये हमने बोला ना कि RBI can do what? RBI can rediscount bill of exchange. What is meant by this? Anyone? नहीं? Yes. Okay. Okay. देखो ऐसे समझते हैं. Suppose I have a bond, bill of exchange या bond. I have a bond. That bond is worth 1 crore rupees. That bond is worth 1 crore rupees, and government is telling me कि I'll pay you 8% interest per year. I'll pay you 8% interest per year, and 10 years later I'll give you your 1 crore rupees back. Fine. 10 years later I will give you this 1 crore rupees back. Now suppose I need money, so I sell this bond to State Bank of India. But State Bank of India says I will not take it in 1 crore rupees. This bond is of 1 crore rupees na. I'll not take it in 1 crore rupees. I'll take it in only 95 lakh rupees. But I need money, so I may कि दे दे मुझे 95 lakh rupees दे दे. This is called discounting of bill. Now SBI has this bill of exchange or bond. SBI has this bond. SBI has to borrow money. SBI will go where? RBI. SBI will tell RBI री-डिस्काउंट. SBI ने पहले डिस्काउंट किया, 1 crore का बिल 95 लाख में ले लिया. SBI did that. SBI took 1 crore का bond in 95 lakh rupees. That's how SBI earned money. Now when SBI needs money, it may go to RBI, and RBI can further re-discount it. RBI will say, you bought it in 95, no? Give it to me in 94. If RBI discount ज्यादा करेगा, will SBI be interested? RBI का discount rate कम रखता है, तो SBI will be like, okay, I need 94 lakh rupees right now. Give me 94 lakh rupees. Take this. Now RBI will get 10 years later from government how much money? 1 crore rupees pura. Face value of bill is 1 crore rupees. This is rediscounting. So you go where? You go to your bank for discounting or rediscounting purposes. Okay. It is also RBI का एक और, तो we are talking about monetary functions of RBI. RBI is issuer of currency. RBI is banker for government. RBI is banker for bank. RBI is also manager of foreign exchange. तो this जो आपको external sector वाला booklet मिलेगा, there we are going to cover it in lot of details. RBI's function as manager of foreign exchange. We are going to study it in lot of detail. यहाँ नहीं पढ़ने वाले हैं. Then a very important function that we have to study here is RBI is responsible for controlling money in the market or credit in the market. Money supply कितना है market में, RBI plays a role there. This we are going to study in a lot of detail. Then RBI is also responsible for keeping inflation in check. How does it do it? It does it by regulating money supply or regulating credit in the economy. It is thus responsible for India's monetary policy. RBI is responsible for India's monetary policy. RBI में एक committee है, monetary policy committee, which is taking all the decisions related to this money supply thing. Then RBI is also regulator for banking sector. So banks, NBFCs, all are regulated by RBI. RBI is also regulated. So we are talking about functions. Why are we calling RBI as full service central bank? Because it doesn't have limited number of service. It has all the functions which a central bank could have had. So let's go to RBI regulating and supervising. अच्छा, RBI is also नहीं, ये वो point बाद में आएगा. Regulate and supervise payment and settlement system. This is another function of RBI. Payment and settlement system. जैसे if you'll go to there are some payment system, IMPS, NEFT, RTGS, which has been developed by RBI only. We'll study it. We'll study it in a lot of detail. हम पढ़ने वाले digitally UPI, VPI सब पढ़ने वाले. भीम यूपीआई, ये सारी चीजें हम पढ़ेंगे, डोंट वरी। आप ये वाला जो चैप्टर है ना, मनी सप्लाई, ये सबसे ज्यादा पढ़ना हमें किसमें है, इसमें। टुमारो द बुकलेट दैट यू गेट will be consisting of all these things, banking sector से related, NPAs वाला point, insolvency and bankruptcy code, all those things would be there. Digital currency, central bank digital currency, e-rupee, UPI, भीम, सारी चीजें आप पढ़ने वाले हो। Okay, but in the payment system, अब now we have NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India. जैसे हम आपसे पूछा जाए ई-रुपी किसने बनाया, नेशनल पेमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया, और रुपए कार्ड किसका इनिशिएटिव है, नेशनल पेमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया। यूपीआई किसका इनिशिएटिव है, नेशनल पेमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया। बट बिफोर नेशनल पेमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया वाज देयर वर सम पेमेंट मैकेनिज्म व्हिच वाज डेवलप्ड बाय आरबीआई। तो आईएमपीएस, एनईएफटी, आरटीजीएस, इसमें एक्चुअली not all of them, RTGS was developed by RBI, है ना। IMPS शायद बाद में आएगा, एक बार हम देख लेंगे। बट इन सबको रेगुलेट कौन करेगा, रेगुलेट RBI करेगा। ओके, विल कम टू इसमें से कौन सा RBI ने डायरेक्टली डेवलप किया है, एंड हाउ मेनी ऑफ देम हैव बीन डेवलप्ड बाय NPCI, विल कम टू दैट। RTGS वाज द फर्स्ट थिंग दैट इंडिया डेवलप्ड, इंडिया में इंटरनेट बैंकिंग के लिए, एंड इट वाज डेवलप्ड बाय होम, RBI ओनली। NEFT was developed by RBI only. मैं IMPS में I'm still confused whether it was developed by NPCI or RBI. हम आते हैं तो देखेंगे. Now it also plays an important role in development strategy of the government of India. Full service central bank में it will also play a role in developmental strategy. Are we comfortable here? So one function of RBI that we have to study in a lot of detail is RBI's function as controller of market credit. How much money is there in the economy? How is money easily available in the economy, or availability of money is hindered, constrained? Is money easily available in the economy, or availability of money is hindered or constrained? It will be decided by RBI's monetary policy. RBI takes two kinds of measures. One is called quantitative measures, where it controls the quantity. It either increases the quantity of money or it decreases the quantity of money. And then there is also qualitative control. Qualitative control mein it does things like this ki yaar money, quantity of money is there, but which sector should get more money? If someone is borrowing money, how much contribution would, like if I'm borrowing money for car, how much down payment should come? Should the entire car be bought by borrowed money? So these kind of restrictions can also be imposed by RBI. Those measures are what? Those measures are qualitative measures. तो हम दो तरीके के measures to how RBI controls money in the economy. It one controls how much quantity of money is there, and second, it takes some qualitative methods. Both these methods are further divided into conventional and non-conventional measures. So conventional measures are those measures which were being taken even before LPG reforms. जैसे हम quantitative methods की बात करेंगे, quantitative methods are methods to control the quantity of money in the economy. Some of those methods were used even before the 1990s, even before LPG reforms. Those methods are conventional quantitative methods, and some of these methods have been used after the 1991 reform. These are known as non-conventional measures. So quantitative measures may be there are conventional measures, there are non-conventional measures. Qualitative methods may be there are conventional qualitative methods, there are non-conventional qualitative methods. So let us start with conventional quantitative method. Let us start with conventional quantitative methods. हम किसकी बात कर रहे हैं, हम क्वांटिटेटिव मेथड्स की बात कर रहे हैं. हाउ मच मनी विल बी सप्लाइड इन द इकोनॉमी, एंड which methods are we talking about? Conventional methods which were used even before 1990s to control money in the economy. पहले conventional quantitative method देख लेते हैं, फिर non conventional quantitative methods देखेंगे, and then we'll go to qualitative methods, conventional or non conventional. तो conventional quantitative methods. Please understand, what are we going to talk about? Conventional quantitative methods, that is controlling the quantity of money in the economy. Controlling the quantity. ये पीछे गेट किसने बंद कर दिया है? आपने बंद किया क्या? क्यों? ठंड लग रही है? जोर से बोलो। यहाँ आगे आ जाओ ना, इतनी जगह है, खोल दो, वेंटिलेशन रहता ना बेटा। if you'll keep it closed, what would happen? Suffocation हो जाएगा ना। if you're feeling cold, come इधर आ जाओ, गेट के पास बैठ रहे हो, ठंड लग रहा है तो इधर आके बैठ जाओ, but let the door be open or I'll switch on the AC. ना, हमें सफोकेशन में नहीं रहना ना, प्लीज गेट खुला रख दीजिए यार। वीडियोग्राफी टीम में कोई सुन रहा है ना, तो पीछे वाला गेट प्लीज खुलवा दीजिए। जिन लोगों को वहां पे ऐसे ठंड सा कुछ महसूस हो रहा है ना, इधर आ जाओ, इधर लाइक वी आर वेरी हॉट ऑल। हम सबको गर्मी लग रही है थोड़ी थोड़ी सी? नहीं आपको नहीं, मुझे तो लग रही है कम से। ये दिस बोर्ड इज ऑल्सो ना, वो पीछे वाला गेट खुलवा दीजिए ना। अगर बेटा आपको अगर ठंड लग रहा है तो कम है, यहाँ पे कहीं आ जाओ। ओके हाँ, तो कन्वेंशनल क्वांटिटेटिव मेथड्स, व्हाट आर सम ऑफ द कन्वेंशनल क्वांटिटेटिव मेथड्स? एक मेथड है बैंक रेट, और अपन ने भी बिल ऑफ एक्सचेंज का रीडिस्काउंटिंग बताया था। तो जो रीडिस्काउंटिंग रेट है ना, दैट इज बैंक रेट। तो some banks have what? Some banks have bill of exchange और government securities. अब वो banks चाहते हैं कि RBI you take this government security and give me money. RBI you take this government security and give me money. तो अब now we don't use this rediscounting वाला system, now that has been replaced by LAF mechanism, liquidity adjustment facility, जिसमें repo rate, reverse repo rate, SDF, all those things are there. But in the past we used this rediscounting mechanism a lot. So banks will go to RBI, RBI take my bill of exchange, rediscount it. I bought it in 1 crore. तुम देख लो. Give me 96 crore, 4%. Give me 94 crore, 6%. Give me 90 crore, 10%. Bank rate ज्यादा होगा, तो money supply will be higher or lower? Now let's understand this. SBI has a bill of exchange of 1 crore or government bond of 1 crore rupees. It goes to RBI. RBI, take this bond, take this bill of exchange, or take this bond and rediscount it. Rediscount it. I bought it in 1 crore rupees. आप मुझे इसे rediscount कर दो. तो SBI, RBI says bank rate is 4%. तो I'll give you 96 lakh. अगर rediscount rate 4% है तो how much money will I give to this bank? 96 lakh. अगर bank rate is 6%, how much money will I give? 94 lakh. SBI in which situation would be ready to take this money? When bank rate is lesser? Suppose bank rate was 2%. SBI will get how much money? 98 lakh. It will be like, oh, fine, I need money. Rediscount it, give it to me in 98 lakh. But if bank rate is low, RBI say more money is going to banks. Banks say money will go towards loan, etc. So if bank rate is low, money supply is higher. If bank rate is low, money supply is higher. If bank rate is high, RBI will keep this bill of exchange with itself. If RBI says rediscount rate is 10%, लेना है, SBI will say ना, I don't want my bill of exchange to be rediscounted 10%. 10% is little too high. So SBI will not get money. If SBI doesn't get money, money supply in the economy is low, lesser. Got it? तो rediscount rate हमें समझ में आया क्या होता है? Bank rate or discount rate is the rate fixed by central bank at which it rediscounts. At a rate at which central bank rediscounts first class bills of exchange and government securities held by commercial banks. By varying this interest rate, RBI controls the credit. If bank rate is high, what happens to money supply? Money supply goes down. If bank rate is low, money supply increases. If bank rate is low, money supply increases. Clear? Conventional method before 1990s. This is quantity. Is it in a way controlling the quantity of money in supply? Quantity of money in the economy? Yes, quantitative methods. Was it used even before 1990s? Conventional quantitative method. पहला method क्या है? Bank rate method. Do you understand this? पक्का? Okay. Then open market operations. Now what is open market operation? Here RBI buys bonds or RBI sell bonds. अब देखो RBI market banks, individuals, mutual funds, they may have bought government bonds. इन्होंने government bond when government bonds are issued in primary market, can RBI buy it? No. RBI can only buy it in secondary market. Primary market में they people may have bought the bonds, and thus let's say they have bought some government bonds, they have bought some government bond, they have bought some government bond and given money to whom? Government. इन्होंने पैसे दे दिए गवर्नमेंट को. Fine. Now this is the situation. They have some government. If RBI says secondary market में RBI can buy government bond. If RBI says I'll buy government bonds, RBI will buy these bonds from them and will give them money. So when RBI buy government bonds, money supply increases or decreases? Increases. When RBI buys government bonds, money supply increases. So when RBI wants to increase money supply, it will do what? Buy government bonds. Now, so when RBI buy government bonds, it will have some government bonds. In future, RBI wants to reduce money supply. RBI will do what? When RBI sell this government bond, they will buy it and they will give money to RBI. Money in the economy will reduce. Money supply reduces. This is known as open market operation. RBI goes to market and buys bonds or sells bond or buys bonds. When RBI wants to increase money supply, it will do what? It will buy bond. When RBI wants to reduce money supply, it will sell bonds. This is open market operation. This is open market operation. बस हाथ उठाना था, बोलते नहीं रहना था. फिर हाथ उठाने का फायदा क्या होगा? चलो मुर्गा बन जाओ. आप डिस्टर्ब किया तो पूछ ही लो. आप बताओ, आप बताओ, आप क्या सोच रहे हो? Who is the issuer of government bond? किसके थ्रू इशू करवाती है RBI? गवर्नमेंट. RBI के थ्रू इशू करवाती है ना. And RBI sometimes also hires other banks. तो आप दूसरे बैंक के पास जाके भी खरीद सकते हो. पर प्राइमरी पर काम वो RBI का है, बट RBI क्या करेगी? Other banks have more branches and everything. It can do that. But क्या फर्क पड़ता है? सोचो यूपीएससी पूछेगा क्या कभी ऐसा? अच्छा, ठीक है. आपके बैक ऑफ माइंड में जितने डाउट्स है सब मुझसे ही पूछ लो, है ना? सर मैं 25 साल का हो गया हूँ, सिंगल क्यों हूँ? और पूछ लो जो जो डाउट्स है. सर मैं बचपन में मेरे पापा ने मेरी कुटाई क्यों करी है इतनी? करी है ना? तुम्हारी हरकतें ऐसी हैं. मैं ऐसे मानो मैं बड़ा भाई हूँ, पर मेरा भी तुम्हें पीटने का मन कर रहा है. ओके. अब मैं आप सबका बड़ा भाई हूँ, सिर्फ इसका नहीं. डोंट वरी, आप सबको पीटने का मन कर रहा है. जो जो मेरे भाई बहन ऐसे बोल रहे हैं, भैया 7 बजे नहीं उठा जा रहा, ठंडा पानी लेके डालो मुंह पे. आई हैड अ फ्रेंड, मैं कोटा में था तो मेरा एक फ्रेंड था सत्य प्रकाश, बहुत ही नालायक, पढ़ता लिखता नहीं था. तो वो मेरा फ्लैटमेट था, मतलब फ्लैटमेट का रूममेट था ना. हम एक ही रूम में रहते थे दोनों. वो मुझे रोज बोलता, संतोष भाई उठना तो मुझे उठा देना. तुम क्यों हंस रहे हो? मैंने 3-4 बार ट्राई किया. मैं से सुबह 6 बजे उठता, उसे उठाता, सत्या उठ जा, सत्या उठ जा, सत्या उठ जा, सत्या उठ जा। उठता नहीं। एक दिन वो बोला चाहे कुछ भी हो मुझे उठा देना, चाहे तुम्हें ठंडा पानी डालना पड़े। मैंने कहा सही है। नेक्स्ट डे आई सेड सत्या उठ जा, सत्या उठ जा, सत्या उठ जा। नहीं उठा। ठंडा पानी डालने का मतलब था वो छिड़काव करे, नहीं थोड़ी छिड़काव। मुझे तो मौका मिला है, 4 दिन से तू मुझे उठ जा मतलब मैं उठा रहा हूं। मैं बाल्टी भर के लाया हूं। वो ऐसे उठा, ये क्या किया? मैं कहा तूने बोला था ना पानी डालना है, नहीं थोड़ी बोला था कितना डालना है। ले यार गद्दा उद्दा सब भीग गया। कोई बात, तो बहुत सोया है। फिर 10 मिनट बाद बोलता है यार उसे नींद तो खुल गई है ना। तो आप लोग मेरे छोटे भाई बहन होते और मेरे पास कंट्रोल होता, सुबह 7 बजे से उठो क्लास करो। चलिए, ओपन मार्केट ऑपरेशन समझ में आया? व्हेन आरबीआई सेल्स बॉन्ड, मनी सप्लाई रिड्यूसेस। आरबीआई बॉन्ड बेच रहा है तो दे विल बी बाइंग इट, दे विल बी गिविंग मनी टू आरबीआई, मनी सप्लाई reduces. When RBI buys bonds, money supply increases. Did this used to happen before 1990s also? Yes. So it is a conventional method. It's a conventional quantitative method. Are we able to understand this? Okay. Look at an example. March 2020, COVID lockdown. What would happen? Economy is going down. What will we try to do? We'll try to increase the money supply or decrease the money supply? Increase. If you have to increase the money supply, what will you do? Will you buy the bond or will we sell the bond? Sell किसने बोला? Buy. We'll buy the bond. When we buy the bond, we give money to entities, other entities, and money supply increases. So see here, for instance, in March 2020, due to COVID-19 crisis, more money was required in the market. RBI decided to infuse 10,000 crore liquidity in the banking system by buying. When RBI buys, money supply increases. भाई PYQs करोगे ना, यही चीजें, ये इसी से सारे क्वेश्चंस होंगे. I've told you, out of around 20 questions in economy, 15 to 20 questions, 10-12 questions क्या होते हैं? फंडामेंटल कॉन्सेप्ट्स पे होते हैं. Your selection is not determined by the rest of the 8 questions. किसी स्कीम के बारे में जो है फैक्ट है, your selection is not determined by those 8 questions. वो हेल्प कर देते हैं आपको फॉरेस्ट का कट ऑफ क्लियर करने में, but your selection is determined by the 12 basic questions. If you will be making this wrong, when RBI is buying government bond, so money supply is reducing. They should be able to say no. When RBI is buying government bond, money is being given by RBI to market. Money supply will increase. When RBI is buying government bond, RBI bond खरीद रहा है, पैसा वो मार्केट में डाल रहा है, money supply will increase. Logically ना याद नहीं रखना इसमें कुछ. सोचो, when RBI is buying bond, money is being given in the economy. Money supply increases. RBI is selling bond. They will be buying bond. They'll be giving money to RBI. पैसा RBI में आ गया, मार्केट में पैसा कम हो गया, money supply reduces. Got it? Now, when it comes to buying of bonds, when it comes to buying of government bonds can happen at RBI's discretion or in predefined timetable. Open market operation में जो buy वाला component है, we're talking about open market operation where RBI in market is buying and selling the bond. Now RBI can buy bonds in 2 ways. One, by ad hoc measure, RBI discretion. So for some reason, inflation is very high. So RBI had not planned to sell bonds. अच्छा यहाँ पे तो buy की बात करें. For some reason, we have to increase the money supply in the economy. So I have to buy bonds, है ना? This was not planned, but somehow I want to increase the money supply in the economy. What will I do? At my own discretion, I'll say, bond बेचना है, किसी को खरीदना है. I am selling government bonds. RBI will say I'm selling bonds. Does anyone wants to buy? This is at the discretion of RBI. But please understand, there can be plan also. It can be planned also. RBI may say over the next 1 year, at this time, I will be doing what? Selling this much bond. That is through a predefined timetable. So when market would know, banks would know, people who want to invest in government bonds would know क्या कि यार RBI is going to sell this much of government bonds. this much of bonds. So that is as per predefined timetable. So there can be discretionary OMO, open market operation buy, or there is this GSAP program, Government Security Acquisition Program, GSAP program. Under this program, RBI purchases government securities from market. This is an unconditional OMO, that is RBI has promised upfront that it will purchase government security regardless of the state of the market. मार्केट में पैसा ज्यादा है कम है फर्क नहीं पड़ता. It is a systematic buying plan which RBI has provided. Further, an assured OMO purchase calendar is provided. So every year what would happen? Open market operation buy calendar will be provided by RBI. So there are two ways in which it will buy. It will buy at its own discretion, or it will buy as per a plan. So as per a plan, when it buys it, it is under Government Security Acquisition Program, GSAP program of RBI. Are we able to get this? Okay. अब क्यों? Why did RBI come up with this predefined program? Why at the beginning of every financial year RBI will say कि I will be buying these many government bonds? इससे ना there is some stability in the economy. The players who want to sell their bonds and thus get money, they will know कि RBI is going to come and buy these bonds. So there is some kind of stability. Otherwise, they will look for players who may give them very less money. But when there is clear-cut timeline, it helps them plan things properly. So it will provide certainty to bond market participants with regard to RBI's commitment of support to bond market. It helps reduce the spread between repo rate and 10-year government bond yield. This in turn reduces the aggregate cost of borrowing by central and states. Ab, how is this happening? ये थोड़ा complex सा हो गया term. Let's understand this. देखो, RBI is saying, I will plan तरीके से every year I'll come. तो in this year, in this month, and in this month, I'll be buying government. RBI is saying I'll be buying government bonds. तो government bond का demand high रहेगा. Government bond का demand high रहेगा. RBI is saying that if demand is high, its prices would also be high. If demand is high, will its prices be high? पक्का? If its prices are high, bond yield reduces. Now, how does that happen? Let's understand this. Let's first understand bond yield क्या है. Let's understand what is bond yield. देखो, suppose government was selling bond and saying कि I will provide you 8% interest rate. Government was selling its bond and was saying कि I will provide you 8% interest rate. But this bond is of 40 years. I'm like, okay. This bank comes and says, give me bond of 1 crore rupees. And I'll give you 1 crore rupees. Government has borrowed 1 crore rupees. Every year it will pay 8%, that is 8 lakh rupees. Every year it will pay 8%, that is 8 lakh rupees. 8 lakh rupees as interest. Whoever has this bond, they will pay 1 lakh rupees as interest. Now, suppose this bank wants to sell this bond. Suppose this bank somehow needs money and it wants to sell this bond. If bond ka demand zyada hai, what may happen? This bond may be getting sold in 1 crore 10 lakh rupees. This bond, agar bond ka demand zyada hai, to bond rather than 1 crore rupees, they may be selling it in 1 crore 5 lakh rupees, let's say. Yeah, for simplification, rakho 1 crore 10 lakh rupees. They sell this bond in 1 crore 10 lakh. Fine. Who gets this bond? Bank 2. Bank 2 bought it in how much? 1 crore 10 lakh. Ab government will keep giving them interest. How much interest will government give? 8 lakh. Because government had borrowed only 1 crore rupees. Government will give how much interest to them? 8 lakh. Is this 8 lakh 8% or less? This is less than 8%, na? 1 crore pe 8 lakh would have been 8%. But 1 crore 10 lakh pe 8 lakh is less than 8%. So for them, the yield that they are getting from bond is reduced. So if the price of bond increases, if demand of bond increases, yield goes down. Did we understand this? If price of bond increases, if demand of bond increases, yield goes down. So let's say rather than earning 8%, they are earning only 7%. They are getting only 7. They will get 8 lakh rupees, but that is 7%. Now in this scenario, एक ये point तो मैं समझ जाएगा. Let's go to a reverse scenario. Reverse scenario means I'm ready to sell 1 crore rupees ka bond, but there is no one to buy it. So I'll sell it in 90 lakh rupees. Please koi le lo, give me some money. I need money. If there is no one to buy it, I'll sell it in 90 lakh rupees. This time bond ka demand is less, bond ka price is less. Demand less hoga to price bhi less hoga na. Suppose this bank 3 buys it in 90 lakh rupees. What is the price at which it has bought it? 90 lakh rupees. What is the interest that it gets? 8 lakh rupees. Is it more than 8% or less than 8%? Yield is higher. So agar bond ka price is going down, bond ka demand is going down, yield is higher. We'll study about bond yield in more details. जब हम capital market में आएंगे ना, capital market में we'll study this, but एक general rule. Bond price goes up, yield, price went up, yield goes down. Bond price reduced, yield goes up. Bond price reduce होगा, yield क्या हो जाएगा? बढ़ जाएगा. अब इसका ना, let's understand one more implication. First class bill of exchange. हाँ आते हैं आयुषी. I'll explain what first class bill. Now think of this. Suppose they are earning 10%. Government was giving how much? 8%. In this scenario, when bond prices are high, they are earning 7%. When bond prices are low, they are earning. ये दो scenario है. Bond prices are high, bond yield reduces. Bond prices are low, bond yield increases. Now we exactly 7% or 10% नहीं है, मैंने ऐसे लिख दिया है ना. ये 8% से कम है, this is less than 8%, this is more than 8%. No one is going to question my CSAT. कि सर आपको percentage निकालना नहीं आता. Now consider this. देखो, bank 2 wanted to buy bonds. It had two options. एक, government is selling new bonds. I buy that. दूसरा, I buy it from bank 1. If government is selling new bonds and that is giving me 6% का interest, lower interest, or that is giving me 6.5% का interest, so I'll prefer this one where I'm getting 7% का interest. I'll prefer this one. If government is giving me 9-10% का interest, government मेरे को interest ज़्यादा दे रहा है, what would happen? I will prefer government वाला bond, right? अब सोचो, when government is giving high interest rate means government has to give more higher interest. That will lead to government का fiscal burden higher, है ना? तो to ensure that government का fiscal burden is not high, RBI increases the demand of bond. RBI जब bond का demand बढ़ाएगा, yield will come down. Yield will come down. So when government is coming and giving a bond at 7.1% also, they will prefer to give money to government rather than buying it. So when bond yield is low, when यहाँ पे bond yield is low, low bond yield में क्या government को जो interest देना पड़ेगा, that will be lower for new bonds. When bond yield is low, earlier government gave money in 8% interest rate, but now government comes and says 7.5% interest rate में government bond दे रहा हूं मैं. Is anyone interested? This bank will go, I am interested because I am getting only 7%. Are we understanding this? So when RBI buys government bonds, it also ensures that demand for bond is high, yield for bond is low. Demand for bond is high, price of bond is high, yield for bond is low, and thus government is able to borrow money at lower rates. Government is able to issue government bonds at lower rates, right? So if I come back here in this section, it helps reduce the spread between repo rate and 10-year government bond yield. Government bond yield, government bond का interest rate कम करने में help करता है. Spread, देखो repo rate, let's say repo rate is 6%, government bond का interest rate is 8%. तो government bond का interest rate अगर yield कम होगा, तो the spread between repo and government bond interest rate would be, government bond yield would be lesser. If government bonds yield is higher, government bond yield will be higher when the demand for government bond is less. Yield तभी higher था when demand is less. So spread between repo rate and government bond yield will increase. But when RBI buys government bonds, it is doing what? It is increasing the demand of the government bond. It is reducing the yield of the government bond. है ना? कुछ अभी नहीं आया, अच्छे से समझ में नहीं आया. आ गया? नहीं आया? Yeah, okay. Let me explain this again. और सिंपल कर लेते एक सिचुएशन. This bank has two options, है ना? एक ये गवर्नमेंट से डायरेक्टली पैसे बोरो कर सकता है. एक it can buy government bonds only from market. It can buy government bonds from market. It can buy government bonds from government and give money to government, or they may have bought government bonds in the past and they are ready to sell it. So if government bonds demand is high, yield will be less. When government bonds demand is high, yield will be less. तो let's say government ने इनको 8% में पैसा दिया. The yield for this was 8%. When the demand is high, this bank will be able to get it in lower yield, 7% only. Rather than giving them 1 crore rupees, they will give 1 crore 10 lakh rupees and then earn 8 lakh rupees every month as interest. ये बात समझ में आई? Now in this scenario, when government comes and says, I'm giving you bond at 7.5%, will I be more interested in this? So by increasing the demand for bond, we are reducing the yield of bond. By reducing the yield, we are reducing the rate at which government is able to borrow. Earlier government was able to borrow at 8%, but now government is able to borrow at 7.5%. So last वाली line देखो. It reduces the aggregate cost of borrowing for the center and states. ये वाला point समझ में आया? When RBI is buying bond, RBI is increasing the demand of the bond. If demand of the bond is increasing, what is happening? Yield of the bond is reducing. Yield of the bond is reducing means government will be able to borrow money at lower interest rate. ये point समझ में आ गया? Last line सबको, each one of us are able to understand this? अभी भी कोई no है? नहीं? सब comfortable है? मुझे ही गर्मी लग रही है क्या? आप सबको भी लग रही है? इतने मोटे मोटे जैकेट पहन के उतार लो. मेरे पास तो स्कोप नहीं है. फिर मैं एकदम ही टी शर्ट में आ जाऊंगा. दैट्स नॉट सुटेबल. अब सेकेंड थिंग देखो, दिस इज अ बैंक, दिस इज ऑल्सो अ बैंक. बैंक कैन बोरो मनी एट रेपो रेट फ्रॉम आरबीआई. बैंक कैन बोरो मनी एट रेपो रेट फ्रॉम आरबीआई, राइट? और बैंक कैन get money by selling its government bonds. Bank can get money by selling its government bonds. इससे भी बैंक को पैसा मिल सकता है. तो when RBI keeps what high? Demand of bonds high. When RBI is buying government bond, RBI is keeping demand of government bond high. Yield will be lower. Yield will be lower. Fine.
Now, bank has two options. I will get money in the form of repo rate, or I will get money in the form of by selling my bonds. By selling my bonds. Now think of this bank. This bank has two options. It can borrow money from RBI or it can sell its bonds. It can sell its bonds. अगर अभी bond का demand ज़्यादा है, it has an option of selling the bond. Bond का demand ज़्यादा, it has an option of selling the bond, right? Or it has the option of so what we are trying to say, when bond का demand increases, bond yield reduces, and the gap between repo rate and government का bond yield comes down. That is what is being said here. It helps reduce the spread between repo rate and government bond का interest rate. Okay, so we'll study more about bond yield in the coming classes. Don't worry. अभी बस जो यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है वो सारे sentences when you read, you should have that clarity so that when MCQs में वो आए, you should not be like ये क्या पूछा हो. You should not be like that. You should be like if bond prices are going up, bond demand is going up, yield will go down. ये वाला क्लियर सबको होना चाहिए. ओके, अब सेल, ओपन मार्केट ऑपरेशन सेल. सेल से क्या होगा? RBI when it sells bond, what happens? When RBI is selling bond, that is RBI is getting money. Money supply in the market reduces. इसका ना कोई फिक्स प्लान नहीं होता. जैसे बाइंग के लिए there is plan GSAP, selling के लिए there is no fixed plan. Only discretionary sell happens to reduce money supply in the economy. Sometimes there's a need of reducing money supply in the economy because of very high inflation, etc. And at that time only RBI will venture into what? Selling of government bonds. It happens discretionary nature mein. It does. There is no fixed plan for this. Do we understand this? Okay. So this was what? This was open market operation. So we were talking about quantitative methods of controlling money supply. First method that we looked at was bank rate, जिसमें क्या होता है? Central bank or RBI rediscounts bill of exchange. If bank rate is high, banks will not be interested in getting their bill of exchange rediscounted. Rediscount मतलब उनको उतने कम पैसे मिलेंगे. If bank rate is high, banks will not be interested, and this, if banks are not interested, what would happen? They will have bill of exchange, they will not be able to get money from RBI, money supply will be low. Bank rate is high, money supply will be low. Bank rate is low, money supply will be high. Open market operation. If RBI is buying government bonds, money supply increases. If RBI is buying government bond, yield decreases. Yield decreases. RBI गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड बाय कर रहा है तो क्या हो रहा है? मनी गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड के प्राइसेस आर गोइंग अप, तो यील्ड में गो डाउन. आर वी एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस रैशनली, लॉजिकली? ओके. व्हेन RBI is selling government bonds, then money supply is reducing. RBI सेल कर रहा है तो मार्केट से पैसा इज कमिंग टू, मनी इज कमिंग टू RBI, तो मार्केट में मनी हैज रिड्यूस्ड. नाउ one such thing or one mechanism is operation twist. Let us understand what operation twist is. Operation twist में RBI will do this. RBI will say, let me buy government bonds or government securities, but कौन से वाले? Long term. And let me sell government securities. कौन से? Short term. I'm buying long-term government security and I'm selling short-term government security. So when I buy long-term government security, yield of long-term government security comes down or increases. RBI जब bond खरीदता है तो yield को क्या करेगा? वो decrease करेगा. When I'm buying long-term government security, the demand for long-term government security is increasing. Its price may go up. Its yield will अब ये बताओ, इस सिचुएशन में विल गवर्नमेंट बी एबल टू बोरो लॉन्ग टर्म मनी एट लोअर कॉस्ट? लॉन्ग टर्म बॉन्ड का यील्ड कम हो गया, गवर्नमेंट विल बी एबल टू बोरो मनी एट लोअर कॉस्ट? Government will be able to borrow money at lower cost, long term money at lower cost. But are they also ensured ki I'm also selling some government securities, and thus as such when I buy a government security there was increase in money supply. When I'm selling government security there is decrease in money supply of the same amount. So the net there has not been any increase or decrease in money supply immediately. But long term mein government has been able to buy, government has been able to mobilize money at lower prices. Plus agar ye yield is going down, if this yield is going down, what may happen? These businesses or these banks, they're like, government ko paise dene mein there's not a lot of profit because yield there is anyways low. Let me buy commercial bonds. Commercial bonds are risky, but their yield is better. Commercial bond is risky, but their yield is better. So Reliance Industries may issue some bonds. मुझे भी पैसा दे दो, सब गवर्नमेंट को दोगे क्या? Government is not risky, so people give money to government. But let's say Reliance Industries comes, please give me some money. You all keep on giving money to government. Government is giving you 8%, I'm giving you 12%. Banks are like, no, you are risky. I'll not give it to you. Fine. But देखो, government का bond yield has come down to 7%. Now you'll only get 7% from government. I'm giving you 12%. Will banks be slightly more interested in buying commercial bonds? Businesses get more money. In operation twist, in this way, businesses are able to get more money. Government is able to get money at lower interest rate. Businesses are able to get more money. Is it helping in economic revival? Yes. At the same time, immediate terms mein money supply in the economy is not getting affected. So it will not lead to withdrawal of money of foreign investors, etc. from the economy. This was operation twist. Under this, RBI buys government securities having long-term maturities, say 5 years and more, and sells government security with short-term maturity. Significance: government security yield decreases, long-term government security yield decreases as RBI is increasing the demand for long-term government security. This will lead to reduction in cost of borrowing of government. जब government का security yield, government bond का security yield, government bond का yield is going down, will government be able to borrow money at lower interest rate? It will be able to borrow money at lower interest rate. Okay. Please note, if bond yield were high, people would not have invested in new government bond. Only when bond yield is low, people are ready to invest in new government bond, जो may be giving slightly higher things. Further, reduction in government security yield will also lead to investors finding corporate bonds more attractive. The government is also able to borrow more money. Corporate players are also able to borrow more money, and economy is thus benefited. Lower long-term interest will infuse money credit into the economy. Did you understand how government के पास भी ज़्यादा पैसा जा रहा है and businesses are also getting more money? Higher short-term interest rate prevent outflow of investment and foreign exchange. Short-term में तो yield has increased. Short-term bonds they are selling. तो short-term bonds का supply बढ़ रहा है. Their yield is higher. Short-term bonds में yield is higher. So if I want to invest for 1 year, 2 year, I will prefer short-term government bonds where yield is higher. अब जो foreign investors होते हैं, they come for not 10 years. वो देखना चाहते हैं 1-2 साल में क्या है. Yield is better. So foreign investors are also not going to go out of India. So we have ensured that here we do not lead to outflow of investment and foreign exchange because they are primarily short-term, and we have also ensured businesses, government are able to get cheaper money for long term. Both the things. Okay, समझ में नहीं आया कोई बात नहीं, घर जाके एक बार फिर से लॉजिकली रैशनली सोचना, हर चीज को कनेक्ट करके रीड ईच एंड एवरी लाइन एंड थिंक ऑफ इट लॉजिकली, यू विल बी एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड. अब देखो, नो मैटर इन विच बुक यू गो, यू विल नॉट गो दिस मच अबाउट ओपन मार्केट ऑपरेशन, है ना. आपने ओपन मार्केट ऑपरेशन किसी भी किताब से पढ़ी होगी, ये सारे पॉइंट्स नहीं मिलते हैं. दैट इज व्हाई as I told you कि I'll try to ensure that you are not needing to refer to any other source. बेसिक्स के लिए भी नहीं, अभी बेसिक्स में मैं करंट अफेयर्स भी करा रहा हूं. When I taught you about issue of money, I taught you about 2000 रुपए के साथ क्या हुआ है ना. बट देर आर सम एरियाज जिसका करंट अफेयर्स हम किस में करवा पाएंगे, सिर्फ टारगेट प्री में ही करवा पाएंगे बिकॉज ऑफ द लिमिटेशन ऑफ टाइम हियर. द 7 टॉपिक्स दैट आई टोल्ड यू ऑन द वेरी फर्स्ट डे विल बी कंप्लीटेड इन पीएमपी, बट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, एग्रीकल्चर एंड देन दोज एरियाज, व्हिच एरियाज, इस पे जो आगे करंट अपडेट आएगा that will be possible only in the target pre classes. Okay, अब तो we have so far looked at two methods, quantitative methods. पहला method was bank rate, rediscount rate. दूसरा method was open market operation. इन दो में कोई mistake नहीं करनी है. Third method, we are still talking about conventional method. Conventional quantitative method. Third method is variable reserve ratio. There are two types of variable reserve ratio. We already know this. If reserve ratio ka rate increases, money supply decreases because bank will have to keep more reserves with RBI. If reserve ratio decreases, money supply increases. Okay. Now there are two types of reserve ratio. One is CRR, other is SLR. The provision for cash reserve ratio is provided under the 1934 Act only, whereas SLR is provided under Banking Regulation Act 1949. CRR, SLR हमें पता है, but CRR is as per the 1934 RBI Act. SLR is as per the 1949 Banking Regulation Act. पहला aspect. अपार को नींद आ रही है? नहीं, आ जाए, कोई बात नहीं. Now, what is CRR? CRR बोलता है कि scheduled banks are supposed to keep a percentage of their net time and demand deposit. So, in my bank, if 100 rupees are deposited, it may be demand deposit, it may be time deposit. We understand what time deposit, demand deposits are? Net, not interbank deposits. Not interbank deposit. Net time and demand deposits कितना है? उसका 1% has to be kept in the form of cash with RBI. उसका a percentage has to be kept in the form of cash with RBI. This is CRR. So basically what I'm saying is, in our example that we had, in economy में पहले 100 rupees, RBI gave me 100 rupees and said, run करो economy. I kept 10 rupees with myself. I deposited 90 rupees with bank. I deposited 90 rupees. उसमें let's say 50 rupees is demand deposit. 40 rupees is time deposit. So this is net time and demand deposit, which what has our bank has. RBI will say, see, if CRR is let's say 4.5%, if CRR is 4.5%, they will say आपका जो net time demand and time deposit है उसका 4.5% you deposit with what? Whom? RBI. तो इसका 4.5 936 945 4.05 4.05 rupees I will deposit where? CRR में RBI के पास. अब now it has to be kept in cash. It has to be kept in cash and bank will not get any interest on it. It has to be kept in cash and bank will not get any interest on it. CRR, cash reserve ratio. Why? Why is RBI taking 4% of my money? RBI is taking this 4% of my money so that I'll always have some reserve for emergency situation. I'm not giving, if this bank had given all 90 rupees in the form of loan, P2 को 90 rupees पूरा दे देता, and suppose I came, give my money to me, will it be able to pay it back? Will bank be able to pay it back? Because bank doesn't have any money. So one reason is objective. Since a part of total deposit in bank is available in the form of cash, it can be used to readily make money available to customers when they demand it. Now, here also, if all the customers, let's say this 90 rupees was deposited by 90 different customers. So one customer will come and ask for 1 rupees. If you have given all the money in the form of loan, it will become problematic. So you keep some money in the form of CRR. Cash ke form mein, which is readily available. Okay. RBI also controls the amount of money in the market through this mechanism. If RBI increases CRR rate, more money will go to reserves, money supply will reduce. If RBI reduces CRR, money supply will increase. So it has two objectives. One, to ensure that banks are able to deal with emergency situation. They'll have some reserve with RBI. Second, through this mechanism also, what happens? Money supply is controlled. Got it? Do we all understand what CRR is? CRR is provided under which act of the Parliament? 1934 Act. CRR ka provision is provided in 1934 Act. Now, please note, bank does not get any interest and it has to be kept in cash only. You cannot keep it in gold. You cannot keep it in government securities. ये आपको कैसे रखना पड़ेगा? कैश में ही रखना है. There is no upper limit or no lower limit prescribed by law. RBI Act does not say that CRR cannot be 0% or CRR cannot be 100%. Act does not put any restriction. RBI can itself decide what is the CRR, SLR, CRR that they want to. We are talking about CRR. So for CRR, there is no upper limit, there is no lower limit. If CRR increases, money supply reduces. ये हमें समझ में आ रहा है? Okay. Now let's go to a concept of incremental CRR. A concept of incremental CRR was in news recently. What is this incremental CRR? क्या बोल रहे हैं? कुछ बोल रहा है कोई? अरे समझा रहे हो? अच्छा मैंने पूछा नहीं था. देखो, if this bank has 100 crores of net time and demand deposit, RBI will say, "Bhai, keep 4.5 crores." Fine, keep 4.5 crores. Okay. But then in 2023, RBI told everyone, your 2,000 rupees you deposit in the bank. है ना? By 7th October, पहले September was deadline, but then by 7th October you deposit all the money in bank. So bank started getting a lot of money. People did not, so generally now, they say if I have 1 lakh rupees, I'll not go to bank and exchange it. I'll like deposit it and will take perhaps 5,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees that I need. So money with bank started increasing. When deposit increased, some money would have gone to CRR. 4.5% would have gone to CRR. Fine. Still, because all the 2,000 rupee note, 98% of 2,000 rupee notes have come back, will it lead to increase in money with the bank? 4%, 4.5% would have gone there, but यहाँ पे फिर भी ज़्यादा रहेगा. So government said this can be detrimental. RBI said this can be detrimental for economy. A lot of money with the banks. Sudden increase of money with the bank. They'll look for more loans, etc. This may create problem. This has led to increased money supply. So they came with ICRR. They said the extra money that you have got after what? After this deposit initiative was brought in, कि 2,000 rupees वाला पैसा आप deposit कर दो, उसमें you have to give more CRR. Your CRR will be 10% more. Your CRR, so you have to keep more money with RBI, so that suddenly banks do not have a lot of cash. Did we understand what incremental CRR is? It was decided that with effect from the fortnight beginning August 12, 2023, scheduled banks shall maintain an ICRR of 10% on the increase in, so not on all the money. See, if this bank already had 100 crores, uska to 4.5% ही रहेगा वहाँ पे. But suppose between after August 12, 2023, or sorry, between May 19, 2023 and July 28, 2023, it was decided with effect from fortnight. Scheduled banks shall maintain ICRR of 10% on the increase in their demand and time liability between May 19, 2023 and July 28, 2000. इस पीरियड में जो आपके पास पैसा इंक्रीज हुआ है, let's say पैसा इंक्रीज was 20 crores. 100 crore तो you already had, deposit you already had, 20 crore more. इसका 10%, not of the whole money, इसका 10% will be incremental CRR that has to be deposited with RBI. And it was for a temporary period. Later, you would see this was a temporary measure to reduce the excess increase of what? Excess increase of money with banks Existing CRR remained unchanged at 4.5%. It reduced the supply of money and thus curtailed inflation to some extent. In September 2023, RBI announced discontinuation. Now this incremental CRR thing is discontinued. But the problem was, if it was discontinued at one go, all of a sudden a lot of money from RBI would have come to bank. So RBI announced its discontinuation in phases. It said कि RBI released 25% of ICRR, जो extra पैसा आपने लिया था CRR के 10%, उसका 25% was released on 9th September, 25% on 23rd September, and then 50% on 7th of October. Slowly, bank will get this. So this was the concept of incremental CRR. Why increased incremental CRR was provided for? Increased incremental CRR was provided for. Increased incremental CRR was provided for reducing the supply of money with banks for that temporary period when suddenly a lot of people went and started depositing money with the banks because 2000 rupees notes had to be returned. Yes, beta. नहीं, demonetization type नहीं हुआ ना बच्चा. अच्छा, उस टाइम में भी banks would have a lot of money. देखो, अब वहां पे problem कुछ और था. वहां पे ना 100 rupee note, sorry 500 rupee note, 1000 rupee note were demonetized. अब बैंक के पास वो पैसा आया भी, bank cannot give that money in the form of loan. Bank had to wait for new 2000 rupee and 500 rupee come from RBI to it, and that took its own time. Bank के पास currency का shortage था, so this problem did not. At that time, money supply kind of reduced. At that time, money supply reduced, which is in the case here. Did we get it? Okay. So we understood the concept of incremental CRR. Okay. अब एक और चीज समझते हैं. देखो, let's understand one more thing. SBI. SBI gets a deposit of 100 crore rupees. SBI gets a deposit of 100 crore rupees. CRR is 4.5%. That is 4.5 crore it has to give to RBI. Now, on this 100 crore rupees, does SBI have to pay interest on all 100 crore rupees? If I go to SBI and deposit 100 crore rupees with SBI, cash wouldn't be I. Will I tell SBI, give me interest on all 100 crore rupees? And I will not tell SBI, give me interest only on 95.5 crore because resto is going to CRR. I don't care where you are sending money. I need interest on all this. Okay. Interest जो इन्हें pay करना पड़ता है, that is on all 100 crore rupees. But interest that they earn is only on 95.5 crores because 4.5% तो चला गया है. You're understanding the issue? Banks थोड़ा सा परेशान रहते हैं इस बात से. Okay. Now there's a concept of green deposit coming. Green deposits are those deposits. Just say if I have 100 crore rupees, if I'm depositing 100 crore rupees with bank can use this money for any purpose it wants. But when I deposit 100 crore rupees in the form of green deposit, bank will use this 100 crore rupees only for giving loans for green purposes. Only for renewable energy on those purposes. Now, in that scenario, what may happen? I may not find enough number of customers. When I was allowed to give money to anyone, when this is a normal deposit, then I can give money to anyone. I will find more customers. I can earn higher interest rate. But when I have to specifically go to green borrowers, यहाँ पे borrowers should be green for this 100 crore rupees. My interest earning may be lower. एक तो मेरा interest, I have to give you interest on full money. My interest earning is lower, and then you are taking CRR. The SBI was discussing with RBI, can for green deposit CRR be reduced? If someone is giving me 100 crore rupees of deposit, you don't take entire 4.5%. for green deposit, because here I'll be earning lesser interest. Can you reduce thoda CRR so that there is more money available here for giving loan? Did we understand? Has it happened? Kya green deposit pe CRR less hai? No, it hasn't happened. But it was being discussed. That's why it was in news. SBI in talks with RBI to lower CRR on green deposit. In January 2024, SBI announced a green deposit scheme, a first in the domestic banking to attract long-term retail deposit to be used only to fund green transition projects or climate-friendly projects. The bank has said that such deposit will be priced 10 basis point lower than normal. The depositor is getting lower interest rate, 10 basis point lower. मैं जब SBI को जाके 100 crore rupees deposit कर रहा हूँ, interest rate on green deposit is lower. SBI is engaging with RBI for reduction of CRR for green deposit, and if at all as a policy, it can be incorporated in the regular policy mechanism. Ab why would I go for green deposit then? As per my environmental support. मैं environment के लिए भी contribute करना चाहता हूं, तो मैं SBI को जाके green deposit दूंगा. Now SBI will, because I am taking slightly lower interest rate, SBI will be able to give it at slightly lower interest rate to the green players. But मैं भी lose कर रहा हूं, SBI भी lose कर रही है. SBI is requesting RBI, थोड़ा तुम भी कम कर लो अपना रेशियो. तो this is still being discussed. ये अभी आया नहीं है. Suppose अब पता है एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन कैसे बनेगा. On green deposits, CRR rates have been reduced, or CRR rates are lower. Cash reserve ratio is lower. Because it is in news, we should be very clear कि no. Green deposit पे CRR वैसा ही है जैसा, ऐसे हम logically सोचते जाएंगे, सोचेंगे हाँ शायद to promote green deposit RBI may have done it. हमने पढ़ा नहीं है तो तुक्का मारते टाइम शायद हम वो कर सकते हैं. But it is still being discussed. It has not been done. It has not been done. Are we comfortable here? Okay. Now let's come to SLR. We are talking about variable reserve ratio. Variable reserve ratio mein first thing that we did was CRR. Now, SBI, its net demand and time liability. Net demand and time liability is basically deposits is 100 crores. Let's say deposit is 100 crore. CRR क्या बोलता है? 4.5%. This rate may change, this ratio may change, but it is saying कि 4.5% keep in the form of cash with RBI. Keep in the form of cash. No interest. No interest. No interest. This is 1934 Act. This is 1934 Act. This rate 4.5% is not there in 1934 Act, but CRR provision is there in 1934 Act. How much can be CRR? Can CRR be 100%? Act has not put any restriction on it. SLR 1949 Act. SLR. Statutory liquidity ratio. So of 100 crore, 4.5 crore you will keep in the form of cash with RBI. Around 18% you will keep in highly liquid assets. Around 18% you will keep in high. So abhi SLR rate is around 18%. Highly liquid assets. So liquid assets में क्या हो सकता है? So basically, let's say 18 crore. So it will have to ensure 18 crore rupees. It is keeping either in the form of cash or government bonds or gold. And they can keep this money in their own vault. Bank अपने vault में ही of 100 crores 18 crore कैसे रखेगा? Cash, gold or in the form of government bonds. That is, RBI would have spent this 18 crore rupees. Some of this, let's say RBI is keeping, SBI is keeping of this 18 crore, 5 crore in cash, 5 crore in gold, and remaining 8 crore में उन्होंने क्या किया है? Government bonds buy कर लिए. They have bought government bonds. This is SLR. So percentage of their net time and demand liability, or a percentage of their total deposit, has to be kept in a highly liquid form. It can be cash, it can be gold, it can be government securities, government bonds. Under Banking Regulation Act 1949, banks have to maintain a stipulated proportion of their net demand and time liability in the form of liquid asset like cash, gold, or government security in their vault itself. It need not be deposited with RBI. They will keep it in their vault. Banks have to report to RBI every alternate Friday about their SLR maintenance, and if they are not maintaining SLR, they'll have to pay penalties. Interest income is available on SLR. CRR पे interest income available था? नहीं. अब you will say, sir, how SLR पे interest income is available? सोचो, if I'm keeping it in cash, no interest will be, because I'm keeping cash in my own vault, no income will be available. But I'm buying government bonds, and I'm keeping government bonds. On government bonds, am I earning interest? On government bonds, am I earning interest? So banks generally prefer what? Keeping it in the form of government bonds. वो कैश में भी रख सकते हैं, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स में भी रख सकते हैं, एंड दे कैन आल्सो कीप इट इन द फॉर्म ऑफ गोल्ड. ओके सर, कैन वी अटेम्प्ट टेस्ट पोस्ट शेड्यूल डेट्स? बेटा ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स तो कभी भी अटेम्प्ट कर सकते हैं, ऑनलाइन पोर्टल पे मिल जाएगा, बट योर नेम विल नॉट बी देयर इन द रैंक लिस्ट एंड एवरीथिंग, है ना. ऑफलाइन स्टूडेंट्स को क्लासरूम में आके उस टाइम पे करना है, तो आपको क्लासरूम में उसी टाइम पे आके करना होगा, या उस दिन पेपर ले जाओ, फिर घर पे आप कभी भी करते रहो. We'll also upload PDF on the Telegram channel along with solution. आप भी कभी भी करना चाहते हो करो, इशू नहीं है, but there's no point. Preferable क्या है? Ensure आना है संडे को, टेस्ट देना है ना. संडे को आके टेस्ट देना है, कोशिश यही करनी है, पूरी शिद्दत से, पूरी मेहनत से. एंड देन आफ्टर टेस्ट यू कैन बी लाइक, भाड़ में जाए पढ़ाई, अब मैं नहीं कर रहा, अब मैं बस सोऊंगा. नहीं, देखो, at 5 PM or 4:30 PM your test is done. संडे को हाफ डे यू कैन स्टिल keep for yourself, रिलैक्सिंग के लिए, है ना. गो आउट एंड प्ले, like play cricket for 2-3 hours, play football for 2-3 hours, जो भी करना चाहते हो. आपको आपके एकदम सुकून वही मिलता है कि बॉयफ्रेंड का हाथ, गर्लफ्रेंड का हाथ पकड़ के वारन में घूमे, घूमो. क्या ये बात इंपॉर्टेंट है ना. मतलब आफ्टर संडेज टेस्ट तब तक ऐसे बिहेव करना है एज इफ इट इज द डे ऑफ योर एग्जामिनेशन. टिल लास्ट मोमेंट कीप ऑन रिवाइजिंग कॉन्सेप्ट्स, स्टे रिलैक्स्ड. बट अब जब हर संडे को when you will go through this phase, no, you will see your preparation is way better. But when you will keep this attitude, I'll complete my syllabus and then I'll attempt the test. Tests keep on getting pending. हर वीक टेस्ट है ना, अगले टेस्ट के लिए कम टाइम मिलेगा फिर. तो जो भी है मुझे टेस्ट देना है और अच्छे से प्रिपेयर करके देना है. और उसके बाद यू टेक आउट 4-5 आवर्स कि मंडे से संतोष सर आके सुबह खुद फिर खून पीना शुरू करेंगे. एवरी मंडे एट 8 AM यू विल सी मी हियर, है ना. तो कम से कम संडे को तो रात में 12-1 बजे तक आई एम लाइक फिर सो जाना, ताकि सुबह उठ जाओगे, है ना. तो जल्दी सो जाना, मतलब योर टेस्ट गेट्स ओवर एट 4, शाम को 5 बजे से रात में 12 बजे तक जो मर्जी करना है करो. एंजॉय. यू लाइक रीडिंग बुक्स, रीड बुक्स, not from the perspective of exam, but वैसे you like हारना, हांडो. You like playing cricket, playing football, you just want to sit in park and enjoy. NSP करना चाहते हो. You don't know NSP. This generation, you know NSP. What is NSP? नैनसुख प्राप्ति. नैनसुख प्राप्ति without making anyone uncomfortable. ऐसे नहीं जाके तुम्हें किसी को देखने का मन है, उस लड़के को घूर ही रही हो, आराम से नैनसुख प्राप्ति, जो भी, एनीथिंग टू रिलैक्स. ठीक है, हो गया टेस्ट जैसा भी हुआ है. अब ये 5-6 घंटे मेरे, यू हैव टू डू दिस. इफ यू डोंट डू दिस, मार्च एंड तक ना यू विल स्टार्ट हेटिंग मी. सबसे ज्यादा हेट मुझसे करोगे कि एवरी मंडे ट्यूसडे वेडनेसडे आई एम कमिंग नाउ। अब हर मंडे ट्यूसडे वेडनेसडे मैं आ रहा हूं, पहले इकोनॉमी, फिर साइंस, फिर एनवायरमेंट, फिर इंटरनेशनल बॉडीज, फिर मैपिंग, और फिर फ्राइडे सैटरडे संडे आऊंगा करंट अपडेट्स के लिए। अप्रैल में योर क्लासेस विल नॉट बी एंटायर वीक, अप्रैल में ओनली सैटरडे संडे अपडेट होगा या कुछ वैसा होगा, बट करंट अपडेट्स वाला सेक्शन होगा टारगेट प्री वाले बच्चों के लिए। तो इफ यू डोंट रिलैक्स, इफ यू कीप ऑन स्टडिंग इवन ऑन संडे आखिरी तक, फिर मंडे को सुबह मेरी शक्ल देखोगे, क्या होगा? यू विल स्टार्ट हेटिंग मी। वो नहीं चाहिए भाई। अपना गुस्सा, थकावट सब पहले निकाल लो, संडे को इनकम है, ओके, बट संडे को टेस्ट देना है। मेक इट अ रूल, well prepared or not, you have to attempt test, because from Monday you will start focusing on modern India. Next test भी तो है, फिर वापस आएगा इकोनॉमी, फिर आएगा मॉडर्न इंडिया, बट द पॉइंट इज you have to give test no matter what. Okay, once again I want to apologize for asking to change the timing, didn't mean to say that we need less time. चलिए, कहाँ थे हम? We were talking about SLR, highly liquid form. Okay, now interest income is available, we can understand that, or you may keep money, you may keep cash in the form of gold, or gold के prices भी बढ़ सकते हैं, right? In this way you can, on SLR you can earn something. CRR is problematic, cash लेके बस रख लिया है. CRR is problematic for banks, but SLR is okay. Now what is the purpose? One, ensure solvency of the bank. What is solvency? When depositors come to you, give me my money, we should not be like, मैंने तो सारे लोन में दे दिए, है ना? So that banks don't lend all the deposit, which would be very risky. Thus SLR is used to control the bank's leverage of credit expansion. Bank is expanding its loan, but uske loan expansion mein there should be some safety net available. If bank give all the money in the form of loan and some loans are not returned, how will you pay the depositors? Okay, and then also to control the money in the, if SLR increases, money supply reduces. If SLR reduces, money supply increases. So please note, CRR and SLR are to be maintained on daily basis as a percentage of NDTL on last Friday of second preceding. तो जो last Friday of second preceding fortnight, तो 14 days पहले जो Friday था, उस दिन आपका कितना क्या था? NDTL था, उसका percentage 4.5%, 18%, you have to maintain daily. If you are not maintaining it daily, then you may have to pay fine. Now, there is no minimum limit prescribed, but for SLR, there is a maximum limit available. For CRR, there was no maximum limit, but SLR may there is a maximum limit. How much? 40%. Why was this done? Why SLR ke liye there is a maximum limit? So that government does not misuse it. Up, please understand this. देखो, SLR में when the banks are asked, you keep 18% money in SLR, bank will not prefer to keep it in cash. Why? Because cash mein they are not earning anything. Where do they earn something? Government bonds. So when SLR is there, SLR mein money is mostly getting to government bonds. Suppose government bonds ki it should be able to borrow money easily. Can it get RBI to increase SLR? RBI for SLR increase. If RBI increases SLR to 25%, banks will be indirectly buying government bonds of around 25%. If RBI increases SLR to 30%, 30% of the deposits which are coming to bank will be used for buying government bonds. So इससे government can somehow harass banks. So to avoid that, there is a maximum limit. कि beyond 40% SLR cannot increase. There is no minimum limit. CRR में there is no maximum limit, no minimum limit, but SLR में there is maximum limit and no minimum limit. SLR can be as low as possible, but maximum it can go to is 40%. Now, finally, so our conclusion is this: if CRR, SLR increase, money supply, bank will be left with less money. Banks may increase interest rate, money supply will decrease. If CRR, SLR decrease, banks will be left with more money. They'll be reducing their interest rate, or they'll be finding more customers. Money supply may increase. Penalties कितना होता है? If you are not maintaining your CRR SLR limit, तो penalties bank rate plus 3% on the shortfall Please note, CRR and SLR are applicable to all scheduled commercial banks. So it includes regional rural banks and scheduled cooperative banks also. Cooperative banks can be scheduled, can be non-scheduled also. So it is applicable on scheduled banks. There may be different rates for RRBs and cooperatives, scheduled cooperatives, but on them also what is applicable? CRR, SLR is applicable. Scheduled cooperative banks can be scheduled or non-scheduled. Scheduled cooperative banks pe what is applicable? CRR, SLR is applicable, and RRBs pe bhi CRR, SLR is applicable. So these were what? These were conventional method. Conventional quantitative methods. Conventional quantitative methods mein we studied bank rate, we studied open market operations, we studied CRR, we studied SLR. Now let's go to non-conventional method. Non-conventional method mein first is liquidity adjustment facility. Now as I was telling you, bank rate wala system or bill rediscounting wala thing is not done. Now if banks need money, they go to RBI and they borrow money at repo rate. So repo rate is a tool under liquidity adjustment facility, LAF. What is liquidity adjustment facility? This is a short-term facility, short-term loan facility available, or short-term deposit facility that is available. What is it? इसके अंदर one thing is repo rate. Repo rate is what? The rate at which banks can borrow money from RBI. So I need money, I can go to RBI. RBI, give me money. What is the interest rate RBI will charge? Repo rate. But I'll have to mortgage government security. I may have invested in government security. I'll have to mortgage government security. Then I can borrow money at repo rate from RBI. And this government security cannot be the 18% वाला. जो आपको SLR में compulsorily government security खरीदना है, this government security cannot be mortgaged. Other than this, the government security that you have will be mortgaged here. Other than this, the government security that we have will be mortgaged here. Did we understand this? The repo rate is the rate at which banks borrow from RBI by mortgaging their non-SLR government security. SLR के लिए the statutory liquidity ratio के अंदर does bank have to buy government security? Banks will buy government security, but that is not something that you can mortgage. That is not something on which you will be taking loans by mortgaging it. Repo rate में उसको mortgage नहीं कर सकते. So come back to this. Rate at which banks borrow from RBI by mortgaging their dated government security or treasury bill. This is for short-term period 2 to 14 days. Repo का full form होता है repurchase option. Note, using repo, all clients of RBI can take loan. All clients means NBFCs also, primary dealers also. LIC is a non-banking financial company. They may have government security. They may have invested in government security. They may mortgage government security with RBI and they may take loan from RBI. Who are primary dealers? Primary dealers are those dealers who are allowed to work in primary market. Government bonds जो primary market में खरीद रहे होंगे और IPOs में जो directly खरीद रहे होंगे, they are primary dealers. They can also go to whom? RBI. If they have government bonds, they can mortgage government bond and borrow money. But government security has to be pledged, not the SLR quota government security. Note it carefully. SLR quota wala jo government security, you will not be able to pledge it. Beyond that, if you have government security, you can pledge it, you can mortgage it and borrow money from RBI. Got it? In this example, SLR may I may have bought some government security. Then beyond this 18 crore, I have to compulsorily invest in SLR, in cash, gold, or government bonds. Other than this also, I may have invested in government bonds. Why? देखो मेरे पास deposit आया, I may be paying 5% on that, and government bond is giving me 7%. So can I buy government bonds? Yes. I may have given loan to government, but now I have government bonds, and suppose I need money, I'll go to RBI, will borrow money from RBI at repo rate, will borrow money from RBI at repo rate by mortgaging my government security, non-SLR government security, not the SLR government. ये mortgage नहीं कर सकता मैं. ये marginal standing facility में I can mortgage this. अभी आते हैं. We are not yet at marginal. In repo rate, when I have to borrow money from RBI, what will I mortgage? Non-SLR government security. Got it? How repo rate impact money supply? Repo rate is high, money supply decreases. Repo rate is low, money supply increases. Let's understand how. देखो अभी तक all the things that we have studied, bank rate high, money supply low. CRR increase करो, money supply decrease. SLR increase करो, money supply decrease. It will be for everything. Repo rate increase, money supply decrease. Reverse repo rate increase, money supply decrease. Standing deposit facility increase, money supply decrease. Marginal standing facility increase, money supply decrease. रूल तो सब में सेम है. इंटरेस्ट रेट रिजर्व रेशियो आप इंक्रीज करोगे, मनी सप्लाई डिक्रीज करोगे, एंड रिवर्स. इफ यू विल reduce this, money supply will increase. How is this happening? We'll understand that, but broadly I hope we have. आपसे कोई भी बोले यार रेपो रेट बढ़ाने से क्या होगा, मनी सप्लाई डिक्रीज होगा, सोचना बाद में दिमाग लगा के. हाँ है ना. If you are increasing these rates, if you are increasing these ratios, money supply is decreasing. If you are reducing these, money supply is increasing. ऐसे गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड यू आर बाइंग, मनी सप्लाई इज इंक्रीजिंग. इफ यू आर सेलिंग, तो इफ आरबीआई इज बाइंग गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड, मनी सप्लाई इज इंक्रीजिंग. आरबीआई गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड खरीदेगा तो पैसा देगा ना उनको, मनी सप्लाई इंक्रीजेस. आरबीआई सेल्स गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड, मनी सप्लाई डिक्रीजेस. अब समझ लेते हैं. तो बैंक रेट वी अंडरस्टैंड हाउ मनी सप्लाई विल डिक्रीज. रीडिस्काउंट रेट इज हायर, तो बैंक विल बी लाइक कि आरबीआई बहुत पैसे काट रहा है. I'm not interested in giving my bond to RBI and getting money from it. Right? Do we understand that? CRR is higher, more money will be with RBI, less money in the market. SLR higher, more money in the form of cash, gold or government bonds. Market में पैसा can be lesser. तो ये तीनों, all these three things are easily understood. Let's come to repo rate. Repo rate is bank borrowing money from RBI. Now, if RBI is giving me loan at 2% interest rate, will I take more interest, more loan? If RBI is increasing it to 4%, will I be taking it lesser? If RBI is increasing it to 6%, will I be taking further lesser loan? If repo rate is high, money supply is low. If repo rate is low, money supply is increased. Moreover, देखो, if I'm taking loan at 2%, can I lend it at 4%? When I'm lending it at 4%, will I find more customers? When I lend it at 6%, will I find less customer? When I lend it at 8%, will I find further less customer? तो मैं जितने रेट पे लोन ले रहा हूं, उससे ज्यादा रेट पे I'll be giving loans. If interest rate are increasing, less customers will be available. If interest rates are low, more money supply. More businesses will be like, interest rates are low, give me the money. If interest rates are high, मुझे नहीं चाहिए. I don't need. Are we able to understand this? पक्का? तो repo rate increases, money supply decreases. Repo rate decreases, money supply increases. आ रही है बातें समझ में? मजा आ रहा है? हाथ उठाए बिना बोल दिया तुमने. Are we able to understand this? पक्का? Okay. Reverse repo. यहाँ पे I have not explained how repo rate impacts money supply, but now by now we have understood these rates are increasing, money supply is decreasing, है ना? Reverse repo. सब कंफ्यूजन हो गया है। रिवर्स रेपो is the rate at which you can deposit money to RBI or RBI will borrow money from you. You depositing money to RBI, RBI borrowing money from you. So RBI, you have excess money with you, RBI takes that money. Now एक और चीज सोचना, you have money, you have an option, आप RBI को दो. When will you give this money to RBI? When interest rate that you are earning is 2% or 4% or 6%, 8%. So if reverse repo rate is higher, you will be reverse repo जितना ज्यादा होगा, reverse repo rate is rate at which you deposit money with RBI. उस पे क्या interest rate मिल रहा है? If you are getting higher interest rate, you will deposit money with RBI. पैसा for market has reduced. Reverse repo rate is higher, money supply is lower. Reverse repo rate is lower, money supply is higher. कैसे? Let's understand this. Suppose reverse repo rate was 4%. So you had deposited some money with RBI. Now RBI reduces it to 3.5%. You will be like, yaar, you're giving me very low interest rate. RBI will be like, yahi milega. You are like, give my money back. I don't want to deposit with you. You are giving me very low interest rate. So some of the money I'll take back. Then that money will be available for market loans. Money supply will increase. Reverse repo rate decrease, money supply increase. Reverse repo rate increase, money supply decrease. But in reverse repo rate also, there's a concern. When I'm depositing, देखो, when I borrowed money from RBI, did I have to pay give mortgage? In the same way, when I'm depositing money to RBI, I'm like, RBI, now I'm giving you money. You are taking loan from me. Mortgage दो मुझे, government security. Reverse repo rate पे RBI will have to give government security. Reverse repo rate पे RBI will have to give government security. Got it? तो ये रूल तो अपना क्लियर है. Repo rate increases, money supply decreases. Reverse repo rate increases, money supply decreases. Reverse repo rate increases, money supply decreases. अब आते तो रिवर्स रेपो यहां पे पढ़ लेते. It is the rate at which RBI borrows from commercial banks by mortgaging its dated government security or treasury bills. Got it? If reverse repo rate increases, money supply decreases. If reverse repo rate decreases, money supply increases. Easy, simple. अब आते हैं वेरिएबल रिवर्स रेपो रेट पे. बैंक 1, बैंक 2, बैंक. सारे बैंक है, RBI है. RBI says reverse repo rate is 4%. Reverse repo rate is 4%. These banks may be like, in market we can give loan at 10%, 11%. Why do we give loan to RBI? RBI को loan देना is very less risky. Fine. But market में we are getting higher money, higher interest rate. Why do I go to RBI? But RBI wants, नहीं, I want to reduce money supply. Come to me. RBI is like, come to me, give your money to me because I want to reduce money supply because there is inflation in the economy. Banks are like, go to hell. It's our money. तुम्हारा कंपलसरी क्या था? CRR SLR हो गया. Now we are not interested. So RBI will say, okay, I'll increase to 4.5%. Some money is deposited. When reverse repo rate is reduced to increased to 4.5%, some money gets deposited. But still, there's a lot of money that RBI would have wanted get deposited and is not getting deposited. Why? Because they are finding better opportunities here. So, and RBI wants, I need money. I need to reduce money supply in the economy. So RBI will say, okay, let's do this. Let reverse repo rate be variable. Variable in the sense, आप बताओ कितने पे डिपॉजिट करोगे? Tell me the rate at which you will deposit money with me, because I want to desperately reduce money supply. So I want money from you to come to my side. तो फिर bargaining होगी. They'll say 4.5%. RBI will say 4.5%. They'll say no, 6.5. RBI will say 5. They'll say 5.5. Worst case में, let's say my repo rate is how much? 6.5%. Repo rate is how much? 6.5%. Here we are talking about reverse repo. Please note it carefully. यहाँ पे मैं repo rate लिख रहा हूँ. Repo rate is let's say 6.5%. Worst case में RBI can go up 6.49%. Deposited by variable reverse repo. If RBI desperately wants to reduce money supply, वेरिएबल रिवर्स रेपो रेट पे जाएगा और वेरिएबल रिवर्स रेपो रेट पे डिमांड सप्लाई के बेसिस पे इंटरेस्ट रेट डिसाइड होगा एंड दैट इंटरेस्ट रेट में गो अप टू स्लाइटली लोअर देन रेपो रेट. वो रेपो रेट से ऊपर नहीं जाएगा. इफ इट वाज going higher than repo rate, then what banks can do? Bank can borrow money at repo rate and give money to RBI at reverse repo, which is higher. So reverse repo will never go higher than even variable reverse repo. Maybe what will not be allowed? Reverse repo rate going higher than repo rate. Even in variable reverse repo rate, it will not be allowed. But variable reverse repo rate में we can increase reverse repo rate up to what? Up to repo rate से slightly lower. Repo rate was 6.5%. Here you went up to 6.49%. Because what? Because जो normal reverse repo rate है उस पे I'm not able to get the money from banks. Let me increase. Keep on increasing it till the time I'm able to mobilize enough money. I'm able to reduce the money supply in the economy. That is variable reverse repo. So in times when there's a lot of money in the economy and you want to reduce money supply and your reverse repo rate is not good enough, you go to what mechanism? Variable reverse repo rate. क्या हमें समझ में आ रही है बातें? आप तो थक गई हो पूरी, हैं? बीच बीच में सो भी जा रही हो. खाना खाने के बाद नींद आ जाती है ना? कम खाया करो, थोड़ा सा. उनकी मम्मी बना देती है 3 टाइम का खाना, है 3 टाइम का ले आती है. अब ब्रेकफास्ट में 3 टाइम का खा लेती है. मम्मी ने बोला था बेटा 2 बजे भी लंच करना, है ना? तुम सारा एक साथ खा गई हो तो नींद आएगी तुम्हें. कम कम खाओ. कहां थे हम? वेरिएबल रिवर्स रेपो. डिड वी अंडरस्टैंड वेरिएबल रिवर्स रेपो? Here the interest rate of banks deposit with RBI is decided by market through auction. Another difference is that in reverse repo rate deposits are made for overnight, 1 day, whereas in variable reverse repo rate it is for more than 1 day, generally 14 days. However, it can be 2, 3, 7, 10 days also. When it is needed when there is excess money flow in the economy. RBI will keep up with the measure to reduce money flow and it uses VRR where rate is determined by market. For example, VRR for 2 days in July 2023 was decided at 6.49% through auction. Repo rate क्या था? 6.5% था. तो उससे just नीचे तक 6.4. July 2023. What's happening in July 2023? 2,000 rupee note are coming back. RBI would want deposit it to me. Don't give it in the form of loan. Money supply will increase in the economy. Banks are like, your interest rate is very low. RBI is like, let's bargain. Let me increase the interest rate, but deposit the money to me. Variable reverse repo. Did you understand the concept of variable reverse repo? Pakka? ऐसे ही ना, there is variable repo rate also. Now, let's understand the meaning of variable repo rate. देखो, what was repo rate? Repo rate is the rate at which I'm taking loan from RBI. Repo rate is the rate at which I'm taking loan from RBI. Now, if I reduce the repo rate, what happens? Money supply increases. If I increase the repo rate, money supply decreases. Fine, economy is not doing well, let's say. What would I want? I'd want to increase the money supply, but I do not want to reduce my repo rate as such. I come up with a variable repo rate mechanism. Variable repo rate में फिर the rate will be determined by market players, market forces. RBI wants to say कि more and more money should be borrowed by you. Banks borrow more money from me. This is what RBI want if it wants to increase the money supply. So variable reverse repo rate can be lower than repo rate. Repo rate से कितना variable reverse repo rate would be lower than repo rate. Let's say repo rate is 6.5%. At 6.5%, they are not borrowing money from you. Banks are not borrowing money from you. RBI will say, तुम बताओ क्या लोगे? You tell me at what rate you will borrow. RBI will keep on reducing its variable repo rate so that the rates become so low that the banks are borrowing money and increasing money supply. But here also the rule is variable repo rate ka rate will not go below reverse repo. It should not go below reverse repo. Because reverse repo is the rate at which RBI is borrowing from you. If you are able to borrow from RBI at lower than reverse repo, then you will borrow from RBI and then deposit it with RBI only. नहीं समझ में आया? नहीं उनको नहीं है, चलो बता देते हैं. I'm saying repo rate is what? Repo rate is the rate at which bank RBI नहीं bank takes money from RBI. इधर RBI था, इधर bank. Repo rate is the rate at which bank borrows money from RBI. This rate is 6.5%. Bank is saying that this rate is high. I'm not borrowing it from. But RBI wants that money supply should increase. So RBI will say, "Acha, repo rate is higher. Let me make repo rate variable for you. Let's go by demand supply." So RBI may make the variable repo rate to be 5%. 5% पे some banks may borrow money. 6.5% पे they were not borrowing money, but at 5% they may borrow money. But even after this, what RBI wants? RBI wants that more money should be borrowed by banks. There should be more money supply. They can reduce it to 4.8%. They may reduce it to 4.6%. They'll keep on reducing it so that banks are able to borrow more money. But they will never reduce it below repo rate, reverse repo rate. Reverse repo rate, let's say, is 4.5%. So variable repo rate will never go below 4.5%. Why? ऐसे मान लो variable repo rate had gone to 4%. उस केस में क्या होगा? Bank can borrow money at 4% and bank can deposit money at 4.5%. ये तो problematic हो जाएगा ना? Bank will borrow a lot of money. You will take money from, जैसे you take money from me at 4% और मुझे ही वापस दे रहे हो 4.5% पे. Is this something that's acceptable? तो variable repo rate will never go below variable reverse repo rate. Okay. So variable repo rate, just like variable reverse repo rate, when RBI desires to infuse liquidity in the economy, but banks are not eager to borrow from RBI at repo rate as interest rate in economy may already be lower. In that case, RBI allows bank to borrow at rate decided by market, generally lower than repo rate, though not less than reverse repo rate for duration more than 1 day. Did you understand variable repo rate also? Okay. Now let's go to the topic of standing deposit facility. Let's understand what the standing deposit facility is. इसके लिए ना, first let us come back to the problem of reverse repo. What was reverse repo? This was reverse repo. Bank, RBI, bank gives money to RBI. What is the interest rate? Reverse repo rate. Bank deposit money with RBI. The interest rate is reverse repo rate. Is it true? है ना? अब let's say RBI wants to reduce money supply. So RBI will increase reverse repo rate. more banks will give money to RBI. Fine. But when banks give money to RBI, in reverse repo rate, RBI has to give government securities. RBI has to give government securities. When RBI is taking loan, RBI also has to take loan at the backing of government security. Repo rate mein banks were doing this. Reverse repo rate mein RBI will have to give government security, but RBI may not have enough government security. This hinders fight against money supply, or this hinders control of money supply. This may hinder control over money supply. Why? I'm increasing reverse repo rate, so more banks are ready to deposit money to me, but I may not have enough government security to give to them. Reverse repo rate में तो government security चाहिए ना? Reverse repo rate में government security चाहिए. Repo rate में भी government, repo rate में I am borrowing, bank is borrowing from RBI, तो bank will say take my government security and lend me money. Reverse repo rate में RBI is borrowing from bank, तो RBI will say take my government security and then give me loans. So RBI will need government security for borrowing money from banks under the reverse repo rate mechanism. But this we understand how it may hinder RBI's control over money supply. Do we understand how this may hinder RBI's control over money supply? Okay. So RBI said, let's come with a new mechanism, SDF. Standing Deposit Facility, which is what? Deposit money with RBI, but you will not get government security. So now RBI can have SDF में deposits without any government security. So RBI can have more deposits now because it doesn't have to counter these deposits with government security. This is Standing Deposit Facility. So Standing Deposit Facility क्या है? It is the rate at which RBI will pay interest for deposit, for loan that it takes from banks, for loan that it takes from market. That is Standing Deposit Facility. But we will study Standing Deposit Facility in थोड़ा और detail. पहला feel समझो. Reverse repo. Reverse repo में when RBI was borrowing money from other banks, RBI had to give government security. But when RBI doesn't have enough government security, RBI cannot take this deposit. So RBI wanted to take the deposit to reduce money supply, but it is not able to do that. So RBI said, let's come up with a different mechanism where this government security thing is not needed. We'll just take deposit. अरे हमसे security क्यों चाहिए? हम तो हम हैं. We are the central bank. We have a lot of reserves and everything. We don't need to give government security. Let's come up with SDF. So bank will say, no government security. I'll charge you higher interest rate. SDF rates are higher than reverse repo. SDF rates are higher than reverse repo rates. Then can you understand the reason behind it? Reverse repo mein, when I was giving loan to you at reverse repo rate, when I was giving loan to RBI at reverse repo rate, RBI ne mortgage kiya tha government security. But now you're not mortgaging government security, I'll charge you higher interest rate. मेरे पैसे डूब गए तो I'm RBI नहीं डूबेंगे, कोई बात. फिर भी when you were giving me government security, the interest rate that I was getting, I should be getting higher interest rate. When you are not mortgaging government security, so SDF rates are slightly higher than reverse repo rate. तो थोड़ा SDF के बारे में फटाफट पढ़ लेते हैं. In April 2022, MPC decided to institute a new instrument in liquidity adjustment facility. अभी तक liquidity adjustment facility में we saw repo rate, we saw reverse repo rate. It introduced SDF as the floor rate of liquidity adjustment facility. Floor मतलब lowest rate of liquidity adjustment facility. Now you will say, sir, अभी तो you said कि reverse repo rate is lower than SDF. Repo rate, the rate at which banks borrow from RBI. Let's say it is 6.5%. Reverse repo, the rate at which RBI borrows from bank. Let's say it is 4%. So अभी तक the lowest rate of liquidity adjustment facility was what? Now we have introduced SDF, which is higher than reverse repo. But यहाँ पे what are we saying? In April 2022, MPC decided to institute a new instrument called SDF as the floor in the liquidity adjustment facility. तो liquidity adjustment facility का floor तो reverse repo है. Then why are they calling SDF as the floor? Because reverse repo as a tool exists, but they are not using it. Can they use it in future? Yes, they can use it in future. So as a tool that this exists, but right now they are not using it. What are they using? SDF. How are they taking money from banks? At SDF rates. अब सोचो कॉमन सेंस से भी बैंक्स वुड आल्सो बी लाइक आई डोंट वांट गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी, आरबीआई से पैसे नहीं डूबने वाले. If given an option of depositing money at reverse repo or at SDF, what will bank deposit money at? SDF is giving them higher interest rate. And that is why we can say what? कि liquidity adjustment facility का floor rate is SDF. Because though reverse repo rate mechanism exists, it is not being used right now. It is there in the tool. It may be used in future, but right now it is not being used. Do we understand this? क्या हमें समझ में आ रही है बात? Okay. So this SDF thing was recommended by Arjit Patel committee, which the committee's name was Expert Committee to Revise and Strengthen Monetary Policy Framework in India. It recommended that we should introduce something like SDF. In 2018, RBI Act was amended to include the provisions of SDF, and in 2022, Monetary Policy Committee decided to include it. With this, fixed rate overnight reverse repo has ceased to be the floor of LAF corridor. Reverse repo rate का lowest interest rate has ceased to be the floor of liquidity adjustment facility. Ab, what is the floor? SDF. SDF is higher than reverse repo, but practically only SDF is being used. What happens to reverse repo? It should be noted that reverse repo continues to remain in the toolkit of RBI as a monetary policy instrument, and its operation will be at the discretion of RBI for the purpose specified from time to time. So this reverse repo rate still exists as a tool, but is not being used. It may be used in future by RBI as per its discretion. SDF as it stands currently has the following features. Upstanding deposit facility के क्या-क्या features है? First, it is floor of LAF corridor. We understand that. It's a monetary policy instrument to absorb liquidity without collateral. RBI will be able to absorb liquidity. RBI will be able to get deposits from other banks without any collateral. It is operated on overnight basis. Reverse repo is also operated on overnight basis. It's also with the flexibility to absorb liquidity for longer tenure with appropriate pricing. So basically, जैसे ना, please understand, repo rate is only for 2 to 14 days. When banks have to borrow money for 2 to 14 days, they will go for repo rate mechanism. But there are some other repo rate systems जहाँ पे you can take longer loan. Banks can take longer loan. ऐसी reverse repo rate was for overnight purpose. If you have to take loan if you have to deposit money for overnight, you use the reverse repo rate mechanism. But if you wanted deposited for longer term, there were some other mechanism existing जो reverse repo से ही related थे. ऐसे SDF is for overnight. It is operated on overnight basis. The bank has some extra cash. Extra cash in the vault will not serve any purpose. They will deposit it with RBI and they will get interest. But bank has this extra cash for longer period. They can deposit it for longer period also under SDF mechanism with slightly different interest rates. Deposits under SDF shall not be reckoned as a balance eligible for maintenance of CRR. देखो CRR में 4% of your cash, 4% of your net demand and time liability has to be kept. SDF में you are depositing money. These two things are different. CRR is not earning you any interest. So deposit of SDF will not be considered towards CRR. Right? Both the standing facility MSF and SDF will be available on all days of the week throughout the year. Both. हम MSF देखेंगे. MSF is an emergency mechanism when banks need to borrow money overnight. When banks need to borrow money for 2 to 14 days, they use what tool? Repo rate. But when banks need to borrow money overnight, they use MSF. When bank has to deposit money overnight, they use SDF. And thus both of them will be available on all days of the week throughout the year. Because these are emergency. अब emergency तो कभी भी आ सकती है ना. both these tools will be available, and SDF is designed to absorb surplus liquidity. SDF being a non-collateralized instrument gives the flexibility. तो reverse repo rate भी surplus liquidity absorb करने के लिए था. SDF is also for that, but SDF के case में what is not there? Collateral thing is not there. क्या बात समझ में आ रही है? Clear है? तो SDF rate increases money supply because bank will be able to get higher interest rate in RBI. They will be depositing more money with RBI. Money supply here reduces. If SDF rate decreases, money supply. Rule तो same है, tools अलग अलग है, right? Rules are similar. Now let's go to marginal standing facility, MSF. नहीं कल नहीं, अभी है 2-4 मिनट तो है, खत्म हो जाएगा. Marginal standing facility. What is marginal standing facility? It's an overnight loan facility given by RBI to banks which have current and subsidiary general ledger account with RBI. The interest rate is generally 25 basis point above repo rate. तो देखो, this was repo rate. Even above repo rate, what do you have? MSF. MSF में you will borrow money from, bank will borrow money from RBI. Now bank could have borrowed money from RBI at repo rate, but emergency में overnight purpose के लिए when you need money, you will to use which mechanism? Marginal standing facility. And आपको emergency में पैसे चाहिए, generally interest rate would be higher. तो marginal standing facility का interest rate is higher than repo rate. So we have MSF, we have repo rate, we have SDF, and then we have reverse repo. Got it? Now let's understand some more things. The loans are given against mortgage of eligible security, but because it's for emergency purpose, you can even mortgage your SLR security. Repo rate में you are not allowed to mortgage your SLR government securities, but MSF में you can mortgage your SLR securities as well. Did we understand? समझ में आ रही है बात? SLR हमने समझा था 18% of the net time and demand liability that you have to keep in cash, gold or government security. So you have bought some government security. Now under repo rate, when you are borrowing money from bank, you cannot use this SLR wala government security. Other government security you can mortgage, but under MSF is for emergency purpose. Here even SLR government security can be used for mortgage. Now only scheduled commercial banks and RRBs have the option of using MSF. They say अब LIC was also able to borrow money at repo rate, है ना? वो सब भी कर पा रहे थे, but MSF is only available to banking sector, is only available to scheduled commercial banks and RRBs. It's not available to NBFCs and primary dealer. Here SLR quota government security can also be absorbed. As of November 2024, MSF is 6.75% and repo rate is 6.5%. What is the main difference? Repo rate routine liquidity management के लिए use होता है, repo rate regular short term borrowing के लिए use होता है. MSF is for emergency unforeseen liquidity needs, and Reserve Bank it is reserved for urgent situation as a source of last resort. So in summary, what do we have? Increase in SLR, CRR, repo rate, SDF, reverse repo, MSF will lead to reduce in money supply, and at times of inflation, it will help us control the inflation. Decrease in SLR, CRR, repo rate, SDF, reverse repo, MSF will lead to increase in money supply, and we increase money supply at times when recession is there or inflation is low, to increase prices, to increase demand, we do that. Okay, I hope आपको ये second half of the class में चीजें समझ में आई हो. First half में तो I was able to revise same thing again and again, so I know you have understood it, but in second half also we have clarity.
Hello friends, I hope you enjoyed the economy video. In this series, between 10th of March and 17th of March, we'll be releasing 2 videos every day and ensure that your entire syllabus of the basics of economy for preliminary examination is getting completed. Please share your feedback in the comment section and do share this video more and more so that more students would be able to reach it and we would also be able to reach more students. In the feedback section, in the comment section, we have seen some requests for science module, environment module as well. Now, it won't be possible for us to put the whole course on YouTube, but what we have done is, we have made the courses or individual modules available in only 1,000 rupees till 20th March. So, you can buy science module in 1,000 rupees, environment module in 1,000 rupees. modern India module, ancient culture module, geography module, polity module, even when international bodies and mapping ka module aayega, that also you'll be able to buy in 1000 rupees if you use the coupon code LevelUp Holi. There is a Holi offer available till 20th of March. You can do that. Okay, so we have made it very, very affordable so that everyone would be able to do it. Everyone would be able to get it. So I hope you enjoy these videos a lot, learn a lot from it, and clear your preliminary examination. In the end, I also have one more announcement. Our GS Foundation course for 2026 have also started. So not for you people, the people who are watching this video are already preparing for 2025 exam, but your junior, your other friend who may be preparing for 2026. If you have good experience at LevelUp IAS, do recommend us. Do tell your friends about us, because for us, word of mouth is very important. I promise you here that at LevelUp IAS, we will provide the best GS Foundation program, the most comprehensive GS Foundation program in one of the most affordable cost for everyone. We will make sure that your juniors, your younger brothers and sisters who are studying with us at GS Foundation for the exam 2026 will be the best prepared people for 2026 preliminary and mains examination. So this is another request. Please do share, do subscribe to our channel, and please do recommend our GS Foundation program also to your juniors or your younger brothers and sisters. Thank you very much.